Chapter 1322. Sound wave attacks were always the most difficult to defend against. Lu Chuanfa was proficient in music. His sound waves contained a strong murderous intent. The invisible blades kept stabbing towards Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness and internal organs. Even if an ordinary peak god king wanted to resist the sound wave attack, he would be severely injured. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's defense was extremely abnormal, so he didn't receive much damage. However, Ling Zhao still showed signs of pausing for a short while. In a battle of life and death, even the slightest flaw would be a life-threatening existence. Arbiter seized this chance and slashed his pair of divine axes towards Ling Zhao. "Bastard, you dare to touch my woman. Go to hell." Arbiter roared with a murderous aura. His divine axes had fallen on Ling Zhao's head. He thought that even a half-incipient God Realm expert would die without a doubt. When Ling Zhao came back to his senses, the pair of godly axes had already landed on his forehead. His hair stood on end. "If you want to die, let's die together." Ling Zhao grinned and made the final counterattack. He recklessly stabbed the golden dragon spear towards Arbiter. Clack. Puff. The divine axes fell on Ling Zhao's forehead, issuing a sharp sound. At the same time, Ling Zhao's golden dragon spear stabbed into Arbiter's abdomen. It was supposed to be a lose-lose situation, but the reality wasn't like this. Arbiter's pair of divine axes actually showed signs of cracking while Ling Zhao's head was still intact on his body. However, Ling Zhao's body was blown away. He seized the chance and stabbed Arbiter's body. A large amount of blood gushed out and he screamed in pain. How can I come back? My divine axes are destroyed." Arbiter retreated in pain. At the same time, his eyes widened as he looked at his pair of top-grade divine axes in disbelief. Although his divine axes weren't ancient god weapons, they were still top-grade ones. Only ancient god weapons could destroy his divine axes. He stared at the dragon phoenix divine hoop on Ling Zhao's forehead with greedy eyes and said, "Is it an ancient god weapon?" He didn't care about the wounds on his body anymore. He commanded the earth spike dragon to attack Ling Zhao. On the other side, Lu Chuanfa kept playing his divine zither with increasing strength. His holy beast and the earth spike dragon also attacked Ling Zhao. Lu Chuanfa frowned and murmured, "You dare to insult my goddess. Today you won't have a good death." Lu Chuanfa had been in love with Zhang Xiaoyu for thousands of years. He had Zhang of Zhang Xiaoyu and had in his heart. In the past, Zhang Xiaoyu's master had told Lu Chuanfa that if he could break through to the supremacy stage, Zhang Xiaoyu would marry him. Therefore he had always been working hard with this goal as his goal. Although he entered the Dao through the Guqin, he was on the right path. Although the speed of his advancement was not godlike, it had reached a height that ordinary people could not even dream of. As long as he successfully fought for the position of the Sinjin king of Goguryeo and broke through to the Jizuan realm, everything would be perfect. He believed that Zhang Xiaoyu would definitely bow down to him. Unexpectedly, the woman that he had yet to punish had been taken by the brat in front of him. This really made him furious. The sound waves transformed into an invisible storm of blades that blasted towards Ling Zhao. This kind of sound wave attack was simply impossible to defend against. Since Lu Chuanfa dared to fight for the 957th position, he naturally had extraordinary abilities. Ling Zhao was constantly dodging the two holy beasts' attacks and pounces. He also had to withstand the sound wave attacks, causing his situation to become extremely critical. Lu Chuanfa was also very nervous. In the past, his sound wave attack was effective, but now it was ineffective? He could not help but wonder what kind of trump card Ling Zhao had to withstand his attack. "I have to get rid of this guy first." Ling Zhao no longer dared to be careless. The other party had this sound wave power that could harm the divine soul and internal organs. It caused him quite a bit of trouble. He had to use his soul power attack. The invisible tyrant dragon spear art blasted towards Lu Chuanfa, who was not far away. Ling Zhao was determined to kill Lu Chuanfa. This attack of his was enhanced by the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. He was more and more compatible with the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop now. He could already control the power that it wanted to enhance, and did not have to worry about the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop completely draining his soul power. Suddenly, one of the Divine Guqin in Lu Chuanfa's arms broke. He had just revealed a look of surprise when a heart-wrenching pain immediately came from his divine soul. "Ah!" He screamed miserably, his entire person falling from the sky. Ling Zhao killed him instantly. He naturally took over everything from him immediately. He absolutely could not give it to anyone else. It was just that at this time, someone did not let him have his way. Arbiter had changed his hands into a pair of boss boards. This boss boards looked black, but it faintly revealed an extremely heavy aura. I must get this ancient divine hoop. Barter let out a cold smile and began to brandish this pair of semi-ancient divine artifact axes towards Ling Xiao. Sky-splitting axe ultimate style 80th style. One axe to create mountains and rivers, one axe to create heaven and earth. The power of the sky-splitting axe, which had reached the pinnacle of power, completely shrouded this part of the world. The axe shadow, which was like a mountain, constantly bombarded towards Ling Xiao. It seemed that every strike of the axe could destroy the world. Its power was terrifying. The gravity field in this part of the world had also reached tens of thousands of times, completely distorting all the spatial forces. Anyone in this space would feel as if they were pressed by several mountains, unable to move at all. If it was someone below the God King realm, they would immediately be crushed by this gravity field. Ordinary God Kings would not be able to fly here. Barter was indeed worthy of being the most powerful leader of the Divine Axe Gang. He did not disgrace the Divine Axe Gang's prestige at all. Good heavens! This move is really powerful. The spectators all exclaimed in their hearts. They were thinking about it from another perspective. If they were the ones to block this move, they might not be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao felt the power of this round of attack, but he did not show the slightest fear. A faint smile appeared on his face. His battle intent rose a bit as he murmured, "Let me see if your attack is enough." Ling Xiao brandished his golden dragon spear. Golden dragons roared out and directly smashed those mountains. Rumble. The two of them continued to fight, producing earth-shattering sounds. Countless spatial forces were constantly collapsing, causing many spatial turbulences to appear. One could imagine the extent of the two's strength. Come at me more fiercely, it's still not enough. Ling Xiao's blood was boiling. He laughed wildly and kept brandishing his golden dragon spear, blocking many powerful mountains one by one. He liked this strong collision feeling, which made him feel that he was in a real battle. Barter did not expect that Ling Xiao could actually block his all-out attack. He understood that he must use the power of the pseudo-ancient divine tool at close range to chop Ling Xiao into meat sauce. Unfortunately, Yi Shiwen's speed was faster than him, not allowing him to get close. As you wish. Barter roared and once again strengthened his attack. Sky-splitting plate ultimate 80-second move. This move was already his most powerful move and also the final move of the sky-splitting plate axe. Its power could break the sky, destroy the earth, and blast everything into nothingness, turning it into chaos. Ling Xiao had thoroughly experienced the ultimate power of the godly axe gang, which was not passed on to others. He felt that he had become incomparably small in the middle of these axe lights, and could be turned into powder at any time. Regardless of which peak divine king it was, if they wanted to eat this move, the price would absolutely not be cheap. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert had to temporarily retreat when facing this move. It could be seen how terrifying Barter's all-out attack was. At this moment, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit rose even higher. The golden dragon phantom behind him became bigger and bigger. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a 10,000 zhang-long light, roaring unceasingly in the void, shattering many axe shadows. However, the power of this axe shadow could split the sky and earth. Even a divine dragon could be killed directly. The 10,000 zhang-long golden dragon phantom didn't show its power for long. Its scales, claws, and body were cut off by the power of the divine axe. Haha, go to hell. So what if you're Kim people? You still have to die in my hands. Barter laughed crazily and continued to rush toward Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. Just at this time, out of nowhere, a group of multicolored rays of light began to burst out from his axe shadow. Swoosh swoosh. Rays of 5-colored finger radiance shot out in all directions like tiny true dragons. They were like a gorgeous meteor shower, appearing exceptionally beautiful and beautiful. Don't look at how their energies were only the size of an arm. However, the impact of the impact was enough to shatter the axe shadow, which was filled with boundless power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. These 5-colored meteors were like a spark that set the prairie ablaze, destroying all the divine axes that occupied the entire space. From afar, it was like an exploding firework that was so mesmerizing. What? Barter's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao still had the power to counterattack his all-out attack. Not only that, but many finger lights also attacked Barter's direction, directly blasting him away. His god artifact armor was riddled with holes. Blood trickled out of the holes. A figure chased after him from behind, thrusting the golden dragon spear at Barter's throat. Although Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of divine power, now was the time to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He absolutely couldn't leave any future trouble. However, before he could attack Barter, the sky full of flying needles attacked him from behind. Each of these flying needles was specially made of divine materials. Once hit, it would immediately turn into a beehive. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He quickly turned around and spun the golden dragon spear, sweeping away all the needles. However, after these needles were deflected, they could still return and attack him again. Seeing this strange scene, Ling Xiao was taken aback. There are really all kinds of divine tools. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Chapter 1323. The strange nature of these needles was indeed beyond Ling Xiao's expectations, but it was not enough to take his life. Ling Xiao sneered and raised an ice crystal in his hand. Layers of ice began to condense around him. The power of ice was one of Ling Xiao's most powerful attacks. Although he did not use it often, it did not mean that it was not powerful. Sometimes, it would be more powerful if one targeted an attack of the same attribute. But now, Ling Xiao was using them for defense, and he was even taking the right medicine to treat the problem. He sealed these divine needles in ice one by one, cutting off their connection to their original owner. Zhang Xiaoyu did not expect Ling Xiao to react so quickly and cultivate so many attributes. He had completely frozen her needles. Although she could inject more power to take them out, she could not do anything to Ling Xiao. This made her very depressed. "Woman, if you dare to attack this prince again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Ling Xiao glared at Zhang Xiaoyu and roared. In the Xinjiang kingdom of Goguryeo, he would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots without mercy. Ling Xiao had only taken Zhang Xiaoyu's Ping Yi and did not kill her. He felt that he was very kind. If she did not know what was good for her, he would not mind turning her into a skeleton. "You bastard. You will definitely die a horrible death." Zhang Xiaoyu's proudest attack, the bewitching eye, was unable to do anything to Ling Xiao. She knew that it would be difficult for her to fight for the position of the first altar. However, she was not willing to let her Ping Yi be taken by this hateful guy. "He will definitely die a horrible death." Zhuang Bufan of the sword cleansing manor finally spoke. Zhuang Bufan looked like a young man in his 30s. He did not look old at all. However, the hair on his temples had turned white. He was not young anymore. However, his charm was still not something an ordinary woman could resist. Unfortunately, like the others, he had long since become infatuated with Zhang Xiaoyu. It was just that he wasn't as obvious as the others. At the same time, Arbiter had already taken a divine pill to recover from his injuries and returned to a spot not far from Ling Xiao. There were still 2 other peak divine kings who hadn't left yet. The few of them formed an encirclement around Ling Xiao, while Ji Tianfang was not within the encirclement. Zhang Xiaoyu, who was originally facing off against Ling Xiao, only glared at Ling Xiao before retreating. He had no intention of participating in the siege against Ling Xiao. She could sense that Ling Xiao still had a terrifying killing move that he hadn't used. If she really continued to pester him, she was afraid that he would really ruthlessly destroy a flower. Arbiter, Zhuang Bufan, and the other 2 were called Wolf Fang and Luomo. They seemed to have decided to join forces to kill Ling Xiao first. A pseudo-ancient divine sword appeared in Zhuang Bufan's hand. He pointed it at Ling Xiao and said, "Everyone, let's join forces to get rid of him first before seizing the divine altar. What do you guys think?" Arbiter had taken a lot of Ling Xiao's finger light and his divine body was severely injured. Although he had used a divine pill to recover a lot of his injuries, his combat strength had declined by a lot. He didn't think that he could take down Ling Xiao alone. He immediately agreed, "Yes, let's take him down first." He didn't care about his face anymore. The winner takes all and the loser is in the wrong. The other 2 didn't say anything and revealed their trump cards one after another. Wolf Fang was from the werewolf clan. He instantly turned into a guy with a wolf's head and a human's body. His aura rose by a lot in an instant. He kept spinning 2 special cold iron chains in his hands. Once one was strangled by these cold iron chains, it would be absolutely difficult to escape. On the other hand, Luomo had an ancient bell in his hand. It looked very old, but with just a light shake, a burst of Buddhist hymn rushed to the sky, giving people a solemn and extraordinary feeling. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand and looked around at them. At the same time, he took 2 divine pills to recover his divine power. "Come, let me see how powerful you guys are." Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear horizontally in front of him and shouted. At this moment he was completely focused. He wanted to see how strong these people were when they joined forces. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. His first target was to attack Arbiter. Now was the time to kill him while he was down. Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme. The golden dragon spear mercilessly shot towards Arbiter. However, Arbiter's holy beast, the Earth Spike Dragon, blocked this round of attack for him. The Earth Spike Dragon's defense was quite thick. Layers of yellow soil formed a mountain to block Ling Xiao's attack. Many rolling stones kept rushing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had no choice but to smash these rolling stones one by one. At this time Zhuang Bufan made his move. His divine sword actually began to grow bigger and bigger. First it was 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. In the end, it became a giant sword that was 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was like a heavenly sword that had descended, bringing with it an unparalleled might that made it hard for people to move. Zhuang Bufan didn't hold the sword. He just used his finger as a sword and shouted in Ling Xiao's direction, "Slash!" The giant sword seemed to be one with Zhuang Bufan. As he waved his finger at Ling Xiao, the giant sword actually moved without any wind and slashed towards Ling Xiao. This sword carried an earth-shattering momentum and slashed a long crack in space. In an instant it reached Ling Xiao's head. If Ling Xiao was really slashed by this sword, his divine body would probably turn into a bloody pulp. Ling Xiao was shocked and immediately dodged to the side. "Do you think you can escape?" Zhuang Bufan sneered. His finger kept waving faster and faster. Xiao, 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 xiao. The giant sword kept slashing with extreme speed. Every slash carried an incomparably sharp aura, forcing Ling Xiao to dodge. Moreover, Ling Xiao was almost slashed by the sword several times. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao had already comprehended his movement technique to perfection, he wouldn't have been able to dodge Zhuang Bufan's slashes even with his wind attribute speed. The true experts of the sword-cleansing manner really live up to their reputation. Ling Xiao praised in his heart. He dodged the giant sword's next slash and kicked the body of the giant sword, sending it flying far away. Then he held the golden dragon spear and stabbed it towards Zhuang Bufan. Divine weapons were controlled by humans. As long as the owner was killed, the giant sword would become a piece of scrap metal. Zhuang Bufan didn't panic because someone had already blocked Ling Xiao's powerful attack. Wolf Fang's 2 cold iron chains shot towards Ling Xiao. These 2 cold iron chains seemed to be able to extend indefinitely. They broke through the shackles of space and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. They immediately formed a circle to bind Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's reaction was fast enough. The golden dragon spear was about to stab Zhuang Bufan, but he had no choice but to deflect the 2 cold iron chains. However, he had miscalculated this time. When the golden dragon spear touched the cold iron chains, the cold iron chains wrapped around the golden dragon spear like a snake. Ling Xiao frowned. He wanted to shake off the 2 silver cold iron chains. Unfortunately, he couldn't do so. Instead, the chains were pulled towards him by Wolf Fang. Ling Xiao didn't want to let go. With his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to pull back the golden dragon spear. However, Zhuang Bufan's giant sword slashed again. This time it was faster and fiercer than before. Ling Xiao had no choice but to let go of the golden dragon spear and let it be pulled away by Wolf Fang. However, he wasn't worried. He controlled the golden dragon spear with his divine sense and took advantage of the situation to stab Wolf Fang. Ling Xiao lost his weapon. In the eyes of others, he was like a tiger with its fangs pulled out. Arbiter screamed, "Next year today will be the day you die." He brandished his twin axes and bombarded Ling Xiao's body. Axe light and sword shadows completely enveloped Ling Xiao. No matter which side's attack came from, Ling Xiao would definitely be injured. Would Ling Xiao just give up after being locked down by so many fierce forces? This was absolutely impossible. At some unknown time, a devilish shield had appeared in his hand. This shield exuded a strange energy and a bright green light that wrapped around Ling Xiao and blocked many attacks. The Green Demon Divine Shield was a low-grade ancient god artifact that Ling Xiao obtained from the space rings in the chaotic burial grounds. There were more than one ancient god artifact in those space rings, but Ling Xiao didn't plan to use them. However, he had no choice now. These peak god kings all had quasi-ancient god artifacts. His body couldn't resist them at all. Long. Zhuang Bufan and Arbiter both thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die under their joint attack. Even Ji Tianfang and Zhang Xiaoyu, who were not far away, thought so. It seems that people really can't be too arrogant. Ji Tianfang showed a slight sneer and muttered. Just now he observed Ling Xiao's combat strength and found that the latter was indeed a great threat to him. Now that Ling Xiao was dead, the threat to him would no longer exist. This 957 god throne would definitely belong to him. But when the light dissipated, Ling Xiao was standing there unscathed. The only difference was that there was a strange azure shield in his hand. this, what's going on? Is that azure shield an ancient god artifact? Zhuang Bufan exclaimed. There's no mistake, otherwise how could it block our attacks? Fortunately, it's just a defensive ancient god artifact. If we work together to exhaust him to death, this ancient god artifact will be ours. Barter suggested. The eyes of the other two were also suffused with a bright light. The greed in their eyes could be seen without a doubt. It must be known that every ancient god artifact was the cornerstone treasure of a major force. It was guarded by a great master and wouldn't be used easily. They, the god kings, would be happy to have a quasi-ancient god artifact. However, Ling Xiao in front of them had a genuine ancient god artifact, which naturally made them very excited. The giant sword once again slashed down from the sky. Axe shadows also stacked on top of each other. Another two cold iron chains passed through space and shot towards Ling Xiao. Dong. At this moment, the sound of an ancient bell rang out. Chapter 1324. Various powers completely enveloped this part of the world. The continuous bombardment of power didn't stop. Even Ling Xiao, who was holding an ancient god artifact shield, couldn't take it. After all, any god artifact required divine power to catalyze its power. Once Ling Xiao lost the support of divine power, the ancient god artifact would no longer be able to protect him. Only by counterattacking could he gain a new advantage. He had no choice but to use the power of his spirit at this moment. However, just as he was about to use it, Lu Mo's ancient bell rang, causing his mind to be shaken to the point that he almost lost control. Although the green Fey divine shield blocked the sword light and the axe shadows, it could no longer stop the two chains from sealing him. The ancient bell also had the power to expand, and it enveloped Ling Xiao from the sky. First, Ling Xiao was absent-minded. Then he was chained by the cold iron chains. Even if he had great abilities, he wouldn't be able to stop the ancient bell from sealing him. Dong dong. As soon as the ancient bell enveloped Ling Xiao, ancient bell chimes constantly reverberated in Ling Xiao's ears. His eardrums were instantly ruptured by the ringing of the bell, and his head surged with discomfort. If it wasn't for the protection of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, just the ringing of the bell would have caused his head to explode and he would have died. I was too careless. Golden blood oozed out of Ling Xiao's 7 orifices, making him look abnormally ferocious. He muttered to himself and began to enter seclusion. He even put away the green Fey divine shield. He had always wanted to improve himself in battle, so he did not use his soul power to kill his opponent instantly. He did not intend to underestimate others. He just wanted to know what level his current battle strength had reached. The power of Ling Xiao's spirit avatar had already surpassed the God King realm. It was suppressed in front of the ancient tablet and could not be used. Therefore, the only thing he could rely on to turn the tables was a soul power attack. His soul power darted out of his sea of knowledge, and after being amplified by the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, it blasted towards the owner of the ancient bell, Lu Mo. Only by killing him would he be able to free himself. A blood-curdling scream came from Lu Mo's mouth, and he immediately fell from the sky. This change surprised the others. They didn't understand what was going on. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the ancient bell was blasted away. A silhouette soared into the sky, and his 2 hands pulled the 2 cold iron chains. One of the cold iron chains suddenly burst into a fierce fire, and the other cold iron chain was filled with an incomparably cold baleful qi. 2 completely different kinds of power swiftly swept along the cold iron chains towards the Wolf Fang ambush. Wolf Fang roared and 2 forces appeared on his palms, blocking the flames and the baleful aura. However, before his power could resist the 2 forces, his divine soul immediately suffered a violent attack. At the same time he let out a heart-wrenching scream. 2 completely different forces had already entangled his body. One of his palms was immediately set ablaze, while the other was corroded and turned black. His life force was gradually disappearing. Not long after, the Wolf's Fang was completely burned and corroded into slag by the 2 terrifying forces. 2 peak-stage divine kings with extraordinary strength were unexpectedly killed by Ling Xiao in this situation. Zhuang Bufan and Barter started to feel a chill in their hearts. Only now did they realize that Ling Xiao's trump cards were not something they could imagine. Zhuang Bufan was straightforward. He waved his hand and retrieved his divine sword. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he turned around and fled in another direction. Barter also started to retreat. How could he block Ling Xiao alone? Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't intend to let Barter go even though he let Zhuang Bufan go. Ling Xiao waved his hand and summoned back the golden dragon spear that was sent flying. Did you have a good time just now? Now it's my turn. Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme and instantly caught up to Barter, who was standing on top of the earth-spiked dragon. A burst of violent power blasted down. Ling Xiao just wanted to vent his anger. His power surged out like a tidal wave, bombarding Barter. If it wasn't for the earth-spiked dragon blocking most of the attack, he would have been killed by Ling Xiao. "You're going too far." Barter roared and wanted to make a final counterattack. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with him. He bombarded Barter with his soul power, cutting off any thoughts of resisting and escaping. Ling Xiao was just about to sigh in relief. He had consumed too much of his divine power and soul power. But at this moment, another wave of danger suddenly struck. A fiery sword light slashed towards Ling Xiao like a meteor. This fiery light appeared so fast that it didn't even take a blink of an eye for it to appear beside Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao sensed that something was wrong, it was too late for him to dodge. His shoulder was ruthlessly slashed by the fiery sword light. Ah! Ling Xiao's body, that was comparable to a top-grade divine artifact, was slashed to the point that it almost burst apart. A fierce sword mark ran from his shoulder to his chest. A large amount of golden liquid spurted out, and the origin flame directly burned his body. Half of Ling Xiao's body was almost chopped off, and the pain made him scream. The other party didn't stop after succeeding in one move. His sword momentum became more and more ferocious and dazzling. Sword after sword attacked like a violent storm. The raging flames brought with them a scorching heat that was unbearable. After being slashed by the sword, Ling Xiao already knew that the person waiting for an opportunity wouldn't give up. After all, he had already sensed the surging killing intent. Just when the opponent slashed for the second time, Ling Xiao had already summoned the Green Goblin Divine Shield again to block the opponent's extremely violent sword light. But this time, the Green Goblin Divine Shield was almost shattered by the opponent's Divine Sword. The opponent's Divine Sword was also an ordinary low-grade ancient divine artifact, and it happened to be of the fire attribute. It could restrain the wood attribute Green Goblin Divine Shield. Ling Xiao staggered backward. He used the ancient emperor's divine art to heal himself, and at the same time, he let out a cry of surprise. Dragon's Tenbin's divine ability, Dragon Roar. When one couldn't immediately lock onto the opponent's aura, sound waves were definitely the most effective counterattack. Sure enough, when the Dragon Roar sounded, the other party's attack clearly paused for a moment. Ling Xiao grabbed this opportunity and immediately dragged his heavily injured body away from the opponent. At the same time, he took out a divine pill and quickly consumed it. He wanted to recover his injuries and strength as quickly as possible. However, as soon as he consumed the divine pill, the fiery sword aura appeared beside him once again. The opponent's speed was actually many times faster than Ling Xiao's movement technique, which shocked him. Rumble. Ling Xiao was thrown into a complete mess by the opponent's slash. His body was sent flying far away and a lot of blood flowed out of his mouth. The Green Goblin Divine Shield in his hand was about to break. At the same time, a bursting flame dragon that had been waiting for a long time pounced towards him. No matter who it was, once they entered the dragon's mouth, they would have no chance of survival. It was too late for Ling Xiao to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and throw his golden dragon spear into the dragon's mouth. He didn't believe that this bursting flame dragon could really destroy his golden dragon spear. However, this bursting flame dragon was also a spirit. It knew that if it swallowed the golden dragon spear, it would probably not feel good. A flame instantly shot out from its mouth, forcibly deflecting the golden dragon spear. The flame continued to burn towards Ling Xiao. The explosive flame dragon's sudden change in attack gave Ling Xiao a chance to catch his breath. He withstood the attack of the flames and flew a few more meters away. He kept his cool and focused, and his divine sense expanded to the maximum. He had to find the attacker. That was the only way he could turn the tide of the battle. Indeed, when he flew aside, a vague aura arrived in front of him in just a blink of an eye. A fiery red sword light appeared one more time. The sharp sword light was enough to split the sky and crack the earth. Even the warriors of the Dark Shadow clan couldn't compare with this kind of deadly attack. Die for me. The opponent seemed to want to kill Ling Xiao with this sword. His power was much more formidable than before. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert couldn't resist it easily. The power of the fire sword was like a bolt of lightning, causing an extremely large crack to appear in the space, and the aura of the turbulent flow continued to rush out. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao had used the Cyan Monster Divine Shield to resist this fatal attack. Crack. The Cyan Monster Divine Shield in Ling Xiao's hand was forcefully cracked. The sword power was still slashing towards Ling Xiao's face. The man who wanted to kill Ling Xiao smiled contentedly. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. When this sword slashed down, even a half-incipient God Realm expert would be cut into pieces. However, just as the sword momentum was about to land on Ling Xiao, his divine soul felt as if it had been ruthlessly stabbed by a spear, causing his divine soul to almost collapse. Arc. The sword power stopped abruptly. The man who had attacked Ling Xiao clutched his head and screamed pathetically in the sky. Ling Xiao's soul attack couldn't kill the opponent instantly. He seized the chance to counterattack, using the 9 sun-burning sky punch to attack that man without mercy. The fist intent was torrential, and the fist energy reached the sky. That man was like a small boat in a tsunami. He couldn't see anything. If he didn't have the defensive armor of a half-ancient divine weapon, he would have become a pile of meat paste. Even so, he'd already been blasted to the point of being heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was difficult for him to resist. Ling Xiao's last punch aimed at that man's forehead. He wanted to finish him off. "Divine Master Ling, please show mercy." A panicked voice arose. A cyan sword light attacked Ling Xiao from behind. It wanted to force Ling Xiao to retreat to save his opponent. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't exchange his life for his opponent's. He changed his fist into a palm, grabbing the man's neck. Then he turned the man's body around to protect him. Not good. The rescuer changed his visage. He hurried to change the direction of his opponent's sword. Boom boom. Chapter 1325. When Ling Xiao was fighting for the 957 deity position, he was in a state of extreme vigilance every moment. However, everyone here was indeed one of the most powerful pinnacle divine kings, and it was very difficult to deal with them. If not for his incomparable speed, he definitely wouldn't have been able to win so many people in a row. Of course, the biggest reason he could rely on to ensure victory in battle was his soul-controlling art. Those soul power attacks that couldn't be detected by others were truly a great experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a sudden attack just based on the fact that that person could directly teleport to his side and almost cut his divine body in half. The main reason why he was ambushed this time was that his divine power was almost depleted after the consecutive battles, and his senses were greatly reduced. That was why he fell into the trap so easily. However, the opponent had a genuine ancient divine weapon in his hand, and even his physical body couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, he had soul power attacks. Otherwise, it would really be difficult for him to counterattack and capture the opponent in a short period of time. Divine Teacher Ling, don't act recklessly. We're all elders of the same sect, let Elder Ji go. The one who wanted to assassinate Ling Xiao from behind just now was Qing Shui, who had been watching the battle from the outside, and the person he wanted to save was Ji Tianfang. Ling Xiao defeated by Mushi forced back Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhuangbu Fan, and even killed Barter and the others. The 957 deity position was about to be his, but Ji Tianfang was unwilling to give it to Ling Xiao just like that. Therefore, the one who used teleportation to injure Ling Xiao was Ji Tianfang. When Ling Xiao realized that the person who wanted to kill him was Ji Tianfang, he seriously valued this pinnacle divine king who had an extremely high reputation in the Dragon Gate. No wonder everyone in the sect thought that he was the Sinjin of Goguryu's candidate. Just based on that instant killing move, Ling Xiao almost couldn't withstand it. If it was someone else, they would only be a dead soul under his sword. Ling Xiao didn't understand how Ji Tianfang could have such a fast speed with the fire god physique. Those with pure attribute divine bodies wouldn't have the power of other attributes. Ling Xiao could only guess that Ji Tianfang definitely knew some kind of ancient divine skill. "You want me to let him go?" Ling Xiao squinted at Qing Shui and asked. "Yes, Divine Master Ling, Elder Ji is the disciple of Elder Shi. If you show mercy, Elder Ji will not fight with you for the deity position." Qing Shui hurriedly replied. "Ah, what a joke. When you wanted to kill me just now, why didn't you think that we were fellow disciples? Are you trying to scare me with Elder Shi?" Ling Xiao let out a wild laugh, and the strength of his grip on Ji Tianfang increased, almost making Ji Tianfang faint. Just now, Ji Tianfang did not hide his killing intent at all. If he let him off so easily, he would think that Ling Xiao was afraid of the Divine Body faction. And this Qing Shui wasn't a good person either. Just now he appeared to want to rescue Ji Tianfang, but in reality he wanted to finish off Ling Xiao. Therefore, no matter what, Ling Xiao had to make them pay a sufficient price. Divine Master Ling. If you kill me, it will definitely provoke a civil war in the sect. You have to think carefully. Ji Tianfang said with great difficulty. Qing Shui immediately nodded at the side and said, That's right. Divine Master Ling, you have to think about the overall situation. If there's a dispute in the sect, this is a big matter. You mean that if you killed me just now, you wouldn't provoke a civil war in the sect? Ling Xiao asked sternly, and then with his other free hand he grabbed one of Ji Tianfang's arms and tore it off. One of Ji Tianfang's arms was instantly torn off, and a large amount of divine blood sprayed out from the gap of his broken arm, causing him to scream in pain. Elder Qing Shui was even more shocked by Ling Xiao's sudden action, and his face became incomparably pale. In the battle of the Xinjiang kingdom of Goguryeo, life and death are decided by the heavens. I believe that even if I kill you, Ji Tianfang, your master won't have the guts to find trouble with me. What do you think? Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. After a pause he said, what's more, it was you who wanted to kill me first. I was just protecting myself. None of this is my fault. Ling Xiao's smile was like that of a demon, making people feel cold. Divine Master Ling, we were wrong. We apologize to you. Divine Master Ling, please let Elder Ji go on account that we're all from the same sect. Qing Shui originally thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to do anything to them, but now it seemed that Ling Xiao was much more ruthless than he thought. Although Ji Tianfang's broken arm could be restored with the help of the divine elixir, he was scared out of his wits by Ling Xiao's actions. He grew up in the Dragon Gate with the most outstanding aura. Although he had experienced many life and death battles, he still felt very scared when he was so close to death this time. He was in the prime of his life and still had a lot of space to break through to the Supreme Master realm. He was not willing to die like this. Divine Master Ling, spare my life. I, Ji Tianfang, admit defeat. Ji Tianfang bowed his head to Ling Xiao unwillingly and said. He originally thought that he could kill Ling Xiao when he was the most exhausted. His teleportation secret skill, which had always been successful, worked. If Ling Xiao didn't have the defensive ancient artifact, the Green Demon Divine Shield, he was sure that Ling Xiao would have been killed by his sword. It was a pity that his efforts were in vain. He didn't understand how Ling Xiao could suddenly counterattack him and even hurt his divine soul. If it weren't for his divine soul being much stronger than ordinary people and having a certain level of defensive power, he would have been dead by now. Alright, how does he know how to use soul power to attack? Could he be from the soul race? How is this possible? He's clearly Kim people's man. Alright, there must be something strange about the divine hoop on his head. Ji Tianfang thought in his heart. Ji Tianfang thought of the key point and coveted Ling Xiao's divine hoop in his heart. It was a pity that he could only think about it. How could Ling Xiao let the tiger return to the mountain? Don't worry, I'll definitely spare you. Ling Xiao wiped away his sneer and said with a laugh. Immediately after, he looked over at Qing Shui, who had a worried look all over his face. His soul power swiftly drew out, and with the augmentation of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, he directly killed Qing Shui instantly. Ji Tianfang looked at Qing Shui, who fell down inexplicably. His body started to tremble, and an icy chill welled up from the bottom of his heart. Ling Xiao glanced at him and said coolly, "Don't be afraid. You won't die." Finished talking, Ling Xiao's soul power forcefully rushed into Ji Tianfang's sea of consciousness. One soul-locking curse after another started to lock onto Ji Tianfang's divine soul. What the hell is this? As a divine body, Ji Tianfang's divine soul was also incomparable to others. His divine soul revealed a look of panic and started to counterattack against these soul-locking curses, not letting them get close to him. It was just that when he was resisting, another arm of his physical body was torn off by Ling Xiao, and he was even punched repeatedly on his physical body. This caused his mind to become unstable, and his divine soul was greatly affected. Ji Tianfang's divine soul became even weaker, and the soul-locking curse kept on rushing over, entering his divine soul one by one. It gradually formed a strange controlling force, causing his divine soul to be completely controlled by Ling Xiao. Ji Tianfang was finally defeated by Ling Xiao's two-pronged attack. Ling Xiao released Ji Tianfang and threw a divine pill into his mouth. Take the divine pill to recover from your injuries first, then fight for the position of Xinjiang of Goguryeo. Our Dragon Gate's fire divine physique can't come back empty-handed. This will throw the face of our Dragon Gate. Ji Tianfang nodded at Ling Xiao. Yes, Master. Ji Tianfang, a dignified fire divine physique, was controlled by Ling Xiao. This also allowed Ling Xiao to know every move of the Divine Body faction in the future like the back of his hand. At the same time, he could also use his and Ye Dao's influence to gradually eliminate the infighting in the Divine Body faction. With Ling Xiao's ability, It might be difficult to capture and control the divine kings of the divine body faction one by one, but it was not impossible. However, Ling Xiao never planned to do so. Many people of the divine body faction were only instigated by some people who liked to play with power. As long as he subdued those people of the divine body faction who were unwilling to be left out, it was not impossible for the Dragon Gate to restore its unity in the future. Naturally, Ling Xiao did not want to seize the Dragon Gate's position. It was just that he was a member of the Qin people, and the Dragon Gate was the foundation of the Qin people. It was not too much for him to do something for the clan. Ji Tianfang consumed a divine pill and recovered his divine power. With the help of the divine power, he regrown his torn-off arms. The divine power that had just recovered became extremely weak again. Divine kings could regrow divine limbs, but they needed divine power as the foundation to have such an ability. Ji Tianfang immediately sat cross-legged in the air, took out many divine items and consumed them to recover quickly. There was only one day left before they left, so he had to hurry up. Otherwise, he would not have a share of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryu's position. Ling Xiao drank a mouthful of the Nether Soul Spirit Spring and slowly walked towards the 957th deity position. At this time, no one dared to compete with him for this position. The others either chose other positions or continued to compete for the positions they had originally chosen. In short, in these 2 days, more than half of the nearly 400 peak god kings had died, and many were injured. Ling Xiao sat on the lotus altar, not showing the slightest bit of joy. Instead, his expression was calm and tranquil. He only came here to experience the powerhouses of the various large influences. As for the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, he only wanted to take it in passing. He wanted to win some glory for the Dragon Gate and the Qin people. With his strength, he could casually kill a Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo outside and become the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. But now was not the time to verify it. He still had to wait until he was about to be transmitted out. Only then would the divine light of verification shine out from the ancient tablet. Ling Xiao turned and looked at the list of names engraved on the ancient divine seal tablet. His eyes only fell on the top 10 names. The Sinjin kingdom of Goguryo's ranking list is indeed valuable enough. In the future, when I reach the peak god king realm, challenging them might not be a bad choice. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, his eyes exuding a strong sense of confidence. Chapter 1326. After 2 days of fighting, Ling Xiao realized that he definitely couldn't underestimate the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the Heaven Domain. Those who could make it onto the rankings all had trump cards that others couldn't compare to. Now that Ling Xiao was about to make it onto the rankings, he also didn't think that he was invincible above all the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Right now, the competition for the Sinjin of Goguryo's ranking was already so intense, and the top 10 Sinjin of Goguryo's strength could be imagined how terrifying it was. They definitely had ancient god weapons and other powerful things to rely on, and were definitely almost invincible within the same rank. Perhaps Ling Xiao could use the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to increase his soul power to kill them in one fell swoop, but he wanted to fight with opponents of that level head-on. It would give him a sense of accomplishment. All of this would have to wait until he reached the pinnacle God King. He believed that with his strength at that time, even if he didn't use soul power, there wouldn't be a match for him within the God King realm. Ling Xiao sat quietly on the altar, calmly recovering his state, quietly waiting for the final moment to arrive. The battles for the other god positions were still ongoing, and only a few people had already consolidated their god positions. Those who had consolidated their god positions were all at the bottom, and the higher the position, the more people were fighting for it. From the looks of it, these positions definitely wouldn't be settled until the last day. Ling Xiao didn't care who obtained the other god positions. He was more concerned about whether his master, father-in-law, Yanyu, and the others could obtain the god positions. Even if they couldn't obtain the god positions, he didn't want anything to happen to them. Fortunately, all of them were extraordinary and they all knew how to act according to their capabilities, so they didn't force themselves to fight for the positions at the top, so there wasn't much danger, and Mad Monk had already guarded an altar long ago. The evil emperor did not let his protective spirit beast, the heavenly thunder beast, fight, so it was rather strenuous. However, he still relied on his profound foundation and his 5 different types of attacks to kill 3 peak divine kings, force back a few people, and take down a divine position with great difficulty. The only thing that made Ling Xiao laugh was that Yenyu's big brother Pingyi actually looked like he was going to fight for the godly throne, but he was actually going to protect Lai Hongying. He worked hard to kill all the opponents around Lai Hongying before finally surrendering to her and giving up the position of Sinjin of Goguryeo to her. This was supposed to be a wonderful thing, but Lai Hongying didn't want it. She felt that the position of Sinjin of Goguryeo was not obtained by her own ability. She had to fight with Yenyu, and she had to defeat Yenyu in a head-on battle before she was willing to obtain this position. Otherwise she would rather not have it. Yenyu originally wanted to curry favor with Lai Hongying, but in the end it turned out like this, making him rather depressed. Lai Hongying's personality was straightforward, and she didn't waste any words with Yenyu. She immediately brandished her whip and charged towards Yenyu. Lai Hongying attacked with all her might, not showing any mercy to Yenyu at all. Yenyu kept retreating, wanting to let Lai Hongying win, but Lai Hongying refused to budge. The fire whip in her hand ruthlessly whipped Yenyu's face until it bled. The most important things for a man were his knees and face. Now he was actually slapped in the face by a woman that he wanted to curry favor with. No man could stand it. Yenyu was furious. He no longer blindly gave in to Lai Hongying, but instead exploded with all his strength and fought with her. He was determined to teach this woman a harsh lesson. In the end, Yenyu finally defeated Lai Hongying, completely suppressing this woman by a level. Yenyu didn't feel the slightest bit of joy after defeating Lai Hongying. He felt that the first woman that he had ever fallen in love with was about to be lost. Unexpectedly, Lai Hongying praised him, "Not bad, this is a real man. If you want to woo this lady, then show me some ability." Following that, she directly gave up on the fight for the position of Sinjin of Goguryeo. When Yenyu heard this, he became a little confused. He didn't dare to believe that what he had just heard was real. As time passed, most of the altars were finally occupied. The 957th place was already in Ling Zhao's pocket, and no one dared to challenge him anymore. This was because many god kings had long sensed the intense collisions at the altars. Many monstrous geniuses had died at those altars. No one dared to doubt the true terror of Ling Zhao, a high-level god king, in obtaining this position. The 958th place went to Ling Feiwu. Just like Ling Zhao, he had condensed Golden Dragon battle chi. Although it wasn't as solid as Ling Zhao's, it could increase his battle prowess by 30 times. He also had a complete set of half-ancient divine artifacts to protect him, and he had the assistance of a high-level 10th tier flood dragon. He had killed 7 peak god kings in succession and scared away a few people, allowing everyone to witness the true terror of Kim people. He had secured the second place this time. The 959th place went to Ji Tianfang. Although he had been defeated by Ling Zhao, the power of his instant kill was absolutely unstoppable. Moreover, he had an ancient divine artifact in his hand, so he forcefully pushed Su Mo, who had originally occupied this position, away. The 960th place went to Zhang Xiaoyu. Although she had been scared away by Ling Zhao, she didn't give up on the fight for the other positions. Her bewitching eyes fully displayed her advantage. Other than Ling Zhao, no one else could resist her bewitchment. She killed 3 peak god kings who were fighting for this position in succession and forcefully occupied it. The 960th place went to Zhuang Bufan, who had escaped from Ling Zhao. The 962th place went to Su Mo. The 963th place went to the high-level god king called Ding Gudu. He had actually killed white-browed god king Bai Mushi, who had come to fight for the position. Although Bai Mushi had been defeated by Ling Zhao first, he had the defense of a half-ancient divine artifact, the divine shield. By right he should have been undefeatable. However, he had completely lost and even lost his life. This was because Ding Gudu was actually also someone who had an ancient divine artifact. The 964th place went to the Dragon Gate, and the 965th place went to the Blazing Flame Merchants. Lai Yin, Mad Monk, on the other hand, was at the 970th place. This position wasn't too close to the front, but it wasn't too far behind either. For him to be able to obtain this position, his holy beast, Teng Shi King, had contributed a lot of effort. The evil emperor, on the other hand, was 3 places behind Mad Monk. He had obtained the 973 divine position, and without the help of a holy beast, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, his lightning attribute attacks caused many people to stop in their tracks, and his 5 elements combined divine art was the last thing he could do to protect his position. Yenyu's position was slightly behind, only at the 988th place. With his strength he should have been even higher, but in the beginning, in order to protect Lai Hongying, he wanted to help her obtain the divine position, but in the end, it became his position. However, he didn't despise anything. He was already very happy to be able to help Sinjin of Goguryeo. He, the #1 mercenary king, had finally started to become famous in the Sky Dragon region, and he had even obtained the favor of a beauty. The competition that lasted for half a month was finally over. There were only 2 hours left before they would be teleported out of this place. All the divine positions were finally filled with people. The others who did not obtain the divine position were either dead or heavily injured, and no longer had the qualifications to fight for it. At this time the ancient tablet finally released a dazzling light once again. The 9-colored divine light landed on the bodies of the 43 divine kings, and they felt comfortable all over. The divine power that they had consumed was actually completely recovered at this moment, and their injuries were also healing at an extremely fast speed. Outside the divine altar, all the divine kings were also nourished. Although they didn't benefit as much as the 43 new Sinjin of Goguryeo, their divine power and injuries had clearly recovered quite a bit. Immediately after, mysterious golden talismans started to appear on the ancient tablet. When these golden talismans landed on the 43 new Sinjin of Goguryeo, it was as if they were plated with a layer of gold, causing them to become incomparably noble and extraordinary. Immediately after, the information of these 43 people seemed to be recorded by the ancient tablet. Immediately, their names, ages and cultivation attributes appeared above their heads. Ling Xiao felt that the power of these golden talismans seemed to contain some kind of power that he could not resist. It was as if all of his secrets were being extracted by these golden talismans and transferred to the ancient tablet. Gradually, all of their information was absorbed by the ancient tablet, and the names of the 43 people began to be imprinted on the towering ancient tablet. The new Sinjin of Goguryeo had finally returned to their positions. One by one, the tokens of the Sinjin of Goguryeo began to float down from the ancient tablet. These Sinjin of Goguryeo tokens were condensed from the energy of the ancient tablet, and they were engraved with numbers and names, representing their identities. In the future they would not need to pay any divine crystals to walk through any corner of the heaven region, or pass through any spatial formation or domain gate. The 43 people held the Sinjin of Goguryeo tokens, and smiles of satisfaction and excitement appeared on their faces. Their many years of hard work had finally paid off. They had completely forgotten all the hardships they had suffered in the past, and all the life-threatening dangers they had gone through. 10,000 years of cultivation, all for today. From tomorrow onwards, their names would be recorded in the 1,000 Gods list, forever recorded in the annals of history, and revered by millions of people in the heavenly dragon territory. Swish swish. Tens of thousands of beams of golden light appeared on the ancient tablet again, directly illuminating every corner of the space. All the god kings who had not died were transported out of the god-conferring altar. The spatial crack in the god-conferring altar slowly closed, and it would only reopen after 100 years. As the Sinjin of Goguryeo ended, the names and appearances of the 43 Sinjin of Goguryeo were displayed in the sky above many ancient cities. They were announced to the world so that everyone in the heavenly dragon territory knew of their existence. In the god-conferring grounds, the god kings who had not left earlier were the first to witness this moment in history. They all looked around to see if there was anyone among the 43 people they knew. Each and every one of them began to cry out in alarm. The 957th Ling Xiao, who is he? He actually won the title of champion of the Sinjin of Goguryeo this time. There aren't many people with the surname Ling in our Dragon Gate. He's probably one of the Kim people's people. Looks like the #1 ancient clan in the heavenly dragon territory is still #1. The 958th Ling Fei Wu is also one of the Kim people's people. Their battle prowess is really shocking. That Ji Tianfang also obtained the 959th place. The top 3 places were all taken by the Dragon Gate. How enviable. Chapter 1327. The battle for the Sinjin of Goguryeo had finally come to an end. Some people were happy while others were sad. The ones who were happy were the people who had obtained the position of Sinjin of Goguryeo and their forces. The ones who were worried were the god kings who could no longer return. They were destined to be sealed in the god sealing altar forever, never to be remembered by others. Of course, although the name of Sinjin of Goguryeo had been established, whether or not they could hold on to this position depended on their future performance. If someone challenged them alone and killed them head-on, then their position as Sinjin of Goguryeo would definitely change hands. The god kings here gradually began to disperse. There were also many who wanted to fish in troubled waters and catch up with a new Sinjin of Goguryeo. They planned to pick up the ready-made Ping Yi and see if they could defeat them and seize the position. As for Ling Xiao and the others, they did not leave immediately. When Ling Xiao came out, he immediately sensed the aura of the Dark Shadow clan Xing Jian. Unfortunately, he could not find him. Ling Xiao was sure that Ying Jian had definitely escaped. Their dark shadow clan's hiding and escaping skills were still very good. Old pervert, you've lost this time, haha. Mad Monk laughed complacently at the evil emperor. Mad Monk and the evil emperor had already agreed that whoever obtained the highest rank in the Sinjin of Goguryeo would be stronger. The evil emperor was very unconvinced. Old bald donkey, don't be too proud. If it wasn't for the fact that this emperor's heavenly thunder beast isn't strong enough, this emperor wouldn't have lost. If you lose, then you lose. Why are you looking for a reason? Don't worry, we're family now, so there's nothing bad about losing to me. It's not like I'll make fun of you anyway. Mad Monk was really showing off after obtaining Pingyi. The evil emperor was so angry that he couldn't refute. He could only harden his neck and say, "Come, this emperor will fight with you for 3 days and 3 nights. Watch this emperor beat you into a sorry state, you old bald donkey. Come, come. Who's afraid of who? Today I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly," Mad Monk said as he assumed a fighting stance. At this time Yun Mingqi, Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Xu Ziqian and the rest who came with Ling Xiao all rushed over. When Euro Fei saw her adoptive father again, she cried out in joy. The evil emperor and the Mad Monk naturally could not continue to lose their image in front of this junior, and could only temporarily stop talking. Yun Mingqi moved closer to Ling Xiao, a look of joy on her face as she said, "Congratulations to your husband." Ling Xiao lightly scratched Yun Mingqi's nose. "What's there to be happy about? It's just an empty reputation." Yun Mingqi replied, "Even if other people put their lives on the line, it's all for nothing." "Yet you're still not happy about it? From what I can see, you don't seem to care, but in your heart you're very proud of yourself." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "All right, you guessed right. I'm very happy today." Yun Mingqi added, "Don't worry, it won't be long before I catch up to you." The group chatted for a while longer before Ling Feiwu, Ji Tianfang and the others walked over. Other than Ling Xiao, there were a total of 40 people from Dragon Gate. Now there were only 25 people left and 15 of them had already died. Amongst the 43 spots, the people from Dragon Gate had obtained a total of 4 divine positions, and adding on Ling Xiao's, they had obtained a total of 5 divine positions. This was the faction that obtained the most spots among all the forces. 3 people from the Sword Cleansing Manor obtained the spots, 2 people from the Sun and Moon sect obtained the spots, and only 1 person from the Divine Axe Gang obtained the spots. The rest of the deity positions were divided among the people from the small and medium-sized forces or rogue cultivators. If the evil emperor and the Mad Monk were both considered to be Dragon Gate's identities, then the Dragon Gate's proportion would be even greater. Ling Feiwu never thought that Ling Xiao would actually be so powerful, consecutively defeating so many peak-level divine kings and obtaining first place. He was very impressed in his heart. It had to be known that it was already difficult for Ling Feiwu to deal with just Ji Tianfang, not to mention that there were still others eyeing him covetously from the side. He had completely lost all doubt about Ling Xiao's fighting strength. In addition, Ji Tianqi's position was 1 rank lower than his, which made him feel especially good in his heart. Finally he was a head above him. Ling Feiwu and the others came to congratulate Ling Xiao one by one. Even the expressions of the people from the Divine Body sect became a lot more respectful. "Granduncle Ling Xiao, are we going back now?" Ling Feiwu asked. Their group had obtained the title of Sinjin of Goguryeo, so they naturally had to return in glory. Ling Feiwu asked for Ling Xiao's opinion because he was afraid that Ling Xiao would have something to do midway. Ling Xiao thought about it, then nodded and said, "Then let's go back together." Following that he looked at Ji Tianfang and said, "In the future Tianfang and Feiwu should get along well. We are all brothers in the same sect, fighting and killing will hurt our relationship." Ji Tianfang was obedient to Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao said this just to not let others know that Ji Tianfang was already under his control. "Don't worry, Divine Teacher Ling Feiwu and I are also considered good brothers since young. In the future we will definitely join hands and bring glory to our Dragon Gate," Ji Tianfang said very sincerely in front of everyone. When he said this, it gave Ling Feiwu and the others a huge shock. They were all speculating whether Ji Tianfang was just saying it. Ling Xiao patted Ji Tianfang's shoulder and said, "That's good." Looking at Ling Xiao's attitude towards Ji Tianfang, everyone thought, could it be that Divine Teacher Ling intimidated Ji Tianfang and made him admit defeat? At this time Ling Xiao walked towards Yen Yu and said, "Big brother Yen, I am preparing to return to Dragon Gate." Yen Yu looked at Ling Xiao and sighed, "You and I have just met and we have to separate. I can't bear to part with you." Indeed, ever since he got to know Ling Xiao, he had felt Ling Xiao's powerful strength and magnanimity. It made him want to have a good gathering with Ling Xiao and drink to his heart's content for a few days. Ling Xiao replied, "There will still be a chance. In the future, I will definitely go to the Leaping Wolf Ridge and drink to my heart's content with Big Brother." "Alright, little brother, you have to keep your word," Yan Yu replied with a smile. "Of course," Ling Xiao replied before turning to Lai Hongying, who had yet to leave, and saying, "Big brother, you should hurry up and finish off that person. I believe that you will definitely be able to do it." Yan Yu's face turned red and said, "How, of course, of course." After Ling Xiao bid farewell to Lai Hongying, he led a group of people back to the Heavenly Dragon sect. It had been 2 years since he came out of Dragon Gate, and the things he needed to do were almost done. It was time to return to Xianling continent. However, Ling Xiao did not know that not far away, there was a beautiful figure looking at the direction he left and muttering, "One day I will get back at him." Before Ling Xiao and the others returned to Dragon Gate had already received the news of the name list of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. With a few more Sinjin of Goguryeo added to Dragon Gate, the whole sect was jubilant. Among the 5 Sinjin of Goguryeo, Kim people took up 3 spots, which made the people of Kim people's faction very happy. Although the number of direct descendants of Kim people was decreasing, each of them definitely had a lot of achievements and could still live up to the name of the number 1 ancient clan in the Sky Dragon region. As for the Divine Physique faction, although 2 people had obtained the name of Sinjin of Goguryeo, because Ji Tianfang was after Ling Xiao and Ling Feiwu, they could not stand it. Especially people like Fang Bu who liked to collapse, they were even more furious. After all, this was related to the current heated situation in the sect. Ever since Ling Chen left Heigong in a low-key manner last time, Ling Chen's popularity as the sect master had plummeted, and there were even rumors that he was preparing to replace him as the sect master. Therefore Fang Bu was especially excited and felt that this time his chance had come. Recently, Fang Bu had been trying to win over people's hearts, looking forward to the time when he would ascend to the position of sect master. He had originally hoped that his junior brother, Ji Tianfang, would be able to help him eliminate Ling Feiwu during the battle for the Sinjin of Goguryeo and dampen the prestige of Kim people, so that they would know that the Divine Physique faction was in charge of the Dragon Gate, and not the followers of the Kim people. Unexpectedly, not only did his hopes not succeed, he was even suppressed by the other party twice, which made him very angry. He knew his junior brother's strength, so why did he actually give up the 2 positions in front of him in the end? He thought that when his junior brother returned, he would definitely interrogate him properly about how he had lost so much face. Dragon Gate sect master Ling Chen was not happy at all during this period of time. Whenever he thought of the words his grandfather had said to him, he would feel extremely terrified. "Little Chen, you've been doing well in the outer sect all these years. You're just too conservative, but you lack motivation. There are still some problems that you can't suppress. I think it's better for you to return to the clan and focus on your cultivation for a period of time. Try to break through to the supreme deity position. Look, little Fei has already caught up to you. Give the position of sect master to someone else. Managing a bunch of things all day won't do you any good in the future." Ling Chen could hear the other meaning behind his grandfather's criticism of him. His grandfather's words definitely meant that the elders in the clan had an opinion about how he handled matters. Once the clan lost their support for him, he would no longer be able to sit on his position as the sect master. Speaking of which, he hadn't been the sect master for a long time, so it could be said that he hadn't enjoyed the feeling of having the authority of a sect master. He had always been suppressed by the people of the Divine Body faction, and this made him very unhappy. Compared to the previous sect masters, he had made contributions without any major mistakes, and the sect was still under his control. Why did they suddenly want to replace him? He had discussed this matter with his wife, Xiao Jinsai, in private, and finally found out what the problem was. They guessed that he had been too kind in dealing with the matter regarding Heigong, and it didn't extinguish the arrogance of the Divine Body faction at all. Instead, it dispelled the enthusiasm of his own clan members, and everyone began to be dissatisfied with the way he handled matters. Most importantly, this matter couldn't be handled to Ling Xiao's satisfaction. After all, Ling Xiao was now the most popular person in the Dragon Gate, and even Divine Medicine Master Zheng Qin had become good friends with him despite the difference in age. Ling Xiao's status in the clan was also becoming more and more important. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Ling Chen had been thinking about how to explain his painstaking efforts to Ling Xiao. He hoped that he could gain Ling Xiao's understanding so that he could put in a good word for him in front of the clan leader and secure his position as the sect leader. Otherwise, as the sect master, he would become the laughing stock of the Dragon Gate's history. It would be absolutely humiliating if he was replaced for no reason before his term was up. Now that Ling Xiao and the others had returned, he, as the sect master, immediately received them and wanted to give them a high-profile reward. Chapter 1328. Dragon Gate was the #1 faction in the Sky Dragon territory, but they still attached great importance to every Sinjin of Goguryeo. Every Sinjin of Goguryeo was the most respected person in the Sky Dragon territory. Although Dragon Gate had a high percentage, it didn't mean that they didn't care about the name Sinjin of Goguryeo. As long as the Heavenly Dragon sect maintained a quota of 1,000 godly monarchs every 100 years, it meant that the Heavenly Dragon sect would continue to prosper. Ling Xiao, Ling Feiwu, Ji Tianfang, and the other two were directly summoned to the main hall of Dragon Gate. Ling Qin sat in the main seat with a dignified expression. On his left and right there were several dozen elders. Each of them had the title of Sinjin of Goguryeo, Divine Alchemist or Divine Artifact Refiner. They were all people of virtue and prestige in Dragon Gate. Today is another day of celebration. Our Dragon Gate has 5 new Sinjin of Goguryeo elders. This is truly a joyous occasion. After discussing with the other elders, we've decided to hold a ceremony for you. Those who haven't become high elders will be promoted to high elders. You'll enjoy 2 times the salary in the sect, and you'll be able to enjoy a peak and receive 2 divine artifacts. Ling Qin announced. These rewards were very good for any godly monarch, but they were very boring for Ling Xiao. He wasn't interested in them at all. After Ling Qin's announcement, everyone expressed their gratitude to Ling Qin. However, Ling Qin wasn't done yet. After encouraging the others, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Since Elder Ling Xiao is the first person in our Dragon Gate and the Sky Dragon territory to have both Divine Alchemist and Sinjin of Goguryeo, I've decided to confer him the title of Special Elder. He'll enjoy the highest treatment in the sect." The inner elders of the Heavenly Dragon sect were usually divided into outer sect elders, inner sect elders and high-level elders. Those who could be conferred the title of elder had to reach the level of God King. Outer sect elders had the lowest position. Normally, only those God Kings who did not belong to the Heavenly Dragon sect would be conferred this title. They could only be arranged to work in the industries outside the Heavenly Dragon sect. Inner sect elders were those who had been disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect since they were young. They had reached the level of God King step by step before they were conferred the title. As for those who were conferred the title of high-level elder, only those who had reached the level of God King Chen could be conferred the title. Their position and authority were the highest in the Heavenly Dragon sect. However, there was one type of elder whose authority was above these 3 types of elders. It wasn't referring to the supreme elders, but those who fought for the sect's special glory. Only godly monarchs had the qualifications to be conferred this title. Within the Dragon Gate, special elders were existences on equal footing with sect master Ling Qin. Within the Dragon Gate, there were only 4 people who could be conferred the title of special elder. These 4 people were all in the top 10 of the Sinjin of Goguryeo ranking. It was precisely because they had obtained the most dazzling ranking in the Sinjin of Goguryeo ranking that they were conferred the position of special elder. They had the power to decide the life and death of those below the high elder rank. If anyone dared to disrespect them, they could first behead them and then collect them. There was no need to think too much. Moreover, they could use the sect's resources as they pleased. It could be said that the position of special elder was second only to those founding elders who protected the sect. As soon as Ling Chen's words fell, everyone present revealed a look of astonishment. Especially the 4 people beside Ling Xiao, they were even more shocked. "Sect Master, it seems like even our elder council doesn't know about this matter. This conferment is a bit unreasonable." A dissatisfied voice rang out faintly. Needless to say, the only one who dared to object in such a high-profile manner was the second commander, Fang Bua. "That's right. Although Divine Master Ling has won glory for our sect, conferring him the title of Special Elder doesn't seem to be in line with our sect master's character." Another Divine Body faction elder echoed. "That's right. Divine Master Ling is still young. Let's wait until he becomes one of the top 10 of the Sinjin of Goguryeo ranking." The people from the Divine Body faction naturally did not want Ling Qin to succeed. Once Ling Xiao was conferred the title of Special Elder, it would have an even greater influence on the people within the sect. It would be very detrimental to the development of the Divine Body faction, so they had to do everything they could to stop it. However, the people from Kim People's faction were not willing to be outdone. Someone immediately retorted, "I think it's natural for Elder Ling Xiao to be conferred the title of Special Elder. Which one of you can be like him?" a godly apothecary, and obtained the title of Sinjin of Goguryeo. I'm afraid there's not a single person like him in the entire Sky Dragon region, right? He's destined to be recorded in the history of our sect, and this title of Special Elder is just right for him. That's right. Elder Ling Xiao isn't even 100 years old yet. He's already so outstanding at such a young age. If he isn't conferred the title of Special Elder, it can only mean that some of us are jealous of his abilities. We definitely won't allow these people to succeed. The title of Godly Apothecary and Sinjin of Goguryeo is the dream of any god king. Now that Elder Ling Xiao has both, what else can be more glorious than him? Even the few special elders who have obtained the top 10 of the Sinjin of Goguryeo feel that they are on equal footing with Elder Ling Xiao. We agree with the sect leader's decision to confer Elder Ling Xiao the title of Special Elder. The Divine Body faction and the Kim People's faction began to quarrel over Ling Xiao's position. Ling Chen, who was sitting in the main seat, slammed the table heavily and shouted angrily, "Do you all not put me, the sect leader, in your eyes? I will report this decision to the founding elders and let them decide. However, I can definitely tell you that Elder Ling Xiao's double glory status is more than enough to be a special elder. If any of you can be like him in the future, this sect leader will also confer you the title of Special Elder." Ling Chen was furious. Every time he wanted to make a decision himself, the people from the Divine Body faction would jump out and challenge his authority as the sect leader. He really wanted to chase them all out of the sect. Ling Chen wanted to show his might as the sect leader, but there were people who ignored him. Fang Bu jumped out again and said, "If the sect leader insists on this, we have nothing to say. However, it's best to listen to the founding elder's opinion first." Ling Chen's face was ashen. He really wanted to kill Fang Bu immediately. At this time, someone stood up and said faintly, "I feel that it's natural for Elder Ling Xiao to be a special elder. Could it be that the second commander has an opinion about us divine alchemists? This is the first time I, Old Zheng, have seen a divine alchemist seize the position of Sinjin of Goguryeo. I'm very happy in my heart. Everyone thinks that we divine alchemists are born to refine pills. In fact, we also have extraordinary fighting strength. Elder Ling Xiao has really made us divine alchemists proud, hee. Everyone looked towards the person who spoke. It turned out that the person who spoke was divine alchemist Zheng Can. Zheng Can's position in the Dragon Gate was quite high. Although he wasn't granted the position of Special Elder, his authority wasn't much lower than theirs. After all, he was the divine alchemist with the highest status in the Dragon Gate. Many people had received his favor. His words in the Dragon Gate were not inferior to the sect leader's orders. Normally, he rarely participated in this kind of ceremony, but when he heard that Ling Xiao had obtained the title of Sinjin of Goguryeo, he specially came to join in the fun. Just as he said, everyone felt that divine alchemists were born to refine pills, and their fighting strength was ordinary and low. There had never been a divine alchemist who had obtained the title of Sinjin of Goguryeo. However, Ling Xiao was the first in the Sky Dragon region. Not only was he a divine alchemist, he had also obtained the title of Sinjin of Goguryeo. This made him, as a divine alchemist, feel proud. Now that he heard the sect leader mention Ling Xiao as a special elder, Zheng Kim was happy for Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart and supported him 100%. Towards this good friend of his, Zheng Kim was very close to him from the bottom of his heart. The pill refining techniques that Ling Xiao had mentioned before had enlightened him. As long as he could step into the ranks of the true sovereign, he definitely had a 30% chance of breaking through to the sovereign alchemy god realm. However, the people of the Divine Body faction clearly did not want Ling Xiao to take this position and openly opposed it. Zheng Kim was furious. No matter what, he had been good to the people of the Divine Body faction all these years. He had concocted quite a few pills for them and had a good relationship with the elders above them. Now that these people actually looked down on their divine alchemist, how could he not be angry? Sure enough, now that he had publicly expressed his attitude and spoken up for Ling Xiao, the expressions of the people of the Divine Body faction stiffened, and all of them became ugly. Even Fang Bu, who had been happily collapsing all this time, did not know how to refute. In recent years he had always hoped that Gong Zhanren would be able to rope Zheng Can in, and had even suggested to his master, who had not appeared for a long time, that he hoped that his master would do Zheng Can's work, and let Zheng Can express his support for him, Fang Bu, and support the Divine Body faction. Unfortunately, it seemed that all of his work had been in vain. Zheng Can was determined to make friends with Ling Xiao, and had fallen to the Kim People's faction. This was definitely not good news for their Divine Body faction. Zheng Can had the highest reputation among all the divine alchemists, and he also had the most saint alchemists in the sect. As long as they gave the order, those who were hesitant and wanted to protect themselves would definitely fall to the Kim people's faction. After all, the influence of an alchemist was something that others could not imagine. If Zheng Can's words were a wake-up call for Fang Bu'er, then the other person's words had blown his eardrums to smithereens. I think what sect leader and divine master Zheng said is right. Elder Ling Xiao is the most outstanding person in our Dragon Gate, and not everyone can seize the double glory. Even the elders sitting here don't have this kind of ability, right? Furthermore, Elder Ling Xiao defeated Zhuang Bufan of the Sword-Washing Manor, Barter of the Divine Axe Gang, and Bai Mushi of the Northern Snow Alliance in the battle for the Sinjin of Goguryeo, and even I was defeated. If it wasn't for Elder Ling Xiao showing mercy, the Sinjin of Goguryeo, would not exist. Elder Ling Xiao has raised the dragon might of our clan, and once his identity as a divine alchemist is announced to the world, he will definitely be revered by the people of the world. This is definitely the fortune of our Dragon Gate. I agree that Elder Ling Xiao should be a special elder. Ji Tianfang said very seriously. Who was Ji Tianfang? He was a fellow disciple of the same bloodline as Fang Bu'er, and his prestige was second only to Fang Bu'er. He actually publicly expressed his support for Ling Xiao, which made Fang Bu'er wonder if his junior brother had gone mad. How could this be? Fang Bu'er thought to himself with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 1329. Ji Tianfang's counterattack had baffled Fang Bu'er and the warriors of the Divine Body faction. Who could have thought that Ji Tianfang, the one who had a good relationship with Fang Bu'er, would support Ling Xiao publicly? Did it send a different signal? Ling Qin didn't know what was going on. Kim people's subordinates didn't know what was going on either. Could it be that Ji Tianfang and Ling Xiao reached some sort of agreement? Everyone had the same question in their minds. No matter what, as Zheng Can and Ji Tianfang had declared their positions, Ling Chen was so happy. He immediately proposed to grant Ling Xiao the special elder title. This time no one objected. Even Fang Bu'er didn't say anything. However, his face darkened. He had to return and report this matter to his master. After the ceremony, Fang Bu'er didn't stop to rush to his teacher's place to cultivate. The dragon-gazing mountain range was really vast, and the area Dragon Gate occupied was also enormous. Even King God Realm experts needed a lot of time to fly to their sect's territory. All the incipient God Realm experts had their own cultivating place. Fang Bu'er's teacher had a high reputation in Dragon Gate. He had the gold god body of the previous generation. His name was Wei Tu, and he had the incipient God Realm cultivation base. Although he was not the strongest person in the Heavenly Dragon sect, his words held absolute authority. When he was at the King God Realm, he was also a famous existence. He used to rank in the top 10 of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Ji Tianfang was the son of his uncle Ji Qinchao. His uncle's competence wasn't less than his teacher's. They used to have the same teacher. Thus he and Ji Qinchao were from the same branch. When Fang Bu'er came to the mountain where his teacher was cultivating, a half-incipient God Realm expert came from an unknown direction and stopped him. When Fang Bu'er saw him, he immediately greeted respectfully, "Eldest senior brother." Surprisingly, the old man in front of him was his big brother Wei Zhongtang, the first disciple of his teacher. Although he didn't have the gold god body, his teacher had nurtured him well. Reaching half-incipient God Realm had made many people sigh in admiration. "Junior brother, you came to find master?" Wei Zhongtang asked faintly. Although Wei Zhongtang had been by his master's side for a long time, he had heard a lot about what his junior brother had done in the sect. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want his junior brother to fight so fiercely with Kim people. He knew how powerful Kim people was. Fang Bu'er nodded and said, "Yes, there are some things I need to discuss with Master. I don't know if he has the time?" "You can go up. Master and Martial Uncle Ji are playing chess up there," replied Wei Zhongtang. "Thank you, senior martial brother." Fang Bu'er responded and immediately rushed towards the peak. If others wanted to see his master as his senior brother, they couldn't go up there without his permission. Moreover, there was a rule that no one could fly up there. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know what happened to them when they died. Fang Bu'er also walked towards the peak of the mountain. On the peak of the mountain, under a big pine tree, two old men were playing chess. They were so focused that they didn't seem to notice Fang Bu'er's arrival. Moreover, they seemed to be separated from nature. People below the King God Realm wouldn't be able to notice their existence if they came here. Their auras had a close connection with everything in the world. They had reached the realm of unity of man and nature, returning to their original state. When Fang Bu arrived not far from them, he stopped. His body didn't move and he didn't dare to make a sound. He just waited for the two old men to finish playing chess. The two old men played chess for a whole day. They didn't stop until the sun had set. Let's call it a day. Since Bu came, your mind is starting to feel a little weak. The red-haired old man said faintly. This old man was Ji Tianfang's father, Ji Qinchao, who was also Fang Bu'er's martial uncle. The other old man was his master, Wei Tuesday. Ha, it's not like you don't know that he has a donkey's personality. He doesn't know how to turn back until he hits the wall. Now he must have some trouble that he can't solve. That's why he came to find an old man like me. Wei Tu smiled faintly. At this moment, Fang Bu-er went forward and greeted the two respectfully. Greetings, master, martial uncle. Tell me, what trouble did you cause this time? If it's because of that position, then let's not talk about it. Everything will depend on your ability. However, some of the things you've done are indeed overboard. Wei Tu said with a wise gaze. Fang Bu'er's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, could it be that master knows everything? Master, everything I've done is to fight for more benefits for everyone. Now that Ling Qin is incompetent, many people are not convinced that he's still holding the position of sect leader. Fang Bu-er expressed his dissatisfaction. Back then, his master had always supported him to take the position, but later on, it was still Kim people who held the position of sect leader, which made him very dissatisfied. He felt that his ability was much stronger than Ling Chen's. After so many years, he had always been dissatisfied and kept roping in helpers. That was why he was able to compete with Ling Chen. At this point, he must not give up. He must obtain his master's support. Ling Chen is indeed not suitable to be sect leader, but you are not suitable to be sect leader now either. Stop. Wei Tu sighed. What, master, why do you think so? Didn't you say that I was more suitable to be sect leader? Fang Bu-er revealed a look of panic. If he did not have the support of his master and the other supreme martial artists, then everything he had done before would have been in vain. He absolutely did not want such an ending. Back then, I supported you to be sect leader because you were popular and had principles. You were a person who could do great things. But now your performance has disappointed me. All these years, you have been provoking the dignity of the Kim people. Although they did not do anything to you, it does not mean that they will always tolerate it. Once they harden their hearts, it will be difficult for me and your uncle masters and I to protect you. Wei Tu said. After a pause, he sighed and said, it's all my fault. Let go. As long as the Kim people are still standing, we must live in peace with them. This is a win-win situation. Fang Bu-er originally wanted to ask his master for help, but unexpectedly, his master changed his attitude and said these words. It was as if he was about to explode. He did not understand what had happened. Why did his master make such a big change? Fang Bu-er went down the mountain with a confused look on his face. However, when he reached the foot of the mountain, a dragon team appeared in front of Fang Bu-er. Take down Fang Bu-er. A clear and cold voice rang out from the leader's mouth. Fang Bu-er instantly came to his senses. He looked at the people who were rushing over and shouted, Ling Fei, what are you doing? The leader was the fifth commander, Ling Fei, who had been deposed. Now he had actually brought the dragon team to capture Fang Bu-er in public. This was definitely something that was worthy of being shocked. It should be known that internal strife was not allowed in the Dragon Gate. It seemed that Ling Fei was planning to capture Fang Bu-er so openly. The dragon team's aggressive approach immediately alerted the God Kings here. Fang Bu-er's big senior brother, Wei Zhongtang, immediately rushed out with a lot of people. Who dares to cause trouble here? Wei Zhongtang rushed to Fang Bu-er's side and shouted at Ling Fei and the others. Ling Fei brought a few dozen people with him, and Wei Zhongtang also had a lot of people with him. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Elder Wei, please step aside. I am here to capture Fang Bu-er on the orders of the disciplinary hall elder. Ling Fei looked at the token and shouted. Bastard Ling Fei, what are you guys trying to do? I Fang Bu-er am standing upright and upright. Why do you want to capture me? Are you guys afraid of us so you came up with this excuse? Fang Bu-er shouted at Ling Fei. He was not worried that he would be captured by Ling Fei and the others here. After all, his master was here. However, he was very anxious now. He was puzzled. Could it be his master said that Kim people want to capture me? All these years he had been fighting with Ling Qin, but no one had done anything to him. Could it be that Kim people's people found out about that? Ling Fei sneered, you are standing upright and upright? Haha, you murdered your fellow sect members and formed a gang to rebel. You actually have the face to say such words. After pausing for a moment, he said to Wei Zhongtang, Elder Wei, there are some things you may not know. Fang Bu'er, He Gong, and the others, for their own personal grievances, bribed the Shadow Assassination Group to assassinate Divine Medicine Master Ling Xiao more than 10 years ago. Divine Medicine Master Ling Xiao was forced into the mass burial space by the Shadow Assassination Group and almost died. Later, the Shadow Assassination Group was completely annihilated, but the leader of the Shadow Assassination Group, Ing Ao, was lucky enough to escape. Now he has been caught and brought back. He has already confessed that it was our sect's people who paid a high price to kill Divine Medicine Master Ling Xiao, and this person is Fang Bu'er. He actually dared to murder his fellow sect members. He should be beheaded. After Ling Fei finished speaking, Fang Bu'er's entire body and mind turned cold. He didn't expect that the fish that escaped the net that year would be found by someone else. Wei Zhongtang looked at Fang Bu'er's deathly pale face and knew that Ling Fei wasn't slandering him. He cursed in his heart, Junior brother is really muddle-headed. Although he was dissatisfied with Fang Bu'er's actions, he still resisted the pressure and said, could there be some misunderstanding in this matter? Elder Wei, I know that you and Fang Bu'er are fellow disciples, but there is one thing that you might not be aware of. Not only did he order people to assassinate Elder Ling Xiao, but he also killed more than a dozen elders who disobeyed him. Although he did this covertly, the net of heaven has long arms and no one can escape it. It was still discovered by one of the elders. Now Peng Jia, Tsing Yanghan, and the others have been arrested. They have already admitted that Fang Bu'er wanted to rebel, so he killed those elders and secretly forced many people to join his camp with the intention of dominating our Dragon Gate. Don't you think this kind of person should be captured and given an explanation to the Gate Master and everyone else? Ling Fei spouted out all the crimes that Fang Bu'er had committed over the years. Fang Bu'er's face became increasingly gloomy. He didn't expect that something would happen before he could even launch an attack. Without a second thought, he immediately flew towards the mountain peak where his master was. Now only his master could save his life. Chapter 1330. You want to run away? Not a chance. Ling Fei was at half-incipient God realm now. As soon as he saw Fang Bu'er heading to the mountain peak, he sneered and chased after Fang Bu'er to capture him. However, Wei Zhongtang's body shivered. He stood in front of Ling Fei and said, Ling Fei, don't act rashly in my teacher's place. Ling Fei looked at Wei Zhongtang and snorted. Do you really want to stop me from capturing the traitor? Wei Zhongtang frowned and said, I will get my master to give you an explanation for this matter. Wei Zhongtang didn't expect that his junior could sink that deep. Although the members of the Divine Body faction didn't get along well with the Kim people, they hadn't done anything like killing the members of their own faction. It seemed like his junior had planned for a long time. He was crazy about the sect master position. When Ling Fei wanted to say something, it was too late. Fang Bu'er had climbed to the mountain peak. I will report this to the other elders. Let's see if you guys want to protect Fang Bu'er. If he wants to break the relationship with our faction, you guys decide. Ling Fei's eyes sparkled with a sharp light. After that, he left with the dragon team. Actually, he had come here to capture Fang Bu'er to force Fang Bu'er's teacher, Wei Tu, to make a decision. He wanted to see if the Divine Body faction would fight or not. Anyway, the Kim people had prepared everything in advance. This time, they had to solve the internal conflict as fast as lightning. The reason why the Kim people could react like that was because when Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate, he had sent the information he had gotten from Ji Tianfang to the clan. The leaders of the clan would decide how to deal with the traitors. Sure enough, this time the Kim people were very determined to quell the internal strife. They immediately sent many people out to capture those traitors. It could be said that after Ling Xiao learned these secrets of the Divine Body faction from Ji Tianfang, he had completely disrupted Fang Bu'er's plan of betrayal. Originally, he wanted to rope in most of the people to work for him and support him as the sect leader. In the end, he would forcefully ask Ling Chen to step down from the stage. If it really didn't work, he would directly split the sect and make himself the sect leader. Now, Kim people's people knew his plan in advance, so Kim people attacked him in advance. He had no chance of winning at all. After Peng Jia, Tsing Yanghan, and the other Deity King traders were taken down by the Discipline Hall, everyone in Dragon Gate knew that something big had happened. The people of the Divine Body faction were all anxious. They were afraid that they would also become the victims of this internal strife. On the other hand, there were many new faces among the people of the Kim people. Obviously, they were strong reinforcements from the Kim people's territory. They had intimidated the people of the Divine Body faction and prevented the Dragon Gate from splitting. In addition, Ji Tianfeng, Nye Dao, and the other outstanding representatives of the Divine Body faction began to persuade the others. They said that this rebellion was the work of Feng Buer, He Gong, and the others. They told them to put down their sincerity and not to resist excessively. Nothing would happen to them. As expected, the people of the Kim people only took down those who often discussed the rebellion with Feng Buer. They didn't take action against the others. Ling Chen immediately called for an emergency meeting of the elders and reported the matter of the traitors to all the elders. After discussing it, they were prepared to execute all the people who killed their fellow sect members. Those who committed the crime would be severely punished and immediately expelled from the Heavenly Dragon sect. Only a few deity kings who were loyal to Feng Buer tried to stir up trouble. However, they were all suppressed by the people of the Kim people at the fastest speed. Some even fled in fear of punishment. As for Feng Buer, the leader of the rebellion, there was no news of him ever since he went to the top of his master's mountain. When the people who betrayed the Divine Body faction were punished, none of the ancestors stood up to say anything. All the disciples understood that the situation in Dragon Gate couldn't change. The Kim people were still in control. In fact, many of the disciples felt that their lives in the past were quite good. They had their masters to teach them, resources to enjoy, and places to train. Other than some small conflicts, there weren't many dark places. Moreover, they were respected in the Sky Dragon region as members of Dragon Gate. They felt that they were a cut above others. In their hearts, they still felt that the original Dragon Gate had always been good. They didn't want to betray anything. They were just influenced and instigated by one person. As a result, they were quite dissatisfied with the people of the Kim people. Speaking from the bottom of his heart, although the people of the Jin clan had always been sect masters and held various important positions, they had never favored anyone. They had always treated everyone equally. After understanding all this, the knot in everyone's heart began to unravel. And the people of the Kim people seemed to have received some kind of arrangement. They didn't provoke, ridicule, or suppress their fellow disciples. 1 month passed quickly, and the Heavenly Dragon School returned to its previous tranquility. Every elder still had their own duties and only some important positions were adjusted. Feng Buer had not shown himself all this time. Perhaps everyone thought that his life had been saved by the first elder. However, he probably wouldn't appear in Dragon Gate for the rest of his life. Ling Xiao, Zhang Qin, and a few other apothecaries announced that they were going to refine pills for all the elders for free for a month. As long as they had the materials, they would refine pills for them. This kind of good thing was hard to come by in 100 years. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited. They all took out their treasures and let the apothecaries refine pills for them in case of emergencies. This action completely diverted everyone's attention. They forgot all about the unhappiness of the internal strife. Another 3 months passed quickly and a shocking piece of news instantly spread throughout the Heavenly Dragon sect. The current leader of the Dragon Gate, Ling Chen, had abdicated his position. The newly promoted Sinjin of Goguryeo, Ling Feiwu, had taken the position. As soon as the news came out, everyone was shocked. Ling Chen was in the prime of his life. How could he suddenly change? It had to be known that the Heavenly Dragon sect only changed the position of sect master every 5,000 years. Ling Chen had only been the sect master for 1,000 years. This was very puzzling. Many speculations were heard all over the place. Why did they suddenly change their leader? Could it be because of the previous matter? Keep your voice down. Don't let others hear you. But you're right, Ling Chen's management is lacking. That's why the previous matter happened. Now that the sect is united, it's better for the new leader to take over. That's true. It's not bad for Ling Feiwu to be the leader. Although he's still a bit young, he's very experienced. Moreover, he's also the Sinjin of Goguryeo. I believe he'll bring a new atmosphere to the sect. In my opinion, it'd be better for Elder Ling Xiao to be the leader. He has to have some tricks up his sleeve and he's also trustworthy. What a pity. Elder Ling Xiao still has to refine pills for us. How could he have the time to be the leader? It'd be better for him to be a special grade elder. Ling Feiwu becoming the leader was not something that could be decided by those below the level of an administrator. This had to be unanimously approved by the Elders' Council, and it also had to be approved by the founding elders. This time, Ling Feiwu's ascension to the position did not have any obstacles. No one in the Elders' Council dared to oppose him, and the founding elders did not have any objections. Instead, it was the Divine Body faction's founding elder who directly expressed his support for Ling Feiwu to become the leader. The internal conflict between the two factions came to an end because of this founding elder's stance. The entire sect held a grand conferring ceremony, which was witnessed by the 5 founding elders. After the previous leader Ling Qin handed over the sect master's token and other tokens to Ling Feiwu, the entire sect celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. The new era of Ling Feiwu as the leader had arrived. A month after Ling Feiwu became the sect master, Ling Xiao was drinking and chatting with Ling Fei in the clan. A lot of things have happened recently. Ling Fei looked up to the sky and sighed. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "It's all because of you, brat. Everything is fine now and everyone should be able to cultivate in peace." "Yeah, isn't it good to be able to cultivate in peace?" Ling Xiao sighed. He paused for a moment before saying, "Big brother Ling Chen, is everything all right?" It could be said that Ling Chen's abdication of the position this time had something to do with him. If he had not expressed his dissatisfaction with Ling Chen to the elders of the clan, Ling Chen would not have abdicated his position after quelling the internal strife. What else could there be? He definitely can't stand the life when he just returned to the clan. However, he has slowly gotten over it. Seeing that I'm one step ahead of him, he also wants to break through to a higher realm in peace. Big brother's cultivation in Tenbin has always been higher than mine. It's just that he has been busy with the affairs of the clan all these years, which has delayed his cultivation. Now, he also understands that if he can become a supreme being, it will be much better than being the sect master. Ling Fei replied with a faint smile. Ling Fei and Ling Chen were blood-related brothers. Both of them cultivated Tenbin and were among the best in the clan. Since young, Ling Chen had always been ahead of Ling Fei. Even if it was the ranking of the Xinjiang kingdom of Goguryeo, Ling Chen was still much higher than Ling Fei. Ling Fei admired and worshipped his big brother from the bottom of his heart. However, ever since his big brother became the sect master, his big brother's cultivation began to stagnate. He also knew that his big brother was too distracted. It was just that his big brother couldn't control the overall situation when he was the sect master. He was too soft on his opponents, which made him feel very dissatisfied. Now that his big brother had been demoted, he didn't feel sad at all. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. This was because he hoped that his big brother could reach a higher level and continue to be stronger than him. Yes, Supreme Being is the goal of our life. I don't know when we will be able to achieve it. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion as he drank a mouthful of wine and looked at the blue clouds in the sky. Now he was already a high-level god king. Moreover, he was also a divine medicine master and the Xinjiang kingdom of Goguryeo. He had reached a height that many people couldn't reach. It was enough for him to be honored for the rest of his life. However, he was still not satisfied. He still needed more strength to achieve his goal. "You brat, be content. When I was your age, I only had the strength of the Holy Emperor. With your Tenbin, it is only a matter of time before you become a supreme being." Ling Fei revealed an expression of admiration. He paused for a moment and said, "I heard that the Patriarch has already arranged a mission for you to return to the ancestral land?" "Yes, I'm leaving in a few days," Ling Xiao replied with an impatient expression. "Anyway, I have nothing to do. I will accompany you when the time comes." Chapter 1331. The gentle breeze was like a lover's hand caressing the colorful clouds, making them float in the sky. Inside the Heavenly Dragon sect, there was a group of people taking advantage of this fine weather to move from the inner sect to another city. There were 30 people in this team, both men and women. Each of them was at King God Realm and 2 of them were at half-incipient God Realm. Such competence was enough to frighten many forces, big or small. This team was Ling Xiao, Yun Mingqi, Eurofei, Evil Emperor, Mad Monk and Ling Fei. They were ready to return to Xianling Continent. Ling Xiao had left Xianling Continent for almost 40 years. He had been longing to go back to Xianling Continent to see his family. He wondered if they had been safe and sound all this time. When he got back, he had to bring them to Heaven area to live and cultivate. Of course, besides meeting them, he had to find their forefather of the Kim people. He had to bring him back to the peak and take care of the clan. Ling Fei's team's mission was to escort Ling Xiao back. They couldn't let anything bad happen to him. After all, Ling Xiao was the only one who could use the power of his bloodline to sense the existence of his ancestor, who was the key to his ancestor's recovery. Ling Xiao's team kept a low profile so they didn't cause any commotion in the sect. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that their whereabouts had fallen into other people's eyes. The nearest city to Heavenly Dragon City was Subduing Tiger City. It was one of the subordinate cities of Dragon Gate. Although it wasn't as big as Heavenly Dragon City, it wasn't smaller than other famous cities. This city was the only way for Ling Xiao's team to return to the Green Moon Palace's territory. Shadow Leopard, one of the half-incipient God Realm experts of the Dark Shadow clan, had come to this place quietly. Shadow Leopard was much stronger than Ghost Shadow that Ling Xiao had killed. He had reached half-incipient God Realm more than 10,000 years ago. He was very close to the Great Master Realm. Next to him were Ying Jian and some other hotshots of the Dark Shadow clan, who had escaped from the Investiture God Altar. Why would they appear here? Before Ying Jian had left the Investiture God Altar, he had marked Mad Monk with the Dark Shadow clan seal. The seal was just for tracking. It didn't harm Mad Monk. Ordinary people couldn't detect it. Unless Ying Jian was dead, it would disappear automatically. Mad Monk wasn't the one the Dark Shadow clan was looking for. However, Ying Jian knew that the Dark Shadow clan was close to Mad Monk and Ling Xiao was a son-in-law. Ying Jian hurried to send someone to his clan to ask for reinforcements. Once when Mad Monk got out of Dragon Sect, they would plan to monk. And they would Ling clan. Clan Ling clan. They would to see. They would to clan. They would clan and plan. Yang clan. Ling clan Monk clan's King clan. As long as Ling Xiao didn't have the King clan's King clan, he wouldn't be a threat to them. Ying Leopard, Ying Jian, and the others didn't dare to go to Sky Dragon City to wait. After all, there were too many experts of Dragon Sect. They were afraid that they would be discovered. Therefore they had been waiting in subduing Tiger City for a long time. Finally they felt Mad Monk's aura change. He had left Dragon Sect. As long as Mad Monk was in Sky Dragon City, Ying Leopard, Ying Jian, and the others would be able to find Mad Monk. It was a secret tracking technique of the Dark Shadow clan that they didn't impart. However, what surprised them was that Mad Monk and the others came to subduing Dragon City directly. They left through the space formation of subduing Dragon City. Ying Leopard, Ying Jian, and the others were happy. Mad Monk was far away from Dragon Sect. Ying Jian, are you sure about the relationship between Mad Monk and Ling Xiao? Ying Leopard, Ying Jian, and the others immediately chased after Mad Monk. Along the way they didn't forget to ask Ying Jian about this matter. The reason why they knew the names of the Mad Monk and Ling Xiao was that the two of them were now 1,000 Divine Kings. It was a piece of cake for them to know their basic information. Ying Jian said with certainty, that's right. At the Investiture God Altar, I heard Ling Xiao call Mad Monk father-in-law. I can't be wrong. That's good. As long as we can capture him, we can lure that bastard Ling Xiao. We must get the King's hoop. At that time, our Dark Shadow clan's glorious days will be just around the corner. Ying Leopard said with a greedy look. In the antiquity time, the reputation of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop had frightened the ancient clans of the Heaven Territory. It was Soul Wind's most powerful weapon. Unfortunately, when Soul Wind was killed that year, no one could take the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. It had escaped. This was recorded in the history books of the ancient clans. Ordinary people didn't know the existence of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. This time, the Dark Shadow clan had sent 2 half-incipient God Realm experts, 3 peak Divine Kings, and 6 high-level Divine Kings to capture Mad Monk. This formation wasn't small. After they had followed Mad Monk for a long time, they finally found that Mad Monk's team had stopped above the Green Moon Palace's territory. Uncle Leopard, he finally stopped. In this remote area, capturing him won't alarm anyone. Ying Jian said with great joy. Ying Leopard nodded. Yeah, we'll capture him today. Then they used the space formation to teleport to the Green Moon Palace's territory. They were ready to capture Mad Monk. Ling Xiao's team had arrived at Stone Sky City. Stone Sky City was the first city Ling Xiao had visited when he had just arrived in the Heaven Territory. He had many memories here, which made him sigh with emotion. Today they were going to use the Stone Forest space formation outside Stone Sky City to reach the Heaven Territory Fortress. However, before returning to the Heaven Territory Fortress, Ling Xiao planned to stay here for 2 days to thank the people who had helped him. Old Tian, Fan Guanzhong, Lai Zan, and the others' names flashed in Ling Xiao's head. You guys wait for me at the space formation outside the stone forest. I have something to do first, then I'll go and meet you. Ling Xiao said to the others. After all, this was his personal matter. He could go alone. He didn't need to bring so many people to avoid scaring others. Yun Mingqi, Euro Fei, and the others didn't have any objections. They went to the space formation outside the stone forest. Ling Xiao planned to meet with Fan Guanzhong and Lai Zan first, then he would go and see old Tian. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he walked slowly on the official road, looking at the familiar scenery with interest. However, as he walked on the official road, he attracted strange gazes. Many people were pointing at him. After listening carefully, he realized that these people were actually guessing his identity. "Don't you think that young man looks like the Sinjin of Goguryeo, Ling Xiao? But why would he appear in a small place like ours? That's impossible. Maybe he just looks a bit similar. However, I heard that Sir Ling Xiao came from our Stone Heaven city. Back then, when he was exiled, he won 20 matches in a row in our prison arena. More than a dozen of those matches were won by a single move. At that time he was only an intermediate holy emperor, but in just a few decades, he has become the supreme Sinjin of Goguryeo. He really is a role model for our generation." "That's right. Back then, I went to see Sir Ling Xiao's battles in the prison arena. I still remember his demeanor clearly. Later on, he single-handedly challenged everyone from the Gao family and massacred them outside the city. That battle was a classic, and there are definitely records of it in every family's crystal beads. I heard that at that time the Jiang family recruited him as an outer court deacon. Unfortunately, the Jiang family's standards were too high. They actually pushed Sir Ling Xiao out for the Gao family. I'm afraid they are extremely regretful now. It's not just the Jiang family. The Cyan Moon Palace also sent someone to invite Sir Ling Xiao to join them. Unfortunately, they felt that Sir Ling Xiao cultivated 5 attributes at the same time and was not of much use. I'm afraid they are regretting it now." Ling Xiao was afraid that if he continued walking like this, he would really be treated as a pet and watched by others. His figure immediately flashed and disappeared in front of these people. Everyone present thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. How could they suddenly lose sight of Ling Xiao? In the city lord's mansion, Officer Fan was handling some daily affairs. These days he was very excited. A few days ago, there was news from the palace that they were going to summon him back and promote him to an inner court deacon. Even though there was only a difference of a single word between the outer court deacon and the inner court deacon, the difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. And the reason why he wanted to be promoted was because of one person. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some shallow friendship with that person, the palace definitely wouldn't value him so much. And that person was the newly promoted Sinjin of Goguryeo, Ling Xiao, sir. After all, Officer Fan had some friendship with a Sinjin of Goguryeo. Who knew if one day that Sinjin of Goguryeo would come back to his old place and find that his friend was still holed up in the same place? If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be happy. The Cyan Moon Palace also understood this logic. They had no choice but to express something to Officer Fan. Perhaps because of this, they could form some kind of relationship with a Sinjin of Goguryeo. It must be known that the number of people in the Cyan Moon Palace who could reach the God King realm could be counted on one's fingers, let alone someone who could become the Sinjin of Goguryeo. In front of the Sinjin of Goguryeo, their Cyan Moon Palace was so small that it couldn't be any smaller. A single person could easily slaughter them. Suddenly, there was one more person in the city lord's mansion. The Officer Fan actually didn't notice it at all. All the guards outside didn't even know that someone had intruded. When that person released a little bit of his aura, Officer Fan, who was on the desk, lightly shouted, "Who is it?" "Hehe, City Lord Fan, I trust you have been well since we last met." Ling Xiao looked at Officer Fan and smiled. After not seeing him for so many years, Officer Fan was still the same. His strength didn't improve at all. He was still at the peak of the Holy Emperor. "Ling Xiao, sir." Officer Fan cried out in surprise. He originally wanted to call Ling Xiao by his name, but he was afraid that it would be rude, so he added the word sir. What kind of status did Ling Xiao have now? It was his honor for him to come and talk to him. However, he suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. How could Ling Xiao suddenly appear here? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "City Lord Fan, you don't need to be so polite. After all, we are old friends." "No, that's not right. Sir Ling Xiao, you are now our Sky Dragon Domain's Sinjin of Goguryeo. How could Officer Fan dare to compare himself with Sir? For you to come and see me, it is Officer Fan's honor." Officer Fan excitedly jumped out of his seat and hurriedly knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. Chapter 1332. Fan Guanzhong would never have thought that Ling Xiao would lower himself to visit him. However, the truth was right in front of him and it made him very excited. He knew about Ling Xiao's situation from Lai Zan. It turned out that back then, Ling Xiao was just a guest of the Blazing Flame merchants and was brought to Dragon Gate. In addition, Ling Xiao also had a shocking identity. He was the descendant of the Kim people. After knowing these secrets, Fan Guanzhong felt that Ling Xiao would definitely soar to the sky. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to reach this stage in just a few decades. This was a miracle. At first, he thought that the Sinjin of Goguryu's Ling Xiao had the same name as the Ling Xiao he knew. However, when the Sinjin of Goguryo list showed Ling Xiao's profile picture, he was finally sure that it was the Ling Xiao he knew. Now that he saw Ling Xiao again, Fan Guanzhong could not wait to become Ling Xiao's slave. Following such a monster, the Sinjin of Goguryo's future would be bright. Ling Xiao gently supported Fan Guanzhong with his qi and said, "Governor Fan, there's no need to be like this. We're old friends, so let's not be so formal. Today you and I are just catching up. Governor Fan, please invite Manager Lai Zan over. Let's have a drink together." Ling Xiao's status was different from the past. Those who were not familiar with him were naturally in awe of him. Although he did not mind lowering himself to drink and have fun with them, they could no longer do as they pleased as before. Fan Guanzhong immediately ordered people to prepare a lavish banquet. He also sent a trusted aide to quickly invite the Blazing Flame Merchants' manager Lai Zan over. Lai Zan was a demigod king and was a top-notch expert in Shitian City. He was also the most respected person in Shitian City. Most people wouldn't be able to invite him, but over the years he had gotten along well with Officer Fan. Officer Fan didn't personally invite him, nor did he explain why he was here. This made him a little unhappy. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still hurried over. When he arrived at the city lord's mansion, he saw that the person sitting on the main seat was not Officer Fan, but someone else. He was flabbergasted, but when he saw who it was, he shivered and sped up several times. It's Ling? Elder Ling Xiao. Manager Lai Zan, how have you been? Ling Xiao stood up and greeted Lai Zan. To be honest, if Lai Zan had not deliberately invited him to join the Blazing Flame Merchants, he would not have returned to the clan's land and achieved what he had today so quickly. Lai Zan confirmed that the person before him was Ling Xiao, and he was overjoyed in his heart. Greetings, Elder Ling Xiao. Lai Zan bowed and greeted Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao was a member of Dragon Gate, he was a guest elder of the Blazing Flame Merchants, so it was only right for Lai Zan to address him as such. Ling Xiao didn't think much of Lai Zan's greeting. After all, his status was higher than Lai Zan's. However, Ling Xiao still supported Lai Zan and helped him up. Manager Lai Zan, you don't have to be so courteous. If you hadn't introduced me to the merchant union that day, Ling Xiao wouldn't be here today. He paused for a moment, then 2 divine pills and 2 divine weapons appeared in his hand. He flew them to Lai Zan and Officer Fan respectively. These divine king pills and divine weapons are gifts from Ling Xiao to the 2 of you. Lai Zan had been stuck at the demigod king realm for many years, and Fan Guanzhong had also been stuck at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm for a long time. These 2 divine king pills were divine items that they had been dreaming of for their entire lives. Now that Ling Xiao had given them to them so casually, along with a divine weapon, they were even more ecstatic. The 2 excitedly accepted the divine pills and divine weapons, and were about to kneel to Ling Xiao to thank him, but Ling Xiao stopped them. Afterward, the 3 of them drank and chatted in the hall, but it was all Lai Zan and Officer Fan's flattering words to Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao no longer had the feeling that he was happy with them. After coming out of the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao couldn't raise his spirits at all. He was thinking, could it be that as one's strength increased, the distance between people could be widened? Whoever's fist was harder would be the ruler. The weak would be eliminated and the strong would rise. However, everyone was once a weakling. When they stood out from the crowd, would friends no longer be friends and brothers no longer be brothers? Was it the nature of the world that only the weak would suck up to the strong, and live by the strong's face? Ling Xiao was confused. He was afraid that when he returned to Xianling continent, his family would also treat him the same way. Then what was the point of pursuing everything he had now? Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had already arrived outside the city. He didn't notice that there was a group of people rushing out of the Stone Heaven City's spatial formation. And the group of people happened to be heading in the same direction as him, to the stone forest outside the city. Ling Xiao was wondering if he should go and see Old Man Tian, but now that his mind was in a mess, he didn't want to go for the time being. He walked on foot. His speed wasn't very fast, but he soon reached the outside of the city. Ying Bao, Ying Jian and the others came from the sky behind him. They had all concealed their aura, but their speed was so fast that it made people's jaws drop. Ah, that looks like that little bastard Ling Xiao. Ying Jian, who was in the sky, glanced down and shouted. Then he mumbled, "Why is he here?" The Dark Shadow Clan's people quickly fixed their eyes on Ling Xiao. "It's the Dragon Phoenix demonic hoop. I got it without any effort," Ying Bao said excitedly. Then he dived down from the sky and pounced in Ling Xiao's direction. A quasi-ancient divine weapon appeared in his hand, and he thrust it at Ling Xiao's head. He was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, moving as fast as lightning. He wanted to end Ling Xiao's life in one move. He didn't want to give Ling Xiao any chance to counterattack, because he knew how powerful the Dragon Phoenix demonic hoop was. It was an existence that could kill anyone instantly. Ling Xiao was absent-minded, but at the moment of danger he could still feel it. Unfortunately, the other party was already above his head in the blink of an eye. That long sword had already pierced through his head. Die for me. Ing Bao looked ferocious. He roared in fear, pouring all of his energy into the long sword. A long rainbow struck Ling Xiao's head in just a blink of an eye. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert would be smashed to death if he got ambushed by this attack. Shadow Leopard only knew that the Dragon Phoenix demonic hoop possessed a soul power attack that no one could defend against. However, he didn't know that the Dragon Phoenix demonic hoop possessed not only a miraculous soul power attack, but also an abnormal defensive power. Only a peak-level sovereign could destroy Ling Xiao's brain. Boom boom. Ling Xiao's entire body was smashed several thousand meters deep into the ground. His entire body was dizzy and his head was spinning. Without the defense of the Dragon Phoenix demonic hoop, no matter how strong his body was or how tough his head was, he would have been dead already. He sighed inwardly. I'm lucky. He hurried to pull himself together and prepare. He's not dead yet. It's worthy of being an ancient divine weapon. Ing Bao complimented, the greed in his eyes thickening. He locked on Ling Xiao's aura and attacked Ling Xiao one more time. This time he didn't attack Ling Xiao's head. Instead, he planned to destroy Ling Xiao's body first. Ling Xiao felt the immense power, his heart still fluttering with fear. He couldn't find the aura of the person who had ambushed him, so he couldn't use his soul power to counterattack. He could only use his God Soul clones to resist these attacks. Waves of ear-piercing noises startled the people flying around. Dust flew everywhere as terrifying cracks appeared. The people in Sure Heaven City were scared out of their wits. No one dared to come close to the battlefield to watch. Instead, they ran as far as they could. A battle of that level could completely destroy their city and the surrounding area. Fortunately, Ling Xiao still had some feelings for Sure Heaven City. He immediately used his God Soul clones to pull Ing Bao up to the sky to fight. Finally, he knew who the intruder was. It was the Dark Shadow Clan's warrior. No wonder why he couldn't catch his aura. You've come at the right time. It's good that you can relieve my boredom, Ling Xiao thought. He hid his divine soul avatar and attacked the Shadow Leopard. Ing Bao had never thought that the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo could defeat him, a half-incipient God Realm warrior who was infinitely close to the Great Master Realm. However, when he was about to strike Ling Xiao, he found that Ling Xiao had disappeared. How could he disappear? No, it's not right. He's still underground. The Shadow Leopard scanned the area with his divine sense, but he couldn't find any trace of Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger. Instead, he found that Ling Xiao's real body was still underground, which made him very strange. He didn't know who the person he had just fought was. Apparently, that person had the same half-incipient God Realm as him. And the one underground was just a high-level King God Realm warrior. At this moment, Ing Bao didn't know that Ling Xiao's God Soul clones were stronger than his real body. Moreover, he could hide and attack. Right when he was about to attack Ling Xiao's real body one more time, Ling Xiao's God Soul clones had attacked him. The subduing dragon palm mercilessly attacked Ing Bao's vital parts. Boom boom. Ing Bao was attacked inexplicably. He was blown away. If he didn't have the defensive divine armor, each of Ling Xiao's palm attacks was enough to hurt him badly. Ing Bao immediately disappeared into the void, hiding his body. He had to know his current situation. He couldn't understand why he had to suffer a big loss. It made him so upset. At this moment, the warriors of the Dark Shadow Clan found that something was wrong. That bastard is cunning. Hurry and kill him. Ing Mo, the other half-incipient God Realm warrior of the Dark Shadow Clan, screamed in fear, storming towards Ling Xiao's real body. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't let him do that. His God Soul clones gave up attacking Ing Bao and turned around to attack Ing Mo. Ing Mo was attacked inexplicably just like Ing Bao. However, he couldn't find the aura or figure of the attacker. Damn it. Third Brother Leopard, we should join hands to destroy everything here. I don't think we can't kill them all. Ing Mo was a cruel and merciless man. He shouted in alarm and waved his top-grade divine artifact to bombard the surrounding area. Ing Bao knew what Ing Mo was thinking. He immediately moved with him. Many chaotic currents of wind appeared as if they wanted to destroy everything in this area. The Dark Shadow warriors retreated as far as they could to avoid being affected. Chapter 1333. When two halves of incipient God Realm experts attacked at the same time, their power was earth-shaking. Countless tornadoes wreaked havoc in the sky, turning it into a vacuum. Countless streams of chaotic space suddenly appeared as well. The power of every single stream was so terrifying that any God King would probably be torn to pieces immediately if they were swept up by it. Not even a single scrap would be left behind. Fortunately, this place was above the night sky. It was just that the wind and clouds in many spaces were stirred up. If it were on the continent, Shirtian City and all the cities around it would have been destroyed into nothingness. Even so, the entire Stone Heaven City felt the earth shaking. Many of the buildings that were not sturdy were blown away and destroyed. Some of the weaker ones were also blown into the air. Panic screams rang out. The city was in a mess and the sky was filled with dust and debris. What a powerful aura. It's a battle between two halves of incipient God Realm experts. Ling Fei's team could feel the battle happening in the stone forest far from Shirtian City. I can't believe that this remote place has experts like that, sighed Ling Gang. Not good. My husband is in trouble. The Dark Spirit clan is chasing after him. Yun Mingqi screamed in fright. She had the sound transmitting stone with her. She heard Ling Zhao's warning. He asked them to be careful. What? The Dark Shadow clan has big guts. Ling Fei was enraged. He shouted and then dashed towards the battle. Yun Mingqi, Euro Fei, Ling Gang, Evil Emperor and Mad Monk became tense. They all dashed towards that direction. Ling Xiao was facing a terrible danger. The two halves of incipient God Realm experts had joined hands to destroy the space within 100,000 miles around. He had to stay away from them. His real body and his clones had to stay as far away from them as possible. However, the two of them had purposely blasted a great deal of power towards his real body, so his divine soul doppelganger had no choice but to stand in front of his real body to block the power of the wind turbulence. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's clone had reached the half-incipient God Realm. With his improved fighting competence and defense, he could resist the attacks. However, the power of the Shadow Leopard was too strong. It had forced his God Soul clone to back off. Many chaotic currents had hit his body, which gave him a lot of pain. Right now, Ling Zhao's spiritual avatar definitely couldn't return to his physical body. Otherwise, before he could launch a soul power attack, the two of them would have already joined forces to destroy his divine body. Even if he could keep his head, it wouldn't be easy to recover. Moreover, they had 100 ways to destroy his head. He had notified Yun Mingqi, and he believed that Ling Fei had received the message. As long as Ling Fei could come and join hands with him, they could definitely kill the two in front of them. However, Shadow Leopard had already sensed a powerful aura approaching at an extremely fast speed. His expression became incomparably heavy as he said, "He might have strong reinforcements. Let's work harder and get rid of this brat as soon as possible." While talking, he stormed towards Ling Xiao. The quasi-ancient god weapon in his hand swung unceasingly. His power was much stronger than before. Ingemo also joined hands to attack. Two flows of wind energy fused and created a chaotic current that stormed towards Ling Xiao. With such earth-shattering power, even if Ling Zhao's real body was stronger, he would still be finished. Damn it! Ling Zhao's god soul clone screamed in fear. The 9 sun-burning sky fist attacked the two tornadoes. Rumble. Rumble. After a short delay, his real body had fled another 10,000 kilometers, while his soul clone had been sent flying far away by his opponent. The torrential fist intense power had been blown away by his opponent's power, causing it to scatter in all directions. Although Ling Zhao's god soul was powerful, it was unable to resist the combination of two opponents. Moreover, one of them was an existence that was infinitely close to becoming a sovereign. If Ling Zhao's god soul clone was strong enough to reach the middle realm, coupled with his increased combat power, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight 1 against 2. But now he was still lacking. However, Ling Xiao didn't resign himself to his fate. Ling Fei would need at least a few breaths of time to get here. But in just a few breaths of time, it would be enough for the other party to take his life. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to make a desperate counterattack. Ling Xiao borrowed the time it took for his soul clone to block the attack, allowing him to dodge the chaotic wind currents. The divine Bodhi bow appeared in his hands, along with the feather of a divine arrow. This divine Bodhi arrow wasn't one of those specially made arrows. Instead, it was one of the Bodhi arrows he had obtained from the ancient palace in the God Conferment altar. There were 3 of them in total. the Divine Bodhi Bow and the Divine Bodhi Arrow. When the two were combined, they formed a perfect ancient divine bow. Ling Xiao knocked the arrow and drew the bow. With a single breath he completed the arrow. Coupled with the wood attribute energy of the same source, a green light instantly blossomed in the air. A surge of power gathered on the Divine Bodhi Bow, and the boundless source energy in the surroundings gathered. Ling Xiao's target was the Shadow Leopard. He had to kill it in one strike. The Shadow Leopard had already sensed the abnormal aura. His vision passed through the layers of spatial obstructions and saw that Ling Xiao was actually aiming at him with the divine bow. The Shadow Leopard sneered, "Futile struggle." Swish. The Bodhi arrow flew out of his hand. An arrow light shot out like a meteor as fast as lightning. It reached Shadow Leopard in just a blink of an eye. What? The Shadow Leopard screamed in fright. He didn't think that the arrow could be that fast. He couldn't react fast enough. If it were a half-incipient God Realm warrior with other attributes, he wouldn't even have a chance to dodge. However, Shadow Leopard was a wind-class expert. His body moved 1,000 meters away in just a blink of an eye, dodging the arrow. He sighed inwardly, lucky. However, as soon as he said that, he heard Ing Mo scream not far from him. "Third brother Leopard, watch out." Just as Ing Mo's voice fell, Ing Bao turned his head to look, only to see that a green light had already appeared behind him. No! Shadow Leopard changed his visage and screamed in fright. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom boom. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and a green ball of light appeared in mid-air, accompanied by spots of blood-red light. Third brother Leopard. Ing Mo screamed in fright when he saw Shadow Leopard explode into a puddle of blood. His face was panic-stricken. He was well aware of the strength of the Shadow Leopard, yet it was actually killed by a single arrow. What exactly was going on? At this moment, Ling Fei had just arrived. He saw Ling Xiao shoot the arrow. He couldn't help but scream, "Motherf asterisk cur, it's too terrifying." If a peak King God Realm warrior could kill a half-incipient God Realm expert, it could only mean one thing. Ling Xiao's weapon must be a real ancient god weapon. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary one. Ing Mo was scared. At this moment, he didn't have the guts to chase after Ling Xiao. After all, there was another invisible existence. It was hard for him to deal with him alone. And now the other had a helper. He had no chance of winning. Ing Mo made a quick decision, shouting at Ing Jian's team. "All of you run." With that, he burrowed into the void and fled as fast as he could. "You want to run? No way." Ling Fei roared and threw the golden spear in his hand towards Ing Mo with all his might, intending to keep Ing Mo here. However, Ing Mo had reached half-incipient God Realm one step earlier than Ling Fei. If he wanted to run away with his wind power, not many people could stop him. In fact, it wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao's God Soul clone to chase after him. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao had been wounded and his real body had used the Bodhi Divine Bow to shoot that arrow. He was exhausted. If the God Soul clone left his real body and someone came to attack him, it would be the most fatal moment for him. Shi Yin couldn't lower his guard. Even if the other ran away, he would kill him one day. As Ling Fei knew that he couldn't catch up with Ing Mo, he could only chase after the King God Realm experts and attack them. Rumble. Rumble. The King God Realm experts who were a little slower fell into Ling Fei's attack and were blasted into smithereens. There were a few who escaped a little faster and barely escaped the disaster. However, they were also frightened out of their wits. Ling Fei wanted to chase after them one more time, but Ling Xiao stopped him. "Don't chase a cornered enemy. Those bastards ran fast. When we get back to the sect, I will lead the army to kill them all." Ling Fei cursed unwillingly. He returned to Ling Xiao and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. "Good boy, what kind of bow do you have? It's so terrifying." Ling Fei's eyes fell on the godly bow in Ling Xiao's hand, and his eyes were filled with envy. Ling Xiao swallowed a divine pellet and smiled. Bodhi Divine Bow. At the same time, he waved his hand and summoned the divine arrow he had shot out. The Bodhi Divine Arrow was not a single-use arrow. As long as it wasn't destroyed or lost, it could be used again and again. The legendary Bodhi Divine Bow. "Good boy, you actually got it. DSK, I'm so jealous." Ling Fei took the Bodhi Divine Bow from Ling Xiao's hand and caressed its body. Every arrow from the Divine Bodhi Bow would not stop until it hit its target, and its power was extremely terrifying. Earlier, because the Shadow Leopard didn't know about the divine might of the Divine Bodhi Bow, it had been killed just like that. Even its soul had been destroyed by the explosion. Ling Xiao was about to look for the spoils of war when Yun Mingqi and the others arrived. "Xiao, are you alright?" Yun Mingqi and Yuro Fei immediately came to his side and asked with concern. Ling Xiao smiled. I'm fine. Aren't I fine? They're just a few clowns. They can't take my life. Ling Xiao made it sound easy, but he himself had been very nervous just now. It was lucky that the Dark Shadow clan didn't send a supreme expert. Otherwise he wouldn't be safe. Thinking about this, he hurried to reach the supreme expert realm as soon as possible. That was the only way he would feel safer. Once the Dark Shadow clan announced that he was a member of the Soul clan or related to the Soul clan to the ancient clans in the Heaven Domain, it would be the beginning of his disaster. It was no use to think too much. He had to leave this place and return to the Xianling continent to deal with it. His heart had already flown back to his homeland. Chapter 1334. Back then, Ling Xiao had been teleported to this stone forest by the Heavenly Domain Stronghold's heaven-connecting formation. At that time he really didn't know that there was a hidden array formation above this stone forest. Secondly, this array formation was only a concealment array formation used to teleport to the place of exile. Ordinary people would not use it, and it was an array formation that could be opened automatically. Every year it would automatically open, allowing the people from the place of exile to return. This was equivalent to the Heaven Domain giving the people who had been exiled a chance to come back. However, after they came back they would be teleported to a remote place to see if they could adapt to the Heaven Domain. Whether they could survive or not would depend on their abilities. Ordinary people were unable to directly use this formation, but divine kings like Ling Xiao and the others could directly use their divine power to activate the formation here. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't want to cause too much of a commotion in this realm, they could have directly broken through the spatial barrier here and directly teleported to the place of exile. However, if they were to do so, they would be breaking the rules of the heavenly region. The place of exile was originally separated from the heavenly region by its distance and status. If they were to rashly do that, they would incur the wrath of the masses. Of course, if Ling Xiao reached the sovereign realm, he would be able to ignore this kind of spatial barrier. After all, the speed at which a sovereign traveled was not much slower than the speed at which a spatial formation was transmitted. They were traveling at a terrifying speed with every step they took. Therefore, if a sovereign wanted to go to a certain place, other than crossing regions, they would not use any spatial formations. In many remote places, there will be hidden spatial formations. This requires some special methods to activate. You guys stay far away, let me open it. Ling Fei said to Ling Xiao as he waved his hands, causing many chains to rush towards the space in this world. Swoosh swoosh. As streams of energy interweaved and flashed, a ray of light appeared in this space, like a door that continuously flashed in the sky. Ling Xiao secretly memorized Ling Fei's technique in case he needed it in the future. He realized that Ling Fei's method was very simple. All he had to do was fill the hidden formation's core with his divine power, allowing the formation to operate in advance. Let's go. This formation can only last for a short time. Ling Fei said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded, signaled to the others and rushed into the space formation. Finally, I can go back. Ling Xiao thought to himself excitedly. In the heavenly fortress, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared near the heavenly formation. All of the Holy Emperor and Holy Ones in sky-piercing city could sense the boundless power flickering endlessly. Astonishment flashed across their faces. Isn't there still 3 months before the heaven-connecting formation opens? Why did it suddenly open ahead of time? What is going on? Could it be that it's going to open earlier this year? Let's hurry over and take a look. Maybe we can get to the Heaven Domain in advance. Yes, there aren't that many people here yet. We can go to the Heaven Domain in advance, haha. The heavens are really on my side. There will definitely be a place for me among the 100 seats. The people in sky-piercing city rushed out of the restaurants one by one. They had originally come here in advance to wait for the heaven-connecting formation to open. They did not expect that there would be such a sudden change this year. It made them feel as if they had picked up Pingyi, and all of them were extremely excited. After all, there were only 100 seats every year. When the heaven-connecting formation opened, they would have to go through a round of slaughter before they could ascend to the altar. Now that it was opening ahead of time, wouldn't it reduce the resistance and allow them to ascend to the Heaven Domain? The few people who were left all worked hard to reach the heaven-connecting formation as quickly as possible. It was just that in the past, there would always be heavenly arrival positions descending, but this time, there were no heavenly arrival positions. There were only streaks of divine light constantly surging, and those who rushed in front of the divine light were immediately forcibly bounced back. One by one, they were shaken by the divine light to the point that they vomited blood. Fortunately, the divine light did not have any killing power. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as vomiting blood. How could this be? Why can't we charge in? A holy emperor who was sent flying shouted unwillingly. The rest of the people also revealed depressed and uncomfortable expressions. They had thought that they would be able to enter the heaven domain in advance, but it seemed that they had been overjoyed. Soon after, many figures appeared on top of the divine light. All of them were like gods descending to the mortal world. Waves of multicolored light continuously shone on their bodies, adding a holy radiance to them. There. Someone came out of the heaven connecting formation. Are they gods from the heaven domain? Why can't I feel their auras at all? Could it be that they were sent here and not during the time of the heaven opening formation? That guy with the headband looks so familiar. I don't remember when I saw him. The people from the heavenly domain stronghold looked at the people who had descended from the sky and exclaimed, "Weren't the people who came out of the heavenly array Ling Xiao and the others?" When Ling Xiao and the others felt the lack of energy in the heavenly domain stronghold, they immediately felt uncomfortable. They were already used to the dense spirit energy and source energy in the heavenly realm, so they were naturally not used to it when they suddenly came to this kind of place. However, it was only a short period of discomfort, and they completely adjusted themselves in a daze. The land of exile is indeed not an ordinary poor place. There isn't even much source energy, so how can we nurture talents? How can we condense more divine objects and resources? Ling Fei immediately sighed. Ling Xiao laughed. Hee brother, when you return to the ancestral land, you will know better what it means to be poor. Relatively speaking, this place is already very good. The Xianling continent was already at the end of its life, and all the source energy was even more scarce than here. There would be some source energy coming from the heavenly domain stronghold at any time, and the more the spirit energy in the Xianling continent was consumed, the more it would dry up. Maybe one day, it would not be easy for the Xianling continent to produce a saint or a mystic emperor martial artist. At this point, Ling Xiao had a flash of inspiration. He was thinking that if the Xianling continent was filled with source energy like the heaven realm, would the Xianling continent also return to its ancient prosperity? Ling Xiao had learned from some of the ancient records of the Kim people that in the ancient times, the Xianling continent's spirit energy and source energy were not inferior to the heaven realm at all. At that time, there were also incipient god realm existences and many god kings. At that time, there were still many ancient races on the Xianling continent, and the area was countless times larger than it was now. However, as the power was constantly used for cultivation, and there was no energy to replenish it, it caused the Xianling continent to slowly fall into the current situation. Therefore, the Kim people had no choice but to move to the heaven realm, including some of the ancestors of the Sun Moon sect who had moved over from the Xianling continent. Not many people knew about this secret, but it had indeed existed before. Ling Fei's words pulled Ling Xiao back to reality. The heaven and earth are reversed, and the power is exhausted. Maybe the heaven realm will face such a situation sooner or later. Let's go, don't scare the others. The evil emperor reminded. Ling Xiao nodded and quickly led the group out of the city of Tongtian. The holy emperor and the saints who were still in a daze felt their eyes blur, and then they lost track of the group. High up in the sky, the heaven-connecting formation closed again, and the sky returned to normal. They finally realized that they had really seen a god descend. They regretted not running over and pledging their loyalty to those people just now. If they could be with them, they would definitely be able to go further in the future, and they would definitely have a chance to go to the heaven realm. Master, do you want to make a trip to the 10,000 Swords sect? Ling Xiao suddenly asked the evil emperor. The evil emperor's body stiffened, and he glared at Ling Xiao. What 10,000 Swords sect? What nonsense are you talking about? Feng Qingyuan knew about the 10,000 Swords sect, and there was a Yin Shui there. She was said to be the evil emperor's sworn sister, but according to her judgment, there was an 80% chance that Yin Shui had a secret with her brother evil emperor. Otherwise, why would Yin Shui help them so generously back then? Little sister Yin Shui had helped us before. As an elder brother, if you don't put her at ease, it will really hurt her heart. If it's possible, bring her to the heaven region as well. Feng Qingyuan moved closer to the evil emperor and pinched his waist. She was still very annoyed with the evil emperor's romantic personality, but ever since she reunited with him, she realized that his personality had changed a lot. At the very least, he wasn't like before, always thinking of ways to provoke other beautiful women. Of course, the Dark Emperor was no longer the young and promiscuous Dark Emperor he once was. He had been tempered by the passage of time and like Ling Xiao, he had reigned in his lustful thoughts. He would no longer be tempted by any woman, nor would he provoke them. Little sister Yin Shui? Is she also his old lover? Xu Ziqin glared at the evil emperor as if she had overturned a jar of vinegar. I don't know about that, but she claims to be Big Brother Evil Emperor's little sister. Feng Qingyuan smiled faintly, full of ridicule. The other side of the evil emperor's waist was fiercely pinched by another hand, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. What are you guys doing? I really have nothing to do with her. She's really just my sworn sister. The evil emperor quickly explained. Is it really just a sworn sister? Then why didn't you admit it when Xiao Er mentioned the 10,000 sword sect? Do you have a guilty conscience? Feng Qingyuan said with a smile. You hurry up and tell me, other than this little sister Yin Shui, what other little sister is there? Explain it to me clearly this time or else I won't let you off. Xu Ziqin glared at him and shouted. What little sister? There's nothing else, can you guys stop pestering me endlessly? The evil emperor said with a flushed face. Master's wife Ziqin, you don't know this, but where I come from, Master is known as the demonic emperor of flirtatiousness. This is very famous. Master's wife Qing Yuan was deceived by him. Rabbit bastard, you're rebelling, right? When did this emperor have this title? The evil emperor did not admit it. For a moment, everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 1335. Xianling continent was one of the ancient continents. The reason why it was called an ancient continent was because it had existed for tens of thousands of years. From the desolate era to the ancient era, the near ancient era, it had experienced all the eras. Its existence was probably not shorter than the heaven domain. There used to be many warriors here, experts as common as the clouds, and races stood tall in the forest. As more and more powerful cultivators appeared, they needed to absorb more and more energy for cultivation, and there were many fights between them. The energy was absorbed by the cultivators, and all the energy in the world was destroyed by the war. The cycle repeated. The energy in the world became weaker and weaker, and the land was destroyed. Finally, the land became poorer and poorer, and it became more and more difficult for the cultivators to break through to the next level. The energy that the creatures on the land could absorb was reduced, and the speed of evolution was reduced. Everything was no longer as prosperous as it was in the ancient age. If this continued, the situation would only get worse. Many powerful cultivators of the ancient clan left the Xianling continent, looking for more suitable places to live and grow stronger. Therefore, in the ancient age, there were fewer and fewer powerful cultivators left in the Xianling continent. Many years passed and many wars continued to destroy everything here. At last, it became the situation that the Holy Emperor could not find. Maybe after tens of thousands of years, even the saints would not appear. That was the real reason why so many powerful cultivators had to leave the Xianling continent after they reached the Saint Realm. In the central region of the Xianling continent, besides the martial arts pavilion, the Proud Smile Palace was the most powerful force. The Proud Smile Palace had been established for less than 100 years, but its reputation was no less than the martial arts pavilion. It was even more powerful than the medicine sect and alchemy sect. The founder of the Proud Smile Palace, Emperor Xiao, was an influential figure in the central region. It had only been 20 years since he became famous in the central region, but he had already become a household name. He was an idol and a legend worshipped by all men, women, old and young. He was on the same level as the Blade Tyrant, the Sword Addict, the Evil Emperor, and the Mad Monk. His name had been recorded in the history books. The original Death Mountain Range had been renamed to Rainy Swamp Mountain Range more than 10 years ago. Why was it changed to Yuza? More than 10 years ago, the Xiao Emperor gave birth to a pair of twins. The granddaughter's name was Ling Yu and the grandson's name was Ling Zhe. They were the children of Feng Lingtian and Bai Yuemei, but they did not follow their parents' surnames. Instead, they restored their grandfather's surname. After all, they were the first grandsons of the Xiao Emperor. If they followed their father's surname, there would be a dispute about their bloodline. As for the high priest, he had already gotten over it. It was nothing more than a surname. Anyway, they were all his descendants. Now that the Gu tribe was gradually recovering, there was no need to worry about losing the inheritance. When Feng Lingtian and Bai Yuemei gave birth to a son in the future, they would go to their Feng family to continue their bloodline. Following the birth of Ling Yu and Ling Zhe, the heavens descended upon the proud smiling palace. Thus, the unlucky name of the Death Mountain Range was changed to the Rain Swamp Mountain Range, hoping that the proud smiling palace, Ling Yu and Ling Zhe would be able to enjoy the rain and dew forever. The Proud Smile Palace was built in the Rain Swamp Mountains. As the power of the Proud Smiling Palace grew, the number of people in the palace increased as well. From the original 5,000 people, it had expanded to nearly 30,000 people. This number only counted the number of people in the palace. The elders and deacons outside the palace were not counted. Currently, within the Rain Swamp Mountain range, there were many people from the Proud Smiling Palace spreading out, as if they were looking for something. All of their faces were extremely ugly and nervous. They all rode high-level spirit beasts and flew towards different parts of the mountain range, constantly exclaiming "Miss You" and "Young Master Zhe." High up in the sky there were two middle-aged men. One of them was riding a high-level 6-stage Thunder Eagle, while the other was riding a middle-level 6-stage Raging Flame Tiger. Bu Yong still hasn't found the two little ancestors? The middle-aged man on the Thunder Eagle asked the middle-aged man on the Raging Flame Tiger. Bu Yong shook his head at the man and said, "I've searched everywhere but I haven't seen anyone." The middle-aged man on the Thunder Eagle was called Wang Hua, and he was an inner elder of the Proud Smiling Palace. He had the cultivation of a high-level Empyrean. Bu Yong was also an inner elder of the Proud Smiling Palace, and he had the cultivation of a middle-level Empyrean. The people who were searching with them were all Empyrean or Earth Emperor stage cultivators. All of them spread out within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, conducting a carpet search. "This is bad, I can't see anyone on my side either. These two little ancestors are really going to kill me." Wang Hua sighed anxiously, then he asked, "Let's go deeper and look. If we still can't find anyone, or if something happens to the two little ancestors, we'll both be finished." Bu Yong blamed himself and said, "It's all my fault, these two little ancestors are too good at tormenting people. We originally agreed to play around here, but who knew that they would run away when we weren't careful? If we weren't sure that there were no powerful spirit beasts around here, I'm really afraid. It's useless to say anything now. I'll go deeper and take a look. If they encounter a powerful spirit beast, then it'll be terrible. Hurry back to the palace gate and ask for help, and pray for the two little ancestors good luck," Wang Hua said. Then he rode the Thunder Eagle towards the depths of the Rainy Swamp Mountains. Bu Yong hesitated for a moment, then immediately turned around and went back to the palace gate as fast as he could to ask the Supreme Elder to come out. If something happened to the two little ancestors, he was afraid that they would really be buried with them. In the depths of the Rainy Swamp Mountains, there were two young boys and girls about 14 or 15 years old nervously looking for a way back. The young boy and the young girl looked very similar. If it weren't for the different styles of clothes they were wearing, people would think that they were twin brothers. However, although they were not twin brothers, they were siblings of a dragon and a phoenix. They were the little ancestors of the Proud Smiling Palace, the most pitiful young lady Ling Yu and young master Ling Zhe. The reason why they were here was because of the rebellious mentality of the young man. They grew up under the care of servants. Even when they went out to play, there were a lot of people following them, which made them tired of it. Recently, they learned a secret technique to hide their aura from Grandpa Leopard. Therefore, they specially found some excuses to send away the people around them, and took the opportunity to escape into the depths of the mountains to play. They wanted to find some excitement and get rid of the feeling of always being watched. It had to be said that they were young and ignorant. There were many high-level spirit beasts in the Rainy Swamp Mountains. These past few years, after the Proud Smiling Palace occupied this place, they did some cleaning in the nearby mountains. Many of the high-level spirit beasts were chased into the depths of the mountains to prevent them from hurting the disciples who were training nearby. However, these two little fellows actually dared to leave the area controlled by the palace and foolishly entered the depths of the mountains. In this place, even the mystic emperor might not be able to escape unscathed, let alone these two little fellows who were only at the spirit master level. Why does it feel so gloomy? It feels like something is looking at us, the cute girl said with a frightened expression. She held a thin sword in her hand and looked around vigilantly, always on guard against danger. "Big sister, what are you afraid of? Didn't we see nothing when we ran in? They even said that there were many high-level spirit beasts in the depths. How come I didn't see any? How boring." The young man with exquisite facial features said proudly with a golden blade in his hand. The young girl was Ling Yu and the young man was Ling Zhe. Their gorgeous clothes were already torn in many places, revealing the exquisite soft armor underneath. TSK, who ran as fast as he could after hearing a little sound, and now he's pretending here. Ling Yu looked at her little brother Ling Zhe with disdain. "Big sister, what are you saying? Aren't I doing this to protect you? Grandma always said that it's natural for a man to protect a woman. Ling Zhe argued with reason. You're the woman, this lady is the invincible beautiful maiden warrior. Ling Yu said narcissistically. Ling Zhe hurriedly made a vomiting gesture to express his protest. Ling Yu said unhappily, hurry up and find the way back or else Uncle Hua and Uncle Yong will be worried. When his older sister was angry, she was still a great threat to Ling Zhe. He no longer argued with her and hurriedly walked in a direction. They didn't know that this direction led to the depths of the forest. The forest was filled with a gloomy and cold aura, and the roars of beasts could be heard from afar. The more the two walked, the more afraid they became. It was unknown how many weeds had torn their clothes. Zhe, why do I feel that this isn't the way back? Ling Yu said as she hugged her little brother's arm in fear. I also have the same feeling. Why don't we try changing directions again? Ling Zhe said. The two of them had never trained alone before, so they didn't know how to distinguish the direction from the things in the forest. Hearing the roars of the beasts, the fear in their hearts grew even stronger. Whoa! At this time, the low cries of spirit beasts could be heard nearby. The two of them immediately became nervous. Could it be that a spirit beast has come out? Ling Zhe looked around vigilantly. His heart was filled with fear and excitement at the same time. He urgently wanted to fight with spirit beasts and display his extraordinary battle prowess. Hey, look, what a cute little tiger. Ling Yu looked in a direction and cried out in joy. Then she jogged in that direction. In that direction there were a few tiger cubs that had just been born, frolicking and playing. They looked especially adorable. Ling Zhe wanted to accompany his sister and run over, but he thought of something and immediately shouted, Sis, come back quickly, don't go over. What are you doing? Quickly come over and take a look, this fluffy little tiger is so cute. Ling Yu had already squatted down and hugged a little tiger as she laughed happily. Sis, quickly put it down, a tigress will come back, we are in danger. Ling Zhe screamed as he ran towards Ling Yu, wanting to pull his sister away. Suddenly, a tiger's roar came from a direction. Brr. Chapter 1336. It's all your fault, old man. You always told Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhe that they could train in the jungle and kill spirit beasts. Now they've gone into the mountains to train. If anything happens to them, I'll kill you. In the backyard of the proud smiling palace, a woman cursed with a sobbing tone. This woman was the mother of the proud smiling palace's Xiao Emperor, Meng Xiyun. The person she was cursing was her husband Ling Zhan. Aside from the two of them, there were many other people in the courtyard. Most of them were beautiful women, and all of them had anxious expressions on their faces. Ling Yu and Ling Zhe were their hearts. If the two of them were to go into the rainy Luster Mountain range alone, it would be disastrous. Don't cry here. I just wanted to chat with them and tell them about the wonders of the outside world. Who would have thought that the two of them would actually... I'll go find them now. If I can't find them, then I won't come back. Ling Zhan's heart was also very uncomfortable. After saying that, he immediately flew outside. However, another beautiful woman wearing white clothes said, Master, don't worry. Uncle Bao and Uncle Feng have already gone out to look for them. With them around, I believe that the two of them will be fine. This woman was Feng Ling Tian's wife, Bai Yueme. Although she said that they would be fine, the anxiety on her face was obvious. No, Yueme, don't stop him. Didn't he always say that he wanted to go out to train? Let him go. If he can't find my two little sweethearts, then I won't forgive him for the rest of my life. Meng Xiyun pushed Ling Zhan and said. Although Meng Xiyun was more than 100 years old, she still looked like a young woman. She didn't look like an old lady at all. However, ever since she had grandchildren and great-grandchildren, she became more and more like an elder. Could be said that she cared for them very much. Ling Zhan, as her husband, was becoming less and less important. You woman. Ling Zhan snappily said. He immediately rushed towards the direction of the transmission formation. Yun Air, quickly send more people to search, we can't let anything happen to them. Meng Xiyun said to Feng Xianyun. Before Feng Xianyun could say anything, Kai Shiyue, who was at the side, replied, Mother, don't worry. We've already sent out all the people from the Leopard Hall and the Eagle Hall. I believe there will be news soon. Feng Xianyun also nodded lightly and said, They are fine for the time being, the jade tube of life is still intact, I guess they just got lost. This time, it can be considered as a lesson to them, lest they overestimate themselves. Although she said so, she wanted to go out and find him herself. This was her granddaughter and grandson. The tiger's roar shocks the world. A tiger's roar shook the nearby forest, causing the trees to sway. Many birds and beasts in the distance were frightened to the point of running away. Ling Yu was so scared that she trembled, and the little tiger in her hands fell from her arms. Whoa! The little tiger cried out in dissatisfaction when it was thrown to the ground. Ling Zai pulled Ling Yu and was about to escape in one direction. Otherwise, if the tigress caught up to them, they would be in trouble. Although they had never faced a spirit beast alone, they had long since understood the terror of many high-level spirit beasts. With their strength, how could they be a match for these high-level spirit beasts? Unfortunately, it was already too late for them to escape. A golden tiger that was as large as a hill walked out of the forest step by step. This golden tiger was extremely mighty. Its golden fur flickered with waves of brilliance, and on its forehead was the word King, showing off its domineering aura as the king of the forest. This was impressively a tiger king that had reached the peak of the 7th rank. No wonder there were no other spirit beasts nearby. Ling Yu and Ling Zai had originally come out to experience the thrill of killing spirit beasts. However, when they suddenly saw such a golden tiger, the two of them were so scared that they started to tremble, and their throats were raised to their throats. Sis. What rank is this spirit beast? Ling Zai held the golden blade in his hands trembling non-stop. How would I know? Let's quickly escape. Ling Yu said in fear. Great-grandfather said that when we meet spirit beasts stronger than us, we must be calm, find their weakness and kill them in one strike. Sis, you back off, let me fight it. Although Ling Zai was scared to the extreme, he still wanted to restrain his calmness and protect his sister behind him. He had a bit of the spirit of a man. Zai, hurry up and leave, let me block it. Ling Yu didn't want her brother to be in danger, so she pulled him behind her and cried out in fear. No sis, hurry up and leave, I can definitely beat it. Ling Zai clenched his teeth and roared in fear. The golden blade in his hand slashed towards the golden tiger that was slowly walking over. A low-level spirit master could already slash out a decent amount of force. The attribute light emitted a resplendent blade aura as it flew over. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Numerous blade auras smashed onto the golden tiger that didn't dodge or evade, causing quite a bit of commotion. When all the spirit energy attacks disappeared, the golden tiger wasn't damaged at all. Its pair of copper bell-like eyes emitted a dense hostility. The golden tiger finally lost its patience. With a roar, it pounced towards Ling Zai and Ling Yu to bite. It wanted to swallow these two weak humans alive. Ling Zai was so frightened by the tiger's roar that he fell to the ground. His face was extremely pale and he thought to himself, it's over. Who knew that Ling Yu, who was behind him, would shout, die for me? A black shadow flew out from her delicate hand, and dots of black light flew towards the huge mouth of the golden tiger. These black dots were famous poisonous insects, little treasures raised by poison scorpion. However, they were taken away by this little girl before they could be raised. Each of these poisonous insects could poison a rank 5 spirit beast to death. Ling Yu threw so many at once. Once the golden dragon tiger was bitten, it would be enough to eat a pot of it. Unfortunately, Ling Yu hurriedly threw them out so they were completely ineffective. The golden tiger spat out a ray of golden light and destroyed all of them. It's over, this tigress is too scary. Ling Yu's delicate face was incomparably pale. She continuously threw out many things including the heavenly lightning seed that was used for self-defense. Ling Zai recovered from his shock as well, and he withdrew all his trump cards that could protect his life. These trump cards were high-rank spirit beasts, rare treasures, terrifying poisonous creatures and so on. They were all good things that could make people of a higher rank than them suffer a great loss. However, in front of the golden tiger, which was far more powerful than them, these things were useless. The golden tiger didn't want to play with them anymore. Its huge body leaped up high. And its bloodthirsty mouth had already enveloped the two of them. It could swallow the two of them in one bite. The two of them screamed in fear. They felt that they were really going to die under the tiger's mouth. However, as they curled up and waited for death to arrive, they realized that the golden tiger didn't move at all. When they looked at the golden tiger, they realized that the golden tiger was crawling on the ground. Its body was trembling non-stop, as if it had encountered something terrifying. Ling Yu and Ling Zai were confused. How did the ferocious high-rank spirit beast become like this? Whose child is this? How dare he come to such a deep mountain with such meager strength? Isn't he afraid of being eaten by spirit beasts? A voice was heard coming from high up in the sky. When Ling Yu and Ling Zai looked up, they noticed a group of strangers standing in the sky above them. For some reason, They felt a sense of familiarity when they looked at the young man in the middle of the group of people, who had an evil smile on his face. At this moment, the group of people slowly descended from the sky. The young man with the evil smile even walked toward the golden tiger. "Big brother, don't go over, it'll eat you," Ling Yu boldly reminded the young man. For some reason, she felt that the young man looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. At this moment, Ling Zhe mumbled to himself, "Elder sister, he seems to be that person in the statue in the palace." Ling Yu's body and mind froze, and her eyes became infatuated as she looked at the young man. "Seems like it." The young man didn't seem to hear what Ling Yu said. He had already arrived in front of the golden tiger and caressed its head a few times. "Are you a golden flower?" The golden tiger immediately responded, "Yes, Crown Prince. I haven't seen you for a long time. Thank you for still remembering the golden flower." "Hee, so you gave birth to a tiger cub. No wonder your temper is so fiery. I could hear your cries from far away." The young man laughed lightly. Then he walked over to the little tigers and picked them up. "Ah, so you gave birth to a tiger cub. Hey, these little fellas are actually not bad." The young man was surprised. The group of people walked over to look at the tiger cubs. One of the middle-aged men said, "What a good golden tiger. His bloodline is much stronger than this big tiger. It has a chance to become a sacred beast in the future." "Brother, you're right. We have to protect these little fellas well." The young man replied, then put down the tiger cubs and said to the tigress, "Golden flower, protect these little fellas well. It was unintentional for them to barge in. Let them go." "Yes, Crown Prince." The tigress responded and immediately turned around to take the tiger cubs away. Ling Yu and Ling Zhe were immediately dumbstruck. They didn't expect this young man to be so powerful. He was actually able to shock the fierce tigress to the point that she had to listen to his orders. In an instant, their hearts were filled with incomparable worship. They knew that those uncles in the palace didn't have such powerful abilities. They could only use force to kill it. "Where did you come from? Why did you come to the depths of the mountain range? Aren't you afraid of being swallowed alive by the spiritual beasts?" The young man looked at the two little fellas in front of him and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At this moment, a call came from not far away. "Xiaoyu, Xiaozhe, where are you?" Chapter 1337. The golden tiger was called the golden flower by that person because that person definitely knew the golden tiger. And that person was Ling Xiao, who had just returned from the heaven region. He was also one of the legends of the central region, the Smiling Emperor. The Rainy Luster mountain range could be said to be Ling Xiao's territory. In the past, he often cultivated in the mountain range. And this golden tiger was one of Ling Xiao's training beasts. At that time, Ling Xiao was no longer interested in capturing spirit beasts. He only wanted to test if his dragon battle chi could subdue this kind of spirit beast. Later on, he even used his dragon battle chi to suppress the golden tiger. At that time, it was only at the peak of the mid-7th stage. Just now, when Ling Xiao and the others rushed back to the Rainy Luster mountain range, they heard the tiger's roar. Thus, Ling Xiao and the others noticed Ling Yu and Ling Zhe. This was the fate of grandfather and grandson. However, Ling Xiao didn't know them, but that sense of closeness couldn't be erased. Ling Xiao thought that these two fellows could be his son's sons. However, when he thought about Feng Ling Tian's troublesome personality, he felt that it was impossible. That brat was only interested in cultivation and poisons. He didn't seem to have much interest in women. As for that brat Ling Yu, he was still a little kid when he left. Could he have a child now? That might really be the case. However, before Ling Yu and Ling Zhe could reply, they heard someone looking for them again. Ling Zhe said to Ling Yu happily, "Sis, it's Grandpa Feng." Then he cried out, "Grandpa Feng, we're here, we're here." Ling Yu also called out, "Grandpa Feng, Grandpa Feng." Ling Xiao looked up and saw a familiar figure through the layers of branches. His body and mind couldn't help but tremble. For many years he had faced many dangerous situations and many terrifying opponents, but he had always been unwavering. However, at this moment his state of mind was wavering. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years had passed. The brothers of the past were still the same. That brotherly love did not fade because of the distance between the two places and the passage of time. On the contrary, it was like a fine vinegar wine. The more it was stored, the older it was, the deeper and more fragrant it tasted. Ling Xiao's brotherly love for Yi Yunfeng was the same. For many years, Ling Xiao had been worried about Yi Yunfeng, Hua Xiaogui, Tang Guogua, Cruel Leopard, and the other brothers who had followed him. Each of them occupied a very important place in his heart, and no one could replace them. Yi Yunfeng was already a high-tier mystic the Arch. He could already hear the voices of the two rascals. Just as he was about to descend, another figure was even faster than him. This person was riding on a peak of the seven-step demon-armored leopard. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he had arrived at the bottom of the forest. Yi Yunfeng chuckled. These two little devils have become Brother Bao's flesh and blood. After saying that, he rode on his own astral yellow lion and descended. Could it be that someone found these two little devils ahead of time? Yi Yunfeng saw that there seemed to be people standing below, but he was unable to sense their auras. He could only vaguely see their figures. The one who landed in the forest earlier than Yi Yunfeng was the cruel leopard. He had already arrived in the sky above Ling Yu and Ling Zhe. He kept the demon-armored leopard and immediately went to the two little fellows to check on them. Ling Yu, Ling Zhe, are you guys alright? The concern on his face was unmistakable, as if the two children in front of him were his own children and grandchildren. Grandpa Bao, we're fine. Ling Zhe replied. Ling Yu said from the side, Grandpa Bao, a big brother saved us. He scared away a big tigress. You must give him some benefits to repay him later. Ling Yu said with a deadpan expression. Her tender face already had an expression of gratitude and desire to repay his kindness. Alright, don't worry. Grandpa will send you back first. I will send someone to give them a generous reward. The cruel leopard revealed a rare kind expression. The once ruthless demon emperor Curly Xiong was no longer as murderous as before, but he was now more amiable and kind. Grandpa Bao, do you think this big brother looks like the statue in our palace? Ling Zhe whispered to the cruel leopard. What are you talking about? That statue is yours. The cruel leopard said disapprovingly, but before he finished speaking, he thought of something and suddenly turned his head. When the cruel leopard saw that person clearly, his body instantly trembled, and his eyes emitted a look of astonishment. Cruel leopard, long time no see. Ling Xiao looked at the cruel leopard with a faint smile on his face. At this moment he was extremely excited and happy. Greetings, Palace Master. The cruel leopard took 2 steps forward, directly knelt down on one knee and shouted very respectfully. Ling Yu and Ling Zhe looked at the kneeling cruel leopard, and their expressions were instantly shocked. They knew what kind of person their Grandpa Bao was. He had never pretended to speak to anyone. Even if the other grandfathers were in front of him, he would be calm and collected, and would not reveal the slightest bit of emotion. Even if he saw their grandmothers, he would not give such a big salute. At most he would just bow slightly. But now he actually knelt down and saluted this big brother, and even called him Palace Master. It's really big brother, you really came back. Another voice descended from the sky and cried out in surprise. That figure instantly rushed down and heavily knelt on one knee like the cruel leopard. The two little fellows were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. It was also the first time they saw Grandpa Feng kneel. In the entire central region, there was no one who could make these two grandfathers kneel. Even if the Spirit Martial Pavilion's Pavilion Master came, these two proud grandfathers would not bow and kneel. This allowed them to instantly confirm the thoughts in their hearts. The statue within the palace was definitely this big brother who stood before them. No, it should be said that this was their grandpa who was truly related by blood to them. Ling Xiao instantly used his strength to lift them up, and then he patted them heavily on the shoulders. His face was covered in joy as he said, "I'm back." Subsequently, he gave them a bear hug to express the excitement in his heart. He felt at ease when he knew that his brothers were fine. Because he met Fan Guanzhang and Lai Zan earlier, the feeling of inferiority and ingratiation they felt towards him had been completely swept away at this moment. He believed that the feelings between brothers would absolutely not be diluted and estranged for any reason. After not seeing each other for so many years, Yi Yunfeng had risen another level, and he was only half a step away from the saint realm. On the other hand, the cruel leopard had completely become a saint. Their appearances hadn't changed much, but their temperament had risen another level. Little you, little Zhe, quickly come over and greet your grandpa. This is the biological grandpa that I've always mentioned to you. Didn't you say that you wanted to see him even in your dreams? Yi Yunfeng turned around and called out to Ling Yu and Ling Zhe, who were in a daze. The two of them immediately came back to their senses, and their faces were filled with excitement as they ran over to Ling Xiao and knelt on both knees as they said, "Ling Yu, Ling Zhe, greets grandpa." Since they were young, they had always dragged their grandfathers to tell them stories about their grandpa. They had heard from Grandpa Feng about how domineering and mighty their grandpa had been all those years ago. In their hearts, their grandpa had already been deified by them, and their feelings of worship couldn't be expressed with words. They had heard that their grandpa had already gone to the legendary heaven realm, and they didn't know when he would return. However, they had unexpectedly met their grandpa today, and they had even seen their grandpa's method of subduing spiritual beasts. This made them worship their grandpa to the extreme. They were thinking about when they could also subdue their grandpa without a fight. That would be the coolest way. These two children are yours? Ling Xiao asked with some excitement. Hearing Yi Yunfeng's words, Ling Xiao was sure that these two children were his granddaughters and grandsons. According to his understanding of his two children's personalities, it seemed that Ling Yu had the qualifications to be a father earlier than Feng Ling Tian. Haha, you're wrong. They are Ling Tian's children, a pair of twins. The older sister is Ling Yu and the younger brother is Ling Zhe. Now that the Death Mountain Range has been changed to the Rainy Swamp Mountain Range, this was the idea of godmother. Yi Yunfeng laughed loudly as he explained. Tianer's children, haha, good, what a pair of twins. I never thought that I, Ling Xiao, would also become a grandfather. Ling Xiao laughed wildly towards the sky, and then went forward to help the two children up. Looking at the two little fellows with red lips and white teeth, he was incomparably satisfied and happy in his heart. Immediately after, two waves of energy were transmitted from his hands towards Ling Yu and Ling Zhe. Ling Yu and Ling Zhe only felt the blood in their veins start to boil. Their meridians, organs, bones, all seemed to be cleansed by an extremely pure and vast energy at the same time. That feeling was abnormally comfortable and refreshing, and they couldn't help but want to moan. Pala pala. Ling Yu and Ling Zhe's bodies kept emitting strange sounds. Balls of spiritual energy kept surging towards them, and at the same time they entered their bodies. As the spirit chi rushed into their bodies, their auras actually began to rise. Not long after, they went from low-level Spirit Master Cultivation to middle-level Spirit Master Cultivation. Brother Xiao, don't be too hasty. Ling Fei reminded from behind. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and released his hands towards the two of them at the same time. Then he said faintly, sit down cross-legged, focus and consolidate your strength. When Ling Yu and Ling Zhe heard this voice, it was as if there was an irresistible magic. They immediately sat down cross-legged and began to consolidate their strength. When Cruel Leopard and Yi Yunfeng saw this move of Ling Xiao's, their expressions became incomparably shocked. They had never heard of anyone who could directly raise someone's cultivation. Even a saint didn't have such an ability. They finally realized that Ling Xiao's strength had probably already far exceeded the scope of their imagination. Actually, they didn't know that if Ling Xiao was willing, he could also directly raise their strength to an even higher level. However, that was a little like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, and it wasn't beneficial to their long-term development. Chapter 1338. While the two kids were stabilizing their powers, Ling Xiao introduced Yi Yunfeng and Cruel Leopard to the people who had come back with him. Yi Yunfeng and Cruel Leopard knew that these were the powerful existences from the heaven realm, so their expressions became a little tense. However, after Ling Xiao said, "From now on we will be good brothers," Yi Yunfeng and Cruel Leopard felt a lot more relaxed. Because he could see that no matter how strong these people were, they seemed to take Ling Xiao as the center. Moreover, although these people were all arrogant, their attitude towards Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard was not bad. I say, Brother Xiao, the bloodline power of these two kids is not weak. We must bring them back to the clan to train them. The old patriarch will be very happy. Ling Fei looked at Ling Yu and Ling Zhe and said to Ling Xiao. Ling Fei was now in existence at the half-incipient god realm. He could definitely feel the resonance between the two kids' bloodline and his. Perhaps their bloodline was not as strong as Ling Xiao's, but after being washed by the dragon blood, they should not be weaker than Ling Fei's bloodline power. You don't have to say that. I plan to select the Ling family members who can activate the bloodline power and bring them all to the heaven realm to train. Ling Xiao nodded and said. There were thousands of people in the Ling family, and some of them had the metal attribute. Their bloodline power should not be weak. When the time came, as long as they were trained, their achievements would not be too low. It could also be considered as adding new blood to the family. That's right. If we can find the ancestors, our family doesn't need to deliberately keep a low profile anymore, Ling Fei responded happily. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the two little fellows with a happy expression on his face. After dozens of years, he was also a grandfather. This feeling was very happy, but at the same time he felt guilty. It seemed that he had not done his duty as a grandfather. At this time, people who were looking for Ling Yu and Ling Zhe also passed by. Yi Yunfeng immediately went up to the leading elder and said, "Go back and report to the old madam that the old palace master is back and the two little ancestors have been found. We will rush back later." "The old palace lord is back?" the man exclaimed, his face full of excitement. Don't be too ostentatious for the time being. Don't cause any trouble. Let's wait for the old palace master to return and make a decision," Yi Yunfeng instructed. The man nodded heavily and immediately returned to the Laughing Palace at the fastest speed to bring the news to the old madams. This was a big event that made everyone excited. After the man returned to the palace, he immediately went to the courtyard at the back of the mountain, where the old women lived. However, before he could reach the back peak, someone immediately came out to stop him. After all, most of the people living on the rear peak were women. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter this place. This man was too excited and forgot that he needed to report this matter to the palace master Xen Li. The palace master should tell this matter to the old madam. Right now he didn't care too much. First, he would see if they could make an exception. He hurriedly said, "Elders, I was ordered by Grand Supreme Elder Yunfeng to report an urgent matter to you. Please let me go up the mountain." "Do you have Grand Elder Yunfeng's handwriting?" the peak celestial master guarding the mountain gate asked coldly. "He didn't. He just passed on my words. This is an important matter for our palace, so please believe me," said that person anxiously. "Since it concerns our palace, why don't you report to the palace master first? The old madams have not been in charge of the palace affairs for many years. Don't you know this?" The peak celestial master snorted coldly. The man instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't know whether to report to the palace master or to tell them about it and let them report it. At this moment, two figures rushed over from a direction. The two of them were a woman and a man. The woman was incomparably beautiful and exuded an air of nobility, while the man was handsome, confident, and extraordinarily distinguished. These two people were Ling Zhao's daughter and son Ling Ying and Ling Yu. When they learned that the two little ancestors were missing, they immediately rushed out of their closed-door training to know the latest situation. "What are you doing?" Ling Ying asked. They bowed to Ling Ying and Ling Yu. The elder, who was arranged by Yi Yunfeng to come back, immediately said, "Young miss and young master, Grand Elder Yunfeng asked me to come back to report to old madam that the old palace master has returned and the two little ancestors are safe and sound. Old madam doesn't have to worry too much. They will be back soon." "What, you said the old palace master has returned?" Ling Yu exclaimed. "That's what Grand Elder Yunfeng said." That person replied. "Big sister, did you hear that? He said the old palace master is back. Doesn't that mean father is back?" Ling Yu revealed a smile of disbelief. Ling Ying's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She quickly nodded and said, "Let's go back and tell mother and the others. They will definitely be happy." After saying that, the two of them immediately rushed towards the back of the peak. When they brought the news back to the back peak, all the women couldn't help but sob softly. It must be known that these women stood at the peak of the central region. Each of them had a cultivation level that surpassed the mystic the arch. How many women in the central region could be compared to them? Now they were all crying for a man. This man was really proud. This brat is finally willing to come back. What an unfilial son, sob, sob. Meng Xiun cried the loudest. Her face was full of tears. It could be seen that she missed her son to the extreme. Bai Yushi threw herself into her arms and asked while crying, "Godmother, do you think young master is really back?" She was afraid that this was a dream. Once she woke up, everything would be gone. If it was a dream, she would rather never wake up until young master came back. "He should be back. Yunfeng won't lie to us," Meng Xiun said with certainty. Many of the women at the side comforted each other. They couldn't wait to go out and see the husband that they missed for so many years. At this moment, Feng Xianyun spoke, "Sisters, let's not cry anymore. If he comes back and sees us in this ugly state, I'm afraid he will despise us." Feng Xianyun's words were indeed effective. Even the usually easygoing and calm Ji Beixin couldn't stay calm anymore. "I'm going back to touch up my makeup." Ji Beixin wiped her tears and said. Then she gracefully walked towards her house. "I'm going back to change into a new set of clothes." Wei Dyer looked more energetic in her martial attire. Compared to the others, she looked more heroic and less coquettish. She left behind this sentence and hurriedly walked towards her own house. The other women present also found different excuses to quickly return to their rooms to redo their makeup. Meng Xiun sighed while looking at the flustered women. Xiao is really something. He has so many beautiful wives, yet he has the heart to leave for dozens of years. I need to teach him a lesson when he comes back. The news of Ling Zhao's return was like a bomb going off. It shocked everyone in the proud smiling palace. Even the supreme elders who had been in seclusion for many years rushed out of their seclusion grounds, including Elder Han, who had been the pillar of the sea stabilizing force for many years. Elder Han was an 8th-stage saint alchemist and a half-holy emperor. His status in the proud smiling palace was only below Ling Xiao. No one else could compare to him. He was also one of the best in the central region. When Feng Lingtian and Bai Yueme were married, some saints from the spiritual martial pavilion had come to the proud smiling palace as guests. They were all extremely arrogant and looked down on the nouveau riche of the proud smiling palace. However, when Elder Han came out to host the wedding, the saints from the martial spirit pavilion all became like grandsons. Their attitude was very good. It was also at that time that the representatives of the big forces who came to attend the wedding realized that the proud smiling palace had a strong foundation. They couldn't provoke it casually. When they learned that Elder Han's advancement was related to the Xiao Emperor, they finally realized that the man who went to the heaven realm was a respectable existence. That kid is finally back. I wonder what kind of surprise he has prepared for us this time. Han Kai came to the palace and laughed. Greetings, old Han. Above the palace master hall, all the mysterious emperors saluted Han Kai respectfully. Even Xen Li, who was sitting on the palace lord's seat, bowed to him. It showed how high Han Kai's status in the proud smiling palace was. What are you waiting for? Let's go and welcome the old palace lord. Han Kai waved his hand and said. Xen Li immediately replied, let's follow Elder Han's instructions and go out to welcome the old palace master back. Xen Li was not young now, but he looked to be in his 30s. He was still very young and his strength had reached the low-level mysterious emperor. His cultivation speed could not be said to be slow. As this group of people walked out of the palace lord's main hall, a group of stunning beauties slowly walked through the air not far away. They were like fairies, so beautiful that it was dazzling. Everything else seemed to be overshadowed by them. It's the madam and the others. They came out. One of the mysterious emperors exclaimed. Of course they came out to welcome the old palace lord. Even the old madam came out to welcome him. Another mysterious emperor hurriedly replied. They looked at the beautiful madam and their eyes were full of infatuation. Each of the madam's beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a country. Anyone who had one of them as a wife would be happy. But their old palace lord could have so many beautiful wives. Each and every one of them couldn't help but worship him. Greetings, madam. All the people in the proud smiling palace bowed to the madam and the others. After so many years, this was the first time they saw all the madam together. At this time, a figure flew back and shouted, the old palace lord is back. Chapter 1339. Ling Xiao Yi Yunfeng, Cruel Leopard, and the others slowly flew over. A young man was riding on top of a mighty and handsome golden wolf king. In front of him sat a young man and a young woman. They looked like a golden boy and a jade girl, giving off a very shocking effect. Ling Yu and Ling Zhe were sitting on top of the golden wolf king. They didn't look nervous at all. Instead, their faces were filled with joy. They looked around and looked down at the people below like princesses and princes. When Ling Xiao returned to the Shenling continent, he had already brought his 3 holy beasts back. The 2 little fellows were sitting on Ling Xiao's golden wolf king, a powerful rank 9 holy beast. This holy beast alone was enough for it to sweep away all the major forces in the central region. Sis, look, it's great-grandmother. All the grandmothers and grandfathers have come out to welcome Grandpa. Ling Zhe excitedly pointed in the direction and shouted. Ling Yu nodded and said excitedly, even when Father and Uncle Xang came back, there wasn't such a big scene. Even old Master Han came out. Grandpa's face is really big. When I grow up, I also want to be a great hero respected by thousands of people like Grandpa. Ling Zhe looked back at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao touched their heads lovingly and said, in the future, you will definitely be more outstanding than Grandpa. When Ling Xiao and the others approached the main peak, the people on the main peak all shouted, welcome back to the old palace master. Welcome back to the old palace master. Mighty voices sounded from below. Everyone in the palace knelt down on one knee to welcome their old palace master, the smiling emperor. In their hearts, Ling Xiao was an omnipotent existence. Not only was his martial strength shocking, but he was also a rare high-grade alchemist that could be counted on one's fingers. His accomplishments could be said to be unparalleled in the Central Territory, and his deeds had long since become an existence of supreme glory. It could be said that without him, there would be no proud smiling palace today, and there would be no higher position in the central region. Therefore, their gratitude and worship towards Ling Xiao could not be expressed with words. "Grandfather is so impressive." Ling Zhe could not help but exclaim. Ling Yu also nodded her head and smiled. Of course, grandfather is the most powerful grandfather in the world. When Ling Xiao heard the two little fellows singing together, a different kind of warmth welled up in his heart. He had always pursued the pinnacle of martial strength. He only knew that he had to constantly become stronger and step on all his enemies. The thrill of killing made him feel very fulfilled, and his life in this world was not in vain. But now he felt that he had a wife, children, and grandchildren. That kind of faint and warm feeling made him feel incomparably comfortable and happy. It was as wonderful as a clear spring slowly flowing through his heart. It made him determined to protect this unique love forever. No matter who it was, if they dared to destroy his warm love, even if they were the heavenly emperor himself, he would kill them. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Get up, all of you." Although his voice wasn't very loud, it was filled with incomparable majesty. His voice fell into everyone's ears without missing a single word. "Thank you, old palace master." Everyone shouted in unison. Ling Xiao and the others finally landed on the main peak. The people on the main peak were all the higher-ups of the proud smiling palace. Every one of them was a noble existence in the proud smiling palace. They were still kneeling on the ground, and their appearance was very respectful. Each of the old madams looked at Ling Xiao with tears in their eyes. Their beautiful eyes were filled with endless longing. Ling Xiao looked at the familiar faces and looked at the women he loved, and his tears almost flowed out. Fortunately, he took a deep breath and forcibly stopped himself. Otherwise, he would have lost his composure today. Finally, his gaze fell on Ling Zhan and Meng Xiyun. He quickly took a few steps forward and knelt down in front of them. This unfilial son greets father and mother. This kneel of Ling Xiao was very straightforward, without the slightest bit of hesitation. A man should not shed tears lightly, for a man should have gold under his knees. Ling Xiao never allowed himself to cry, nor did he allow himself to kneel. However, at this moment he had no choice but to kneel, because kneeling to the heavens, to the earth, and to his parents was a matter of course. No one felt that Ling Xiao was doing this in any way. On the contrary, they felt that he was a righteous man who didn't forget his loved ones and his parents because of his achievements. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Meng Xiyun immediately went to her son and helped him up. She knew of her son's abilities, but he had charged into the heaven domain alone. There were many experts there, and if he was the slightest bit careless, he could easily lose his life. Moreover, her son was always causing trouble, so she had been worried about her son all these years. If it wasn't for her grandchildren accompanying her, she wouldn't be in such a good state. Perhaps she would miss her son so much that her hair would turn white. Ling Zhan stepped forward and patted his son's shoulder. "Stinky brat, if you don't come back soon, your mother will complain to death." "What did you say? When did I complain to you?" Meng Xiyun glared at Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan immediately said in defeat, "All right, you didn't complain to me, okay?" Then he whispered, "Do you still want people to be reasonable?" Right now, Ling Zhan was already a mystic emperor while Meng Xiyun was only a heavenly sovereign. However, even a mystic emperor like him wasn't a match for this heavenly sovereign. Ling Xiao hugged Meng Xiyun and smiled at Ling Zhan. "Father, mother is the best mother in the world. She's considerate, gentle, refined, and virtuous. She's also very good to you. I think it must be because you're too focused on cultivating and didn't spend time with mother. That's why she's like this." The moment this was said, Meng Xiyun smiled from ear to ear and nodded. "It's still the son who understands his mother. Your father is an unromantic fellow. Back then I was blind to like him." Cough cough. "You're only talking about your father, aren't you the same? Look at these wives, they've been waiting for you to come back." Ling Zhan's face turned red and immediately seized the opportunity to retaliate. This time, it was Ling Zhao's turn to reveal an awkward expression. Then his gaze fell on his own women. Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue Ji Beixin, Bai Yushi Wei Dyer Bing Ruoxue Yao Qingmin Yu Laiyan Wu Meinyang Dongfang Jing Luo Meng. Each and every one of them was as beautiful as a goddess. Each of them was like 100 flowers blooming, making Ling Xiao feel that they were still the most beautiful. They bowed to Ling Xiao at the same time. "Welcome back, husband." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "Why did you guys come back? Are you angry at me? Don't treat me like an outsider." Feng Xianyun was the first to straighten her body. She took 2 steps forward and caressed Ling Xiao's face, saying softly, "We sisters missed you too much." Ling Xiao's heart tightened, and a wave of guilt welled up in his heart. He held Feng Xianyun's hand and looked at them, saying, "I've wronged you." Then he turned to Xinli and said, Tell them to disperse. I'll first gather with your mistress and the others. 3 days later, there will be a general assembly in the martial arts field. I want to meet everyone." When Xinli heard his master call him, his expression immediately became excited and he replied, "Yes, master." Then he immediately gave the order for everyone to disperse and prepare for the general assembly in 3 days. Yi Yunfeng, Cruel Leopard, Solitary Eagle, Poison Scorpion, Cold Snake, Li Kuanghu, Mad Tooth, and other direct subordinates of Ling Xiao also tactfully retreated. Only Han Kai, Mu Huai, Ling He, Ling Tsang, the High Priest, and other seniors of Ling Xiao's generation stayed for a while. After Ling Xiao greeted them one by one, they also retreated, leaving time for Ling Xiao, his wife and children. "Brother, I'll have someone take you to rest first." Ling Xiao turned to Ling Fei and said. Ling Fei nodded and said, Our matters are not urgent." Ling Fei and the others followed Xinli to the place arranged for them to rest. On the main peak only Ling Xiao and his women, son, daughter and wife were left. "Come Xiaoyu Xiaozhe, didn't you guys always say that you want to see your grandfather? Now that he's in front of you, you have to take a good look." Meng Xiun waved at Ling Yu and Ling Zhe and smiled. "Great-grandmother, didn't you see that we came back with grandfather just now? We've already reunited with grandfather." Ling Yu hugged Meng Xiun's arm. "That's right, it was Grandpa who saved us. That tigress ran away after Grandpa said a few words. Grandpa is too amazing, he even helped us increase our strength. Now we are middle-stage soul masters, normal people are no match for us." Ling Zhe said very proudly. "Look at great-grandmother's memory. It's good that you know grandfather. In the future, follow your grandfather and learn some skills. No one in the central region will be your match." Meng Xiun said dotingly. "And we will definitely learn from grandfather." Ling Yu and Ling Zhe said at the same time. "Okay, let's go back first. Ling Tian and Yueme are getting married, but you didn't attend. As a grandfather, Elder Han and I will be the officiator for you. Let's go back first and let them serve you tea. This ceremony can't be wasted." Ling Zhan said from the side. Meng Xiun immediately said, "That's right, let's go back first and let Ling Tian and Yueme serve you tea. We have to properly thank Yueme for not letting us down and giving birth to such a pair of sweethearts." Following that, the group of people flew back to their residence. Ling Xiao sat on the main seat while Feng Ling Tian and Bai Yueme, who were kneeling in front of him, served him tea. This kind of feeling made Ling Xiao feel like he was truly an elder. His son was already married. Father-in-law, please have some tea." Feng Ling Tian and Bai Yueme said at the same time. Ling Xiao took their tea and took a sip. He smiled and said, "Ha, you're not bad. You found such a good wife. In the future you have to treat your wife well. If I find out that you bullied her, I definitely won't let you off." Feng Ling Tian had been taught many lessons by his father since he was young. He immediately put on a fearful expression and said, "Dad, don't worry. I'm like grandfather now, I'm a henpecked husband." "What did you say?" Bai Yueme immediately looked at him unwillingly. "No, nothing, it was a slip of the tongue." Feng Ling Tian immediately waved his hand and explained. Chapter 1340. Feng Ling Tian had been a troublemaker since he was young, but he was only interested in cultivation and playing with poisons. He was definitely not as romantic as his father Ling Xiao when it came to women. At that time Ling Xiao felt that it was strange, why did this brat not inherit his good tradition? In the end he felt that it was because he had left Feng Ling Tian to the high priest to be brought up that he was affected like this. Later on, if it wasn't for Bai Yueme's infatuation with Feng Ling Tian probably wouldn't have gotten married so early and even had a pair of twins. It was precisely because of this pair of twins that Feng Ling Tian was even more obedient to Bai Yueme, and Bai Yueme was doted on by her grandmother, mother, and aunt, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. However, just because a man was afraid of his wife did not mean that he was useless. On the contrary, a true man who did not care about small matters with women was a man who knew how to love. In this regard, Feng Ling Tian was very similar to his grandfather Ling Zhan. Come, this is a greeting gift for you, Yueme. As a father-in-law, I have treated you unfairly. Ling Xiao took out a spatial ring and handed it over to Bai Yueme. Although this was the first time Bai Yueme had met her father-in-law, she had heard a lot about him. Moreover, her unruly husband had always held him in high regard. Now that she saw his demeanor, she felt a sense of respect. She received the spatial ring and thanked him repeatedly. She couldn't help but be curious as to what was inside the spatial ring. Feng Lingtian, who was at the side, said with a sour tone, "Father, you can't favor one over the other. No matter what, I'm still your son, why don't you give me some gifts?" "It's not impossible for me to give you a gift. Saint artifacts, divine objects, anything you want," Ling Xiao said as he kept them in suspense. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. They were sure that Ling Xiao had gained a lot in the past few years. In any case, ever since they met Ling Xiao, they felt that Ling Xiao's temperament had changed greatly. It gave them a feeling of complete reverence and submission, as if they had seen a god and naturally worshipped him. Now that they heard Ling Xiao's words, they all guessed that he had reached an unimaginable realm. After all, too many miracles had happened to Ling Xiao. They felt that anything could happen to him. Feng Lingtian's eyes were filled with stars. "Really?" After a pause he asked again, "What are your conditions?" It seems like you know that I, your father, have a condition." Ling Xiao replied with a smile and then said, "When you can withstand one move from your father, I can satisfy you with these things." "Father, you have to keep your word." Feng Lingtian's fighting spirit instantly soared. Now he was a mid-tier mystic, the Arch. His advancement speed was unparalleled. Furthermore, his battle strength was not inferior to a high-tier mystic, the Arch. He did not believe that he could not even withstand one move from his father. Ling Xiao was rather satisfied with Feng Lingtian's realm, but he did not show any of it on his face. "Are you sure you want to block one of my moves now?" Ling Xiao asked. "Of course, I don't believe that I can't even block one of your moves," Feng Lingtian replied confidently. "Overestimating yourself." Ling Xiao said faintly. He released a bit of his aura. BFFF. Feng Lingtian was immediately sent flying like a broken zither. A mouthful of blood splattered in the air. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Bai Yueme's face became incomparably pale. No one understood why Ling Xiao would suddenly attack and even injure his own son. "Xiao, what are you doing? Why did you injure Tian?" Meng Xiun was the only one who could criticize Ling Xiao. She quickly ran over to help Feng Lingtian up. "Mother, don't worry, he won't die," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Feng Xiun felt even more distressed in her heart, but she felt that Ling Xiao would not do this for no reason, so she endured and did not say anything. Before Meng Xiun arrived in front of Feng Lingtian had already bounced up. His expression became somewhat strange, but he quickly returned to normal. "Tian, are you all right?" Meng Xiun asked with concern. Feng Lingtian shook his head and said, "Grandmother, I'm fine." Then he said to Ling Xiao, "Many thanks, father. And it's good that you know. Some things haste makes waste. In the future you definitely can't put yourself in danger." Ling Xiao revealed a dignified expression. Then his expression eased up a bit and he said, "Do you still think you can take one of my moves?" This child doesn't dare." Feng Lingtian immediately revealed an ashamed expression. He originally thought that with his own strength, he would be able to take one of his father's moves. Now that he couldn't even withstand a bit of his father's aura, he knew how big the gap between him and his father was. His heart was even more determined to work hard for his father. Everyone didn't understand what the father and son were talking about. After Feng Lingtian and Bai Yueme left, it was Ling Ying and Ling Yu's turn to serve tea to Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao left the central region, the two of them weren't very old. Now they had already grown up, but they weren't married yet. "Father, please drink your tea," Ling Ying and Ling Yu said in unison. They had just seen their father lightly glare, and their respected big brother was actually sent flying just like that. They respected their father even more. When they were young, they didn't spend much time with their father. Now that they met again, they were quite excited and happy. "Daddy is ashamed to drink your tea. Your big brother, personally taught him. Otherwise he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Daddy will personally guide the two of you in the future, especially you, Ling Yu. I don't know how you've been cultivating all these years. How old are you now? You've only just reached the low-level Celestial Lord level. You've lost all my face," Ling Xiao said with a guilty expression before glaring at Ling Yu. He discovered that Ling Yu actually looked like he had drunk too much, which made him a little angry. How could his son Ling Xiao be such a person who didn't want to make progress? Ling Ying, this elder sister, was only a few months older than him, and she was already at the peak of the middle stage Empyrean realm. However, Ling Yu was only a low-level Empyrean. How could this not make him angry? Ling Yu's expression became incomparably flustered as she replied, "Father, I'm sorry." At this time, Feng Lingtian said from behind, "Father, you told me to look after my younger brother and sister, but I'm not a competent big brother and let brother Yu indulge himself. Father, if you want to blame someone, blame me." Although Feng Lingtian wanted Ling Yu to work hard to cultivate, this brat's personality was a bit exaggerated. He hung out with those scoundrels all day long, so he didn't know what to say to him. Ling Ying also said, "Father, Ying is also at fault." As Ling Yu's mother, Kai Shiyue, was also helpless. She knew her son's character, but she only had this one son. If she didn't love him, who else would she love? However, with Ling Xiao sitting here, she didn't dare to speak up for her son at all. She knew that the more strict Ling Xiao was with her son, the more he cared about him. "Sai, if you want to say something wrong, it's father's fault. I don't care what you've done in the past. From now on, when you're by my side, all of you better cultivate properly. If you're still so disappointing, I'd rather not have such a son." Ling Xiao sighed. He felt very guilty in his heart. If he hadn't left the central region and stayed to watch over them, it wouldn't have been like this. Ling Ying and Ling Yu retreated. Ling Xiao pulled Yun Mingqi and introduced her to the other women. As for Euro Fei, she had already known Feng Xianyun and the others for a long time. All the women here knew that the most important person in Ling Xiao's life was Yun Mingqi, and Ling Xiao had often mentioned this matter to them. Now that they saw Yun Mingqi in person, they still felt that she was so beautiful and moving, making them feel ashamed of themselves. No wonder their husbands were so infatuated with her. Among them, Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyan were once fellow disciples of Yun Mingqi, and Bing Ruoshui had spent some time with Yun Mingqi. "Senior sister, I'm so happy to see you." Bing Ruoshui held Yun Mingqi's hand and sobbed. Back then, she had misunderstood that Yun Mingqi wanted to marry someone else and give up on Ling Xiao. Later on, when she found out the truth, she felt very guilty towards Yun Mingqi. Now that she saw Yun Mingqi again, she was naturally very happy. Yun Mingqi was also very happy. She didn't have many friends, but Bing Ruoshui was her best friend, her best junior sister. The two of them used to talk about everything. "Junior sister Ruoshui, we can be together again in the future. It's really Pingyi." Yun Mingqi rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. Although she already knew that Ling Xiao had many women, seeing so many of them all at once made her feel very uncomfortable. However, when she thought about how she wasn't by Ling Xiao's side in the past, and how outstanding Ling Xiao was, it was normal for women to like him. Ling Xiao had no way to deal with the relationship between his women, and he could only hope that they could get along peacefully. In any case, Feng Xianyun had handled this very well for him, so he didn't have to worry about it. He began to chat with the other women, asking about their situation over the years. At the same time, he had already decided in his heart that he would make it up to them in the coming days. In the next 3 days, Ling Xiao took turns to comfort and pamper them, trying his best not to let any of them blame him. Of course, he stayed in Feng Xianyun's room longer than the others, and this was something that the others could understand. After all, Feng Xianyun was their big sister, and also Ling Xiao's official wife. Even if Ling Xiao cared about Yun Mingqi the most in his heart, he could no longer replace Feng Xianyun's position. And Ling Xiao's feelings for Feng Xianyun were not the slightest bit inferior to Yun Mingqi's. After all, she had given him a good son, and he even had a pair of dragon and phoenix twin granddaughters and grandchildren. In these 3 days, the news of Ling Xiao's return had spread to every corner, and even the citizens outside of Wind Cloud City knew about it. For a time, whether it was inside or outside the palace, it was incomparably lively. The palace prepared a grand ceremony to welcome the return of the palace master, and the citizens outside the palace also spontaneously celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights, to express their respect and love for Ling Xiao. Chapter 1341. Did you hear that our palace master is back? I've long since heard that the old palace master disappeared without a trace dozens of years ago. We thought that he had gone into closed-door cultivation and retired from the martial arts world. I never thought that he would actually go to the heaven realm. His strength has long since reached the Saint realm. Saint realm is nothing. How many people can come back from the Qingyun realm? I think our palace master has become the holy emperor. No, maybe he is at a higher level. No matter what, our palace master is back. The Palace Master is the most powerful force in the Central Territory. The Martial Spirit Pavilion can't stop us anymore. Isn't that right? The Martial Spirit Pavilion has always been afraid of Elder Han. Now that the Palace Master is back, it is the most glorious moment for the proud smiling palace. It would be great if the Palace Master could accept me as his disciple. Keep dreaming. I would be satisfied for the rest of my life if I could see the Palace Master. I heard that the Palace Master is not the only one who came back. Someone even saw the evil emperor and the mad monk. Is it true? Did they meet the Palace Master in the Qingyun realm? The news of Ling Zhao's return from the Qingyun realm was everywhere in the Palace Master and the Wind Cloud City. This news seemed to have grown wings and spread from Wind Cloud City to all corners of the central region. Many old monsters who had been in closed-door cultivation all came to the Palace Master when they heard the news. Maybe they wanted to know more about the Qingyun realm, or maybe they wanted to get on good terms with the emperor. There were many people who went to the Qingyun realm and few of them ever came back. They had to ask Xiao Di about something. Right now, both inside and outside of the palace of the proud smiling king in Wind Cloud City were filled with a joyous atmosphere. Inside and outside of the palace, everyone was celebrating. It was clear to see how much they worshipped Ling Xiao. The scene of singing and dancing was like the return of the Golden Age. Now the martial arts field of the proud smiling palace was full of people. 1/3 of the 30,000 people of the proud smile palace were standing there, while the other 2/3 were outside the arena. They were standing at the foot of the mountain, making it look like a mountain of people. This was the first time the palace of the proud smiling palace had ever seen such a magnificent scene. All of them wanted to bask in the glory of the old palace master. The elders and deacons of the previous generation had seen the old palace master, but the elders and deacons of the new generation had only seen the statue on the main peak. They had to take advantage of today's opportunity to meet the old palace master, lest they regret it for the rest of their lives. On this day the sky was covered densely with rosy clouds, and it was an omen of peace and prosperity. A figure surrounded by more than 10 people slowly arrived in the sky. The leader was no longer Palace Master Xen Li, but today's protagonist, Old Palace Master Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was dressed in white with his hands clasped behind his back. His handsome face, his dignified and elegant figure, and his disdainful demeanor of an emperor, all showed that he was different from the others. Just by standing in the middle of the crowd, people would have the urge to immediately kneel down and worship him. If he had not restrained his aura, none of the people below would have been able to stand in front of him. Beside Ling Xiao were his eldest son, Feng Ling Tian, and his chief disciple, Xen Li. The two of them were now the pride of the proud smiling palace. Both of them had broken through the mystic the arch stage before the age of 100, and they were famous in the central region. No matter where they went, they represented the face of the proud smiling palace and Ling Xiao. Behind them were Yi Yunfeng, Mad Tooth, Cruel Leopard, Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Cold Snake, Li Kuanghu, and the 8 generals. Every one of them was above the mystic the arch stage, and Cruel Leopard was a saint. Why did they reach a stage that others could not achieve in a lifetime in just 100 years? They had been following the right person from the beginning. The strength they had now was all thanks to Emperor Xiao. After all, Emperor Xiao was the best alchemist in the central region. The reason why they could follow Emperor Xiao was that they were highly respected in the proud smiling palace. Nobody dared to challenge their authority. All the people in the proud smiling palace knelt down to worship Ling Xiao and shouted, "Greetings, old palace master, and great elders." Their voices were loud and mighty, and a great momentum shot up to the sky, representing the unstoppable momentum of the proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao and the others didn't land. They just looked down at the people in the sky and talked. They didn't want to feel the feeling of looking down at the world. They just wanted to see everyone in the proud smiling palace, so that they could see the old palace master's glory. No one had any objection to that. On the contrary, they were even more satisfied. Otherwise, those who were weak would not have the chance to see the old palace master's glory. Ling Xiao looked down at them, and his heart was filled with excitement and lofty sentiments. He just wanted to make a name for himself, to have a pure land for his family to cultivate in peace, and to have the strength to protect his family. Now it had developed to such a scale, which made him feel emotional. Although it was not comparable to the forces in the Qingyun realm, it was enough to be a king in this area. Ling Xiao sat down with his legs crossed. His hands gently moved around, and streams of spiritual qi filled the space. Suddenly, Tens of thousands of colorful lights shone down from the sky, making the proud smiling palace look gorgeous. Everyone was possessed by the spiritual energy, and a feeling that made them feel as if they were walking on air arose spontaneously. When the auspicious lights shone on them, they even felt as if their bodies and minds had been cleansed once again, and a feeling of being one with the world quietly made them calm down. There were even some with strong comprehension ability who actually fell into a state of epiphany and reached the state of being one with the world. Many people who had been stuck in the bottleneck for many years were about to break through at this moment. Swoosh! They quickly absorbed the spiritual chi from the sky and the earth around them to increase their motivation to break through. Then the momentum caused by the breakthrough shot up to the sky. Under normal circumstances, people who wanted to break through would only do it when they were fully prepared, in case they were disturbed or the spiritual chi was insufficient. But at this moment they didn't have to worry about that. Most of the spiritual chi in the rainy swamp mountain had been absorbed by Ling Xiao, which contained a few strands of the original power. It was enough to attract all the people here to break through. In Ling Xiao's eyes, their realms were not worth mentioning. He would treat this as a reward for their dedication and loyalty to the palace sect for all these years as the old palace master. However, those who didn't gain anything could only blame themselves for being too unlucky. For a whole day and night, everyone was immersed in this pleasure. Even those who had broken through didn't know they had broken through. Only when all the divine lights disappeared did they regain their senses from their intoxication. The originally calm scene instantly became noisy and excited. I seem to have broken through to the king's stage. How could this be possible? This is the gift of the old palace master. The old palace master must have become a god, otherwise how could he have such a great magical power? Thank you, old palace master. Yes, all of this is thanks to the old palace master. I have also broken through to the next stage. This is great. I have been stuck for 50 years, I didn't expect to make another step. Thank you, old palace master. The old palace master has blessed the palace, it is our blessing. Old palace master, please accept our worship. Thank you, old palace master. People of the proud smiling palace kowtowed to Ling Xiao again. However, before their knees touched the ground, a power stopped them from kneeling down. While everybody was shocked, Ling Xiao, who was in the sky, started to speak. You don't have to be so polite. I have been away from the palace for many years, and I haven't had the chance to thank you for all your contributions to the palace. This time I just give you a chance. If you can break through, it is your ability. If you can't, it is not a big loss. Everything depends on your own efforts. He paused for a while and continued, since the establishment of the palace, all the glory of our palace has been related to your existence. In the future you must be proud of the palace. You must love each other, help each other, strengthen each other, and honor each other. Don't let anyone look down on the people of the proud smiling palace. If you can be loyal to the palace, Master Xan will treat you well. If you want Shen crystals, you will get Shen crystals, magic herbs, and elixirs. Finally, I just hope that the palace can always prosper and enjoy peace and prosperity. Ling Xiao talked incessantly about his expectations to the people. They all stood upright and listened carefully. Their admiration for Ling Xiao had reached the point of blind. Now, every word of Ling Xiao made them firmly believe in it and they had to obey it. This was definitely not the prestige effect that the current Xen Li could achieve. Behind Ling Xiao, all of the direct descendants of Ling Xiao looked at him with a fanatical look in their eyes. They all knew that their old palace master was different from the past, and the distance between them and the old palace master was like the sky and the earth. However, they still hoped that this time Ling Xiao could take them with him. They still felt honored to be his slaves. Ling Xiao looked at the people in the palace, and his eyes were filled with a bit of reluctance. He knew that this might be the last time he talked to them like this. He might not come back in the future. Ling Xiao waved his hand to dismiss them, and then he returned to the main hall with his direct followers. It was time for Ling Xiao to reward his direct followers according to their merits. He had always been generous to the people around him, and this time would not be an exception. However, he had another idea. He hoped that they wouldn't let him down. Chapter 1342. In the palace of the proud smiling palace lord, there sat the most important people in the palace. They might not be the most powerful people in the palace, and they might not have contributed the most in recent years. However, their status was incomparable and their loyalty was incomparable. They were the most loyal followers of the Xiao Emperor. They were the founders of the proud smiling palace, and they were the most loyal followers of the Shao Emperor. Each of them could die for the Shao Emperor at any time. Therefore they were qualified to sit here. This was their glory and no one could share it. Ling Shao sat on the main seat and Xen Li, the palace master, could only respectfully stand beside him, like Feng Ling Tian with the etiquette of a junior. Xen Li did not think that Ling Shao came back to take his position. Otherwise, why would his master pass down the position of the palace lord to him? Below them were Han Kai, Cruel Leopard, Yi Yunfeng, Lone Eagle, Poisonous Snake, Cold Snake, Li Kuanghu, Mad Tooth, and the 8 generals. Among them, Han Kai was a half-holy emperor, and he was the most powerful person in the proud smiling palace besides Ling Shao. Cruel Leopard was a low-level saint, but he was not the second most powerful person in the proud smiling palace. Ling Shao controlled several saint puppets, but Cruel Leopard had the greatest potential. His body was just over 100 years old. Yi Yunfeng was a high-level Shen emperor, and his speed of advancement was definitely the fastest among the direct descendants of Ling Shao. His Tenbin was also the best, and his future achievements would not be low. The others were all mid-level Shen emperors. If they did not have the resources and supreme-grade Shen emperor elixirs left by Ling Shao, they would not be able to reach this stage so quickly. Of course, their Tenbin was not as good as Yi Yunfeng, but they were the most hard-working. As long as they worked hard, they would be rewarded. As for Mad Tooth, he had changed his body and returned to low-level Shen Emperor after 10 years of cultivation. He did not use elixirs to advance, so it was only a matter of time before he returned to his original Saint cultivation. Looking at these direct descendants whose strength had greatly increased, while Ling Shao felt satisfied, he also felt that he had treated them unfairly. Brothers, you've worked hard all these years. I, Ling Shao, would like to propose a toast to all of you. Thank you for staying by our side all these years, and thank you for all your contributions to our sect. Ling Shao raised the wine glass in front of him and said to the crowd. Then he drank a toast to all of them. We wouldn't dare. With the exception of Han Kai, everyone stood up with their cups in their hands and bowed. None of them knelt because Ling Shao had told them not to kneel casually. After drinking this cup with Ling Shao, they all felt that their old palace master hadn't changed at all. He still treated them like brothers, which made their gratitude towards Ling Shao reach its peak. Today I called you all here because you are my good brothers who have gone through life and death with me. Now that I, Ling Shao, have made a name for myself in the Heaven Realm, I want to ask if you are willing to abandon everything here and follow me to the Heaven Realm? Ling Shao asked very seriously, and then he reminded, above the Heaven Realm, the saints are the most ordinary cultivators. Only the Holy Emperor can be called a powerhouse, and the overlord of a region is at least a god king. So if you go there, it will be equivalent to starting all over again. However, there is no lack of various holy objects and divine materials to cultivate, which can help you advance faster. Although the strength of these brothers in front of him was still very weak, if they continued to stay here, they definitely wouldn't be able to go further. And with the help of the divine cauldron, it wouldn't be a problem for him to bring all of them to the Heaven Realm to cultivate, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to arrange a place for them to cultivate, so he asked this question. His relatives would definitely be taken away, and these brothers in front of him, he respected their own choices. After all, not everyone yearned for the peak of the martial extreme like him. Perhaps they would be more satisfied if they continued to be respected experts here. Therefore, there were some things that Ling Shao felt that it was better not to force them. However, Ling Shao still underestimated his influence in their hearts, and also underestimated their yearning for the Heaven Realm. Moreover, after hearing Ling Zhao's reminder, they became even more scorching. They liked the feeling of being respected here all these years, but they also hoped to have greater strength, to be able to live forever, to see more wonderful things in life, and even if they died in the end, they wouldn't regret it for the rest of their lives. We are willing to follow the old palace master for the rest of our lives. All of them solemnly vowed. Although Ling Shao already knew that they would make this choice, he still felt very gratified to see them make such a choice. Good, since you all have this determination, I am also very happy. Sit down and drink, Ling Shao said with a smile. Then he continued, although the Heaven Realm is full of experts, with this palace master here, it won't be difficult for you to become stronger. As for why you must go to the Heaven Realm, it is precisely because the Shenling continent doesn't have enough resources for you to make a breakthrough. Only by going to the Heaven Realm can you advance faster and finally obtain eternal life. When everyone heard Ling Zhao's affirmation, their eyes became brighter and brighter. They had always believed in Ling Zhao's words, because Ling Shao had created many miracles. At this time Han Kai couldn't wait to ask, Junior brother, senior brother, Do you think I can still do anything in the heaven realm? As early as a few decades ago, when Ling Xiao went to the heaven realm, Han Kai felt that the limit of his lifespan was approaching, so he didn't leave with Ling Xiao. Instead, he chose to stay in the Central Territory and pass on his alchemy skills. Later, Ling Xiao took out a holy material from the divine furnace and used all his strength to refine a great saint pill for him, allowing him to reach the semi-holy Holy Emperor realm and extend his lifespan by a lot. However, he knew that this was the limit of his terrifying life. Now, listening to Ling Xiao talk about the heaven realm, hope reignited in his heart. Perhaps there was still a chance for him to advance further. Ling Xiao looked at the somewhat anxious Han Kai and said with a smile, "Senior brother, as long as you go to the heaven realm, I guarantee that you will be able to advance immediately, and in the future becoming a true god won't be a problem." After saying this, Ling Xiao revealed a little bit of the divine might on his body. In an instant, the hall was filled with divine light and the sky above the main hall was filled with divine light. In this mainland where there were no true gods, even the slightest movement from Ling Xiao would cause a heavenly phenomenon. Han Kai and the others were about to kneel down in front of Ling Xiao, but fortunately, Ling Xiao immediately withdrew his aura. "Alright, I'll let you do whatever you want with these old bones of mine. After all, the alchemy sect's inheritance has already been passed down." Han Kai immediately patted his chest and agreed. Who didn't want to live forever? Han Kai was not a saint, so he naturally had the same mentality. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he would be stupid if he let it go. "Hee, senior brother, you still have to carry forward the alchemy sect's alchemy skills in the future," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. After that, Ling Xiao casually chatted with them and asked about their situation over the past few years. He also wanted to know if there were any problems in the Smiling Palace that needed to be resolved. After chatting with them for a while, Ling Xiao went to visit his great-grandfather Ling He and his grandfather Ling Tsang. Ever since Ling He and Ling Tsang had been brought to the Smiling Palace to live and cultivate, their realms had improved rapidly. Their appearances had also become much younger than before. "Ha, little brat, I thought that you were so busy that you still have the mood to visit us." Ling He looked at Ling Xiao and smiled wholeheartedly. Ling Xiao first bowed to the two elders before saying, "No matter how busy I am, I still have to visit you too. Otherwise, others will say that I, Ling Xiao, am unfilial." Ling He smiled in satisfaction and said, how rare. Our Ling family is truly blessed to have a descendant like you." Ling Tsang also smiled and said, "That's right. Without Xiao Heir there would not be today's Ling family. This is all thanks to you." The Ling family was now definitely the #1 family in Wind Cloud City. Although the Ling family had not displayed their strength yet, the fact that the Smiling Emperor was a member of the Ling family meant that the Ling family could be on equal footing with anyone in the Smiling Palace. Today the Ling family had gradually risen in power. The descendants of the Ling family who had inherited the Ling family's heritage had also begun to display their extraordinary strength. It was believed that in another 100 years, the Ling family would also become famous in the central region. All of this had been brought about by this grandson of his. Ling Tsang's heart was filled with endless emotions. Fortunately, he was able to withstand it in the past. Ling Tsang thought to himself. When he was young, his grandson's meridians were destroyed and he was almost unable to practice martial arts for the rest of his life. However, he was able to sail against the current and overcome all obstacles to achieve what he had today. After a few humble words, Ling Xiao immediately cut to the chase and told the two elders the secret that the Ling family was the descendant of the Kim people. When the two elders heard the secret, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open and they couldn't say a word. They had never thought that they had the blood of the ancient race in their veins. It was simply unbelievable. And they had a great relationship with the dynasty, which was once the most powerful dynasty in the world. "This time, I plan to bring my people to the Qingyun realm to live and cultivate. This is also the hope of the elders in the clan," Ling Xiao explained his intention. Everything depended on the decision of the elders. However, Ling Xiao only planned to select a small portion of the people to go. As for the people whose blood was already diluted or whose cultivation was limited, he would let them stay in the central region. Otherwise, even if they went to the Qingyun realm, they would not be able to adapt to the simple life in the Qingyun realm. Sooner or later they would become the laughingstock of others. Why not let them stay in the central region and live the rest of their lives in peace? "We will do whatever you say," Ling He said decisively. Ling Tsang nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too. Xiao Heir, you make the decision." The two elders did not object to Ling Xiao's words at all. Instead, they strongly supported him. They knew that only by following Ling Xiao, the Ling family would definitely be able to flourish. Moreover, this time they would be returning to the Ling family. This was definitely a good thing. Chapter 1343. Ling Xiao left the place where the two old men were and immediately went to see his other master, Mu Huai. Mu Huai, Mu En and Ji2 stayed together. A few years ago, Mu Huai and Mu En had returned to the Purple Sky sect and brought their master, Xiao Songlin, to live and cultivate together. At the same time, they had given many cultivation resources to their old friends in the Purple Sky sect. They had originally wanted to bring their old friends from the Purple Sky sect to the Central Territory, but they were afraid that Ling Xiao would be angry when he returned. After all, Ling Xiao had a lot of opinions about many people there. Mu Huai and the others usually didn't care about the affairs of the palace, but their status in the palace was very high. Even some of the elders had to greet them politely. Who didn't know that they were the masters and uncles of the smiling emperor? No one dared to disrespect them. Ling Xiao saw that his master and the others were safe and sound, and that they had also advanced to the heavenly master level. Their lifespans had been greatly extended, so he was relieved. However, he also told them about going to the heaven domain and gave them many spiritual items that they needed to cultivate so that they could improve their strength as soon as possible. Ling Xiao couldn't be sure that all the people who followed him to the heaven domain would be able to become gods. After all, their cultivation tenbin and comprehension were all different. However, he was absolutely confident that they would at least reach the strength of the Holy Emperor. Then Ling Xiao went to Han Kai's secluded cultivation place. When Han Kai's successor, Qi Yang, saw Ling Xiao, he revealed a respectful expression and immediately bowed. "Greetings, Uncle Master." Qi Yang's idol was not his master, Han Kai, but the Uncle Master in front of him. When he first came to join the proud smiling palace, he wanted to become his Uncle Master's disciple. However, his Uncle Master had no intention of accepting a disciple, so he became his master's disciple. However, he was fortunate enough to receive his Uncle Master's guidance, which allowed him to become a 6th-grade alchemist. At his current age, attaining such a rank was absolutely extraordinary in the Central Territory. Ling Xiao patted Qi Yang's shoulder and said, "Little Yang, you look good. I heard that you have already become a 6th-ranked alchemist. Once your strength improves, you will have a chance to become a 7th-ranked alchemist. However, I hope that you won't be arrogant and impatient. These ranks are not the limit. There are still Alchemist Saint, Divine Alchemist and even Supreme Alchemist Deity. Remember to continue to work hard and don't disappoint your master's expectations." Qi Yang's alchemy tenbin was not weak. Ling Xiao had heard Han Kai praise him many times before, so he was also very optimistic about Qi Yang. When Qi Yang heard Ling Xiao's words, he was extremely excited. He immediately replied solemnly, "Yes, martial uncle. I will definitely not let you and master down." Ling Xiao nodded and then went into the house to chat with Han Kai. Previously, Han Kai had specially asked him to come over because Han Kai couldn't wait to know more about the heaven domain. A month had passed. In addition to meeting his old acquaintances, Ling Xiao spent most of his time in the backyard accompanying his women and a pair of grandchildren who often pestered him. In addition, he took time to guide his children Ling Ying and Ling Yu. Among his women, the one who cultivated tenbin the best was Feng Xianyun. Her heavenly Gu physique and heavenly Gu divine art complemented each other, allowing her to advance at a rapid speed. She had already reached the Saint realm. With his current strength, Ling Xiao could see that Feng Xianyun's special physique was also a type of divine physique. Her future achievements were absolutely limitless. Next was Dongfang Jing. Although her current strength wasn't as strong as Ji Beixin, who had an inheritance, with the help of the many resources left behind by Ling Xiao, she had reached the peak of the mid-level Mystic Emperor. She was not far from the high-level Mystic Emperor. Luo Meiying, on the other hand, had been resurrected with the demon child's heart, so her cultivation of tenbin was not inferior to anyone else. When Ling Xiao left the central region, she was already a mid-level Mystic Emperor. Now she had also reached the peak of the high-level Mystic Emperor. As for Kai Shiyue, Bai Yushi, Bing Ruoxue, Wei Dai, they had all become half-step emperors or real Mystic Emperors. Their advancement speed was definitely not slow. They just lacked some opportunities. With Ling Xiao around, it would be difficult for them to not become gods in the heaven domain. Now that they had received Ling Xiao's nourishment for many days, it made up for their dry hearts over the years. Each of them had become more charming than before. Ling Yu and Ling Zhe often pestered Ling Xiao, asking him, their grandfather, to tell them more about what he had seen and heard in various places. Ling Xiao was also different from his usual self. He patiently told them many interesting things which made the two children yearn for it even more. It was often said that relatives were separated by generations, and this was not wrong at all. Ling Xiao was much more lenient to these two children than to Feng Ling Tian, Ling Ying, and Ling Yu. He was not as strict to them. After Ling Xiao reviewed Ling Ying and Ling Yu's cultivation methods, he gave Ling Ying more specific guidance. He even passed her a rare cultivation divine technique from his own collection. He wanted her to quickly rectify her previous shortcomings and strengthen her foundation so that she could better break through to the Mystic Emperor in the near future. Ling Yu was miserable. He had been too indulgent these few years. He relied on his extraordinary status to seek women everywhere and indulged in his cultivation. He had also consumed elixirs to break through many levels. His foundation was not stable. If he was not given any resources and was allowed to continue cultivating like this, he would definitely be unable to make any progress. Ling Xiao was angry at him, but he did not continue to scold him. This was his son after all, and he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father all these years. He was also responsible for his son becoming like this. Ling Xiao treated him the same as Ling Ying. He directly used the divine spring to transform his body, and then bestowed him with the ancient emperor divine arts. He also formulated a hellish cultivation method. He wanted to completely transform his son, completely change all of his bad habits so that he could lay a new foundation and go further in the future. Ling Yu was extremely miserable. He secretly asked his mother, who doted on him the most, for help, but even his mother, who had always been more protective of him, did not dare to speak up for him. He could only helplessly accept the arrangements his father had made for him. It was also after this transformation that Ling Yu's Tenbin was finally stimulated. Later on, when his bloodline power was activated, he discovered that he was actually almost able to catch up to his father's level. This also meant that in the future he would also have a day where he would shine in the heaven realm, at the top of a majestic mountain in the Rain Swamp Mountain range. Xiao, I want to go back to the Purple Sky sect to see father. On this day Yun Mingqi nestled in Ling Xiao's embrace and said. A few days ago, Mad Monk and Euro Fei had already returned to the Sacred Yin sect in the Sand region, while the evil emperor Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian had also gone to the Feng clan. So this also aroused Yun Mingqi's desire to return to the Purple Sky sect to visit her family. Ling Xiao gently caressed Yun Mingqi's beautiful hair and said, "And I was just about to tell you about this. I am preparing to return to Meteor City with brother and the prodigal son. When the time comes we will go back together. After all, with our strength, going back will only take an instant." Indeed, with their divine king's strength, it would only take them less than half a day to return from the central region to the northwest. It was not like before when they had to use the various transmission arrays to return, and it would take them almost half a year to return. And if it is possible, I want to bring father to the heaven domain. Yun Mingqi hesitated for a moment and said. She knew that Ling Xiao no longer had a good impression of her father, so she revealed such a difficult expression. However, after all, he was her biological father, how could she give him up? Ling Xiao lightly kissed Yun Mingqi's forehead and said, "Do whatever you want, there is no need to ask me about some things." Ling Xiao wasn't a very generous person, but he wasn't a narrow-minded person. He had already forgotten most of the things that had happened in the past. Yun Xiong was his father-in-law, and the fact that he had neglected him for so many years was enough punishment for him. In the future he should be more tactful and let Yun Mingqi repay him for raising her. "Xiao, you are so good to me." Yun Mingqi responded with a happy expression, and then directly kissed Ling Xiao's thick lips, using action to express the excitement in her heart. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao would be angry at her, but it seems like she was thinking too much. The scenery at the top of the mountain was infinitely beautiful, but it was not as beautiful as the rippling red of spring. After Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi blended together for half a day, Ling Xiao arrived at the place where Ling Fei and the others were settled. When Ling Fei saw Ling Xiao, he immediately sighed, "Little brother, I really can't imagine that you came from such a poor ancestral land, you are simply a freak." Thinking about it, when Ling Xiao returned to the clan, Ling Xiao only had the strength of the Holy Emperor, but in a short few decades, he has reached a realm that others may not be able to reach in their entire lives. And before Ling Xiao came to the heaven domain, he cultivated in this kind of place where spiritual qi was scarce, and had to pass through many checkpoints to reach the heaven domain. Who knows how many dangers he had to go through. Ling Fei couldn't help but admire Ling Xiao greatly, and he thought to himself, perhaps whether our clan can dominate the heaven domain in the future depends on this kid. Haha, there is no other way. Who asked our ancestor to leave his bloodline here? Moreover, this is our ancestral land, there is nothing bad about it. Ling Xiao laughed and then said, in the next 2 days, let's first head back to the Ling family, and see if we can sense the existence of our ancestor. The Ling clan had settled in Meteorite City, so there were definitely traces of Ling Hongyu, the ancestor. If he didn't die, then they could find some traces of him there. And I will leave everything to you, I am only assisting you. Ling Fei didn't have any objections and then said with certainty, we must find our ancestor as soon as possible. He had given Ling Xiao more than a month to spend with his old friends, which was more than enough. According to the clan's message, they were to immediately find their ancestor as soon as they arrived here. Ling Gang also agreed, that's right, our ancestor has been trapped here for many years, he must not be in a good situation. If that's the case, then let's go tomorrow. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Ling Hongyu was the oldest supreme martial artist of the Kim people, and he was also in the top 10 of the sovereign ranking, so he had an illustrious reputation in the heaven domain. Everyone in the Kim people wanted to find him as soon as possible, so that he could return to the heaven domain. Chapter 1344. The territory of Xianling continent had shrunk. With the speed of Ling Xiao and the others, it wouldn't take long for them to return to the northwest. Ling Xiao asked Yun Mingqi, Bing Ruoshui, Yu Laiyin, and Wu Meinyang to return to their respective sects or families to meet their old friends, while he and Ling Fei returned to the Ling family in Meteorite City. Back then, when Ling Xiao brought away most of the important direct descendants of the Ling family, only a few conservative clansmen were left to live here. However, Ling Xiao still gave them a lot of resources back then. The Ling family was still the #1 family in Meteorite City. No one could challenge this status. Ling Xiao and the others didn't want to alarm these people, so they stopped in the sky above Meteorite City. Let's see if we can sense the aura of the old ancestor. Ling Fei said to Ling Xiao. Their divine senses could almost cover every corner of this place. Nothing could escape their eyes. However, it wasn't so easy to find their old ancestor. Ling Xiao nodded his head in understanding. He squeezed out a bit of blood essence from his hand. The blood essence was glowing brightly. Go! Ling Xiao flicked the blood essence towards the Ling family's ancestral land. Bang! The blood essence burst out instantly. It turned into specks of golden light and scattered in all directions. When the people below Meteorite City saw the huge flash of golden light, they all closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they didn't find anything. They wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them just now. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes. He started to feel if the blood essence could transmit any useful information to him. Of course, the blood essence of a god had many magical uses. In addition to changing the physique of ordinary people, it could also find people of the same bloodline. Back then, in the Heaven Domain clan's ancestral land, Ling Xiao's blood essence was absorbed by the Golden Dragon altar. This blood essence was transmitted to the old ancestor Ling Hongyu, who had the closest bloodline to him. Therefore, if this ancestor was hiding nearby or had stayed here before, he would definitely be able to sense his presence through the blood essence. Next to Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, Ling Gang, and other direct subordinates of the Kim people were all nervous. They were all looking forward to Ling Xiao finding their ancestor this time. After about a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and said faintly, "The ancestor should not be here anymore. I only found some familiar auras, but I did not sense much." Ling Fei said in a low voice, "That shouldn't be the case. The ancestor left his bloodline here, so he must have left some traces. Could it be that the power of the essence blood isn't enough?" Ling Gang also said from the side, "That's right, if the ancestor leaves this place, this drop of blood essence might not be able to resonate with him." Ling Xiao was depressed. Every drop of blood essence was the foundation of his bloodline. It was always good to lose less, but he didn't expect these fellows to not have the slightest bit of sympathy, and even asked him to force out more blood essence. This was not something that could be easily replenished. Ling Xiao also knew that this matter was of great importance. After hesitating for a moment, he forced out 10 drops of blood essence at once, and instantly scattered them high up in the sky. These 10 drops of blood essence should be enough to find the ancestor in the Xianling continent. Sure enough, in a certain direction, Ling Xiao's mind kept jumping, and he couldn't help but exclaim, The ancestor might be in that direction. Really? Then let's rush over immediately. Ling Fei cried out in alarm. The other Kim people also revealed expressions of excitement. If they could bring back their ancestor, then the status of the Kim people in the heaven realm would definitely be unshakable. Ling Xiao nodded and then said to the prodigal, "Zizai, you go back to the barren mountains to meet your people first. We will go back to the palace after we finish our business." Not mentioning Ling Xiao, the prodigal also wanted to return to his people. After all, this place was very close to their Qilin territory. "Okay, then I will bring 13 to my people as a guest, please approve," the prodigal said. Go, if there is anything else we can talk later." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Then, the prodigal called out to 13, and flew in the direction of the barren mountains. After not going back for many years, the prodigal was also very excited and emotional. Ling Xiao sighed. The Xianling continent was indeed an ancient continent. The Fire Qilin race and the Water Dragon race still had their bloodline here. He could be sure that in ancient times this was their habitat. Even many races that had disappeared once lived here, just that they had either gone extinct or migrated away. As soon as the prodigal and 13 left, Ling Xiao immediately led Ling Fei and the others in the direction they sensed. After 6 hours, Ling Xiao and the others once again returned to the central region, and stopped on a desolate land. "What is this place? It seems that some small tricks have melted a part of it," Ling Fei said. Ling Xiao did not expect that the blood essence would lead him to a place where he had fought before, and he could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. "This place is called the Chaotic Battles Abyss. It's a place where the various empires of the continent once fought to the death. The reason why it's isolated is so that some of the younger generation can come here to gain experience. In the past, many of our people from the Jin dynasty also died here," Ling Xiao explained. "So that's how it is. Then it makes sense that the elder ancestor is here," Ling Fei said with a look of realization. Ling Gang, who was at the side, said, "This little trick cannot stop us at all, wait for me to destroy it." After saying that, Ling Gang was about to destroy the restriction here. Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Forget it, let's go in directly. In any case they can't hinder us, it is better to leave this place as it is." Since Ling Xiao said so, Ling Gang did not dare to make a move. They directly opened a spatial crack and entered the Chaotic Battles Abyss. The Chaotic Battles Abyss was filled with resentful souls and remnant souls. They constantly fought and roared, causing the place to become incomparably frightening. However, in front of Ling Xiao and the other God Kings, they all avoided them. After all, Ling Xiao and the others could destroy them with a flash of divine light. Ling Xiao had no interest in these little souls now. Without the soul power of a God King or above, it was of no use to his current soul. However, when he once again descended into the Chaotic Battles Abyss, he could still sense that there was actually a remnant soul of the Holy Emperor here, and this made him feel extremely curious. To be able to leave behind such remnant soul power, that person was absolutely not weak when he was alive. He thought about how there was still a Holy Emperor here over 100,000 years ago, so it was not surprising. Why can't I sense the existence of any life? Could it be that the ancestor? Ling Fei frowned and muttered. Ling Gang also said solemnly, "I also don't sense the aura of life." "No, there is an aura of life, but it is very weak under our feet." Ling Xiao sensed a familiar aura coming from underground. This aura was like the feeling he had when he met his relatives, and it made him feel incomparably close. Ling Fei and the others looked at Ling Xiao with burning eyes. They could be sure that the person Ling Xiao sensed was their ancestor. At this time, Ling Xiao forced out another drop of blood essence and sprinkled it down. That drop of blood essence sank into the ground at a certain location. Ling Xiao impatiently chased after that drop of blood essence, and also followed it underground. Ling Fei and the others did not hesitate either, and they all followed into the ground not far away. Although they were not Earth Attribute God Kings, it was not difficult for them to use pure strength to directly squeeze into the Earth boundary. It was just that they could not use everything here to attack or defend like those Earth Attribute God Kings. The further down Ling Xiao went, the clearer the aura became, and he could not help but feel excited. After a while, the group of them directly fell 150,000 meters below the ground. At this depth, all the ground had become incomparably hard, and these ground materials had obviously reached the grade required for a saint weapon. At the same time, there was a small amount of geocentric spring water, which was a holy liquid that all saints needed. These things would definitely be the most sought-after treasures in the Xianling continent, but to Ling Xiao and the others, they were not very attractive. Are we not there yet? Ling Fei transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Their speed kept decreasing, and the ground they encountered was getting harder and harder. If they went any further, even they would not be able to easily break through those earth stones. After all, the Xianling continent had gone through countless years of change, and these rocks had also been heavy for countless years. Naturally, they became earth essence stones, and these were the boundary stones of the Xianling continent, and they could not be destroyed easily. Ling Xiao replied, "We are almost there, hold on a little longer." At this time, Ling Xiao had already taken out his golden dragon spear and opened up a path in front of him. He had to find his ancestor. However, when they reached a depth of 250,000 meters, their divine artifacts were actually unable to break through the barrier. And Ling Xiao sensed that he would be able to find them about 10,000 meters away. What should he do? This is already the deepest part of the Xianling continent. This earth essence stone is already comparable to the strength of a top-grade divine weapon. It will not be easy to destroy it. Ling Xiao sighed. Why don't we use the half-ancient divine weapon? Ling Gang said. As soon as he said that, Ling Fei immediately said, "No, that will destroy the sense of balance of this continent. At that time, it will accelerate the destruction of the Xianling continent, and everyone here will die." Then what should we do? Are we just going to let it go like this? Ling Gang said unwillingly. Since the ancestor is still alive, he might have sensed that we are here. Brother Xiao, can you see if you can contact the ancestor? Ling Fei said. Let me give it a try. Ling Xiao nodded, and then he thought of a way. He cut his wrist and let his blood drip into the ground. This was not his original blood essence, but at such a close distance with his ancestor, it should have an effect. As expected, the moment the blood fell to the ground, it was quickly absorbed by a force. And at this moment, Ling Xiao's blood seemed to be out of control, and was actually forcibly sucked out of his blood vessels by the suction force. Oh no! Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, and immediately used his power to stop his blood flow. However, at this moment he was forcibly pulled deeper into the ground. Chapter 1345. Ling Xiao felt that his body was being pulled into the ground by an extremely powerful suction force. His body, which was comparable to a top-grade divine artifact, suffered a terrible impact, causing him to scream in pain. He, a dignified high-grade god king, was actually unable to resist this force. Ling Fei and the others wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but it was too late. They wanted to chase after him, but they found that they were blocked by an extremely powerful barrier. No matter how they tried, they could not destroy the barrier. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Ling Fei angrily punched the barrier, but he still could not break it. Ling Gang was also frowning at the side, his expression becoming extremely anxious. Maybe the ancestor needs the power of Uncle Zhao's bloodline to revive. Ling Gang guessed. No, the ancestor has already cultivated our clan's divine art to the extreme. As long as he is alive, it will not be difficult for him to recover. Why would he need Brother Zhao's blood? Maybe there is something we do not know. Ling Fei said. Then should we destroy this place to save Uncle Xiao? Even if it is destroyed, this continent will not lose its power. Ling Gang said. No, if we destroy the barrier there will be endless disasters and destruction is imminent. Moreover, this barrier is not something we can destroy. Ling Fei objected again, paused for a moment and then said, let's go out and wait. I believe the ancestor will not hurt Brother Xiao. Then he was the first to return to the surface. The others hesitated for a moment, but they also followed, praying in their hearts that Ling Xiao was fine. In the deepest part of the Xianling continent, there was already a dense layer of barrier power. This was the power that enveloped all the boundaries of the Xianling continent, allowing it to exist forever and not collapse easily. In front of this barrier, Ling Xiao's body had already stopped moving. Almost half of his blood and essence had been sucked away, which was more than what was absorbed by the Golden Dragon altar back in the clan. Now that he had become a god, the power of his bloodline was incomparable to before. Now that he'd lost half of his blood essence and blood, it was simply like taking half his life away, and it shook his foundation. He didn't know how many divine materials and time it would take to replenish this amount of blood essence. Ling Xiao's body was almost smashed into meat paste. If he wasn't a little stronger, he would have fainted. Without a second thought, he immediately took out a large number of blood-replenishing divine herbs and divine pills and swallowed them, replenishing as much as he could. After a while, Ling Xiao finally felt that his mind had cleared up quite a bit. He hurriedly circulated his qi to heal the injuries on his body. However, even the speed of his recovery had slowed down quite a bit. If he hadn't just taken the divine grass and pills, it would have been even more difficult for him to recover. Ling Xiao stood up and cursed, "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" He looked around and was surprised to find that he was in a 9-colored barrier space. He found that this barrier space contained a large amount of primordial energy. The primordial energy was the chaotic energy from the beginning of the world. It was a divine treasure that even incipient God realm experts coveted. He didn't expect that there would be such primordial energy in the deepest part of the Xianling continent. It was like an energy ball with waves of 9-colored divine light twinkling unceasingly. Ling Xiao almost couldn't open his eyes. At the same time, he also felt the attraction from the primordial energy, which made him have an urge to rush into the energy ball. However, it was a pity that his body was unable to move at all. The energy barrier had firmly locked him in place. Ling Xiao struggled for a while, but he found that these energies were actually at the supreme level. It was impossible for him to get rid of them with his current strength. Ling Xiao was a little flustered. If he was trapped here forever, what was the point of his life? Just as Ling Xiao was about to use his God Soul clone to destroy the barrier energy around him, a weak, hoarse voice came from an unknown direction. "Kid, are you one of the Kim people?" Ling Xiao's body shivered. He immediately sensed the direction where the voice came from and answered, "I am Ling Xiao of the Kim people." Are you Hongyu's forefather?" Ling Xiao felt that someone who could give him a familiar feeling was most likely the elder ancestor Ling Hongyu. Otherwise, how could he have absorbed so much of his blood essence and essence? Good. No wonder you can find your way here. It's been more than 1,800 years. I thought that I would never see the descendants of my tribe again. The old voice came again. Ling Xiao focused his eyes and looked through the layers of barrier light. He saw a withered figure in the barrier below him. He couldn't see the figure's face clearly, but he knew that it was in a worse situation than he was. "Forefather, why are you trapped here?" Ling Xiao asked. This was someone in the top 10 of the sovereign ranking. He was one of the top figures in the heaven domain. He didn't believe that this forefather couldn't break through the barrier energy here. "I don't want to be trapped here either. It's a pity that you're still a little weak, and you only have a little bit of blood essence left. If you could become an honorable, you would be able to help me leave this place," Ling Hongyu replied. Ling Xiao wanted to cry when he heard this. He didn't have so much blood essence left, and the forefather still thought it was too little? Did he really have to sacrifice his life for it? Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, Ling Hongyu said, "But I would have left long ago if I wanted to. I was the one who wanted to be trapped here." Ling Xiao felt conflicted when he heard this forefather's words. He asked, "Why is that, forefather?" "Because I want to save the ancestral lands. I hope that my tribe can move back to the ancestral lands to survive," Ling Hongyu said very seriously. Ling Xiao was puzzled. Ling Xiao doesn't quite understand. There wasn't much spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the Xianling continent, and the origin energy was even less. How could he let his people move back here? Sigh. A heavy sigh was heard, and then Ling Hongyu said, "I believe you know about the situation of Xianling continent. Its power is constantly decreasing, and if it continues like this, it will only be destroyed. I am here to stop the speed of the power's dissipation, so that it won't disappear so quickly. It's a pity that I am still too impulsive." Ling Xiao was confused by his forefather's words. He didn't understand what he meant. Then his forefather continued, "Back then I almost perished together with that old bastard of the demon tiger tribe. Fortunately, I had cultivated my tribe's divine skill to the extreme, and luckily, I was able to recover my strength in this place where the origin energy is thin. In the end, after leaving my bloodline in Meteorite City, I almost traveled all over the Xianling continent in search of the origin energy that could help me recover my strength. In the end, I came to this space and found that there was actually some blood essence left behind by my tribe. With the help of that blood essence, I recovered less than 10% of my strength. Then, I found a shortcut that could help me recover my strength. Unfortunately, I was too anxious to recover my strength at that time, and rushed here directly, but in the end I was trapped here." He seemed to have not spoken for many years, and his mouth was a little dry. He paused again and said, "However, a few decades ago, I received the help of the blood essence that was one with me. Although that blood essence was not much, it was enough for me to rush out of this place. If my guess is correct, that blood essence came from your body, and then was transferred to me through my tribe's ancestral weapon, right?" Ling Xiao hurriedly replied, "Yes, forefather, I had just returned to my tribe at that time." "That's right. If it wasn't for your blood essence, I would have died here decades ago," Ling Hongyu said. Then he said, Originally, I could use that blood essence to recover some of my strength, and it would be enough for me to break through the shackles of this place, return to the land, and then find a way to return to the heaven region, but I can't do that now. Why can't you do that? Ling Xiao almost blurted out. Since there was the ability to leave this place, he believed that no one would want to stay here and wait for death. Ling Hongyu was silent for a while before saying, "If I say that I'm doing this for the sake of my tribe's ancestral land, would you believe me? For the sake of my tribe's ancestral land?" Although Ling Xiao had always been very smart, he did not understand what his forefather meant by this. The power of Shenling continent is already on the verge of collapse, and this is the central area of the continent, the source of all the power barrier. Once I absorb the origin source here, break through the barrier here, and return to the heaven region, Shenling continent will definitely not exist and everyone here will die, so I can't do that. After all, this is our ancestral land and there are millions of people living here, how can I ignore their lives? So, I might as well stay here and use my power to control the origin source and not let it spread out so that Shenling continent can live a little longer. Ling Hongyu explained. After hearing this, Ling Xiao was stunned. He did not expect his forefather to be so broad-minded, and he immediately felt deep respect for him. One should know that ordinary cultivators did not view life as worthless, and only cared about their own survival, who would care about the lives of others. However, this forefather clearly had a way to break out of this place, but in order to prevent the continent from being destroyed, and to prevent everyone from dying, he was willing to be trapped here. This kind of sad and cowardly spirit was really not something that others could compare to. In front of him, Ling Xiao felt a sense of inferiority and shame. In the past, he always thought that compared to others, he was naturally a kinder person. As long as others did not come and provoke him, he would never hurt others. However, his kindness was incomparably insignificant in front of this forefather, and was not worth mentioning at all. Then do you intend to continue like this? Ling Xiao did not know how to ask. If that was the case, wouldn't he be trapped here forever like his forefather? If you did not come here, perhaps I would just accept my fate, but since you are here, perhaps there is a slight chance that you can let me leave this place and save Shenling continent, Ling Hongyu said. Chapter 1346. Then what should I do to save you? Ling Xiao asked hurriedly. No matter how slim the chance was, with the power of Kim people, with the power of a supreme martial artist, could he not save his old ancestor? However, he knew that the key was to save his old ancestor without destroying the environment here. Otherwise, his old ancestor might not be willing to leave. You're quite strong now, but you're still far from being able to save me. Even if the supreme martial artists in the clan come, they won't be able to save me. I'm staying here willingly, Ling Hongyuan said. He paused for a moment before continuing. If you want me to break free from the bounded domain here, the only way is for me to recover my strength. Moreover, when I struggle against the bounded domain here, I can't destroy the balance of the Shenling continent. It's not easy to make it continue to exist. If I was at my peak, I might have a chance. Now I'm afraid, it's difficult. Ling Xiao was stunned. Didn't his old ancestor's words mean that there was almost no hope? One should know that his old ancestor was already standing at the top of the supreme martial artist at his peak. Only that kind of strength could do it, not to mention others. Ling Xiao still comforted him. Having hope is better than having no hope at all. Old ancestor, tell me, what should I do to help you? Ling Xiao was not a person who would easily accept his fate. He must be able to leave this place. If he could, he also hoped to save his old ancestor. Haha, it's good that you have this kind of intention. Ling Hongyu said with a smile, then said, Fine, I'll tell you. I'm afraid you'll be in despair after hearing it. Following that, Ling Hongyu began to talk about some secrets that even Ling Xiao had never heard of. The formation of a terrestrial world was constantly evolving and developing over hundreds of millions of years. The surroundings of this terrestrial world were reinforced by various bounded domains of origin energy, so that it could exist forever. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth and origin energy here were also gradually separated from the primordial energy, which was what all living creatures relied on to survive. However, once the Genesis enchantment was destroyed, the Genesis power would no longer be able to circulate again and again. Then, the Genesis enchantment's power would disperse little by little, and sooner or later, it would dry up. At that time, this world would be completely destroyed, and it would be difficult for all creatures to survive. Right now, the power of the Shenling continent was almost depleted, and the only source of power left was this 9-colored divine light pearl. Once this 9-colored divine light pearl was gone, the heaven and earth spiritual chi would be gone, and the vitality would be completely cut off. However, Ling Hongyu had provided 2 solutions to solve the problem before them. The first method was to move all the living beings to the Shenling continent. Then, Ling Hongyu would absorb the primordial energy here, break through the barrier and leave this place. At that time, even if the Shenling continent was destroyed, no one else would be harmed. The difficult part of this plan was how to move the millions of people on this continent to live somewhere else. Unless they could open up a realm gate that led directly to the heavenly region stronghold and transport everyone there. This method would solve the problem once and for all, but it was undoubtedly a very difficult thing to do. Moreover, opening up the realm gate required a lot of supremes. To transport so many people over, it was unknown how much resources would be consumed. This was not something that any party could afford. Even if the Kim people used all the strength of their clan, they might not be able to do it. Even if they could do it, the foundation of their clan would be completely shaken. Who would sacrifice the fate of their clan for others? Ling Hongyu was great enough to sacrifice himself to stay here, but he was not great enough to let his clan use all their strength to save other humans. As for the second method, it was the best one. Not only could it save people, but it could also protect the Shenling continent. It could be said to be the best of both worlds. However, this method was even more difficult than the first one. It required 9 different kinds of source stones, a divine array master and 9 supremes of different attributes to work together to set up the origin formation. This would allow the primordial energy to form a cycle of energy, and then absorb all kinds of primordial energy in the universe to gradually restore the primordial energy of the Shenling continent. In this way, even if Ling Hongyu used the remaining primordial energy here to restore his strength, after he escaped from here, it would only cause Shenling continent to be short of power for a short period of time. With the origin formation, it could be quickly replenished. Other than keeping Shenling continent as it was, this origin formation could also continuously strengthen the primordial energy of Shenling continent. After a certain period of time, Shenling continent would regain the rich primordial energy of heaven and earth. At that time, Shenling continent would gradually expand, and it might even become the second heavenly region. This origin formation was equivalent to an ancient divine array that could mend the sky. It only existed in legends. No one knew which divine array master had such an earth-shattering method. Moreover, to find the 9 different types of source stones, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult. This kind of source stone would only exist in the continent that had experienced more than 1,000,000 years of history. Only a Supremes could directly open the void crack and enter that place to search for it. In addition, it might exist in all kinds of dangerous places, but undoubtedly, even a Supremes would lose their lives in those places. Those who entered would not care about life and death. To every Supremes, the Source Stone was a top-notch Supreme material. For so many years, not many Supremes had a Source Stone. Moreover, to find the 9 different types of Source Stones was as difficult as climbing up to the sky. Of course, it might exist in the depths of the heavenly region, but who would dare to covet the Source Stone under the heavenly region? That was a matter that would offend the public. No Supremes would stand by and do nothing. Thus, it was absolutely unrealistic to find the Source Stone under the heavenly region. After listening to Ling Hongyu's 2 methods, Ling Xiao, of course, wanted to carry out the first one. However, where could he find so many resources to open the space entrance? Moreover, how many divine gems would he need to let so many people pass through? It was simply impossible. Even if it was possible, he would not do it. He was not that great. As for the second method, it was more difficult, but it was not impossible. The Kim people had many Supremes. If he asked them to find the Source Stone and buy it from all the Supremes in the heavenly region, he believed that they could get it. And the key was the legendary origin divine formation. It was difficult to find an existence who could set up such a formation in the heavenly region. It was even harder to find a divine array master than a divine alchemist or a divine tool master. To set up an incipient god realm great formation, one had to have the power of a supreme being. To invite such a character, the conditions were really harsh. These 2 methods are not easy. That's why I told you about them. Even if the kids in my tribe know about them, they can't help me. Ling Hongyu said as if he had accepted his fate. Are we just going to let it go like this? Ling Xiao asked in his mind. His ancestor had been willing to wait for death here rather than destroy the barrier in order to prevent millions of people from dying. Couldn't he learn from his ancestor for once and think of a way to make the impossible possible? Ancestor, actually, I have another method. Ling Xiao said while gritting his teeth. Oh, tell me about it. Ling Hongyu said noncommittally. The divine obsidian cauldron that you and the demon tiger sect fought for is in my hands. It can hold an entire city of people. I can bring the people of Xianling continent to the heavenly territory fortress in batches. What do you think? Ling Xiao said. Every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Ling Xiao originally did not want to care about the lives and deaths of others. After all, he was also a selfish person. However, he had to think for his ancestor now. Only after bringing all of these people away would his ancestor be able to take advantage of the situation and leave this place. After Ling Xiao said this, Ling Hongyu actually became silent. Ling Xiao thought that something had happened to him and hurriedly asked, Ancestor, are you all right? I'm fine. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that the divine cauldron that even I couldn't open back then would be obtained by you. I thought that only alchemists could obtain its recognition. Ling Hongyu laughed wildly. Just as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao continued, Ancestor, actually, I'm a divine alchemist now. What, you're also a divine alchemist? What's going on? Ling Hongyu asked in confusion. Every direct descendant of the Kim people was only of the metal attribute, and Ling Xiao's bloodline power was so similar to his, so he should have a metal body. How could he be a divine alchemist? This was also what he didn't understand. Ling Xiao had no choice but to waste his breath and explain his situation to this ancestor. Immediately after, Ling Hongyu laughed. Ha, good, I never thought that my descendants would actually produce such a freak like you. It can be considered a blessing for my clan. Ancestor, you're too kind. Ling Xiao said modestly, then asked, Ancestor, what do you think of the method I mentioned just now? Not good. Ling Hongyu immediately replied. Ling Xiao was suddenly at a loss. He felt that his method was the best, he didn't need to waste resources, and he didn't need to find any Genesis stone. He just needed to run some errands. Maybe in a few years he could migrate all the people on the Xianling continent. Not everyone wants to leave their homeland, and if you want to take them all into the divine cauldron, you still have to do some ideological work for them. It will be very difficult. Moreover, after you take them away, how are you going to arrange their lives? After all, when they go to another place, they may not be able to adapt to the environment. I'm afraid that when that time comes, they won't treat you as a benefactor, but as an enemy, Ling Hongyu said. Ling Xiao blurted out, if they don't appreciate my kindness, then let them all die here. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.